Chapter 1019. 100,000 years ago. Southern border. Xianxi Mountain. Night fell. It was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled. Lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxi Mountain, over 10 Gu master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was obvious. Ha ha ha. A young man laughed loudly. His eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu master step by step. The other old Gu master was heavily injured. He could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu master slowly walked out of the heavy rain, standing in front of the old Gu master, looking down at him with a cold gaze without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu master's gaze had no fear. Instead it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu master growled, "Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather. You were brought up by me. I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you? Why? Why?" Facing the old Gu master's intense questioning, the young Gu master's eyelids drooped. He laughed lightly. "Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy." Unhappy? That's right, saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party. We have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young. We have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this. Just because of this. The old Gu master was furious. He sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding. "How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind. I nurtured you for so many years. I actually wanted to hand the village to you?" Towards the end, the old Gu master's voice carried a sobbing tone. He actually started wailing. Enough, enough. The young Gu master had a ruthless expression. The old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff. With a soft sound, the old Gu master was cut into 2. Blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet, memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. Ha ha. Very soon laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely, his heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply. The thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. But he felt that the air was so damn fresh. Even though I am sad, is this freedom? Ha ha. If I knew this, I would have killed them long ago. These noisy things should have been killed long ago. In the future, if I don't like them, I will kill them all. The young Gu master shouted loudly in the rain. His excitement was written all over his face. Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the young Gu master's joyful face. 100,000 years later, thunder rumbled, lightning dragons flashed, lighting up the young Gu master's face as well. But at this time he had already changed beyond recognition. He had turned into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, rumbling enough? Spectral soul roared. Close to 1,000 arms exerted strength. Demonic chi rumbled and filled the sky. tearing apart the tornado wind pillar that was coiling around him. His voice resounded in the sky. Overwhelming wind and thunder amidst this roar. The lightning completely dissipated. The clouds dispersed. The myriad tribulation wind lightning cage was broken by spectral soul. Even the myriad tribulation could not do anything to him. The might of a demon venerable was actually this strong. Seeing this, Feng Yuan and the rest of the celestial court Gu immortals were shocked. Did he succeed? Bo Qing and Ning Wuxia looked back with joy on their faces. But soon the sky turned dark again. Endless gray clouds gathered above Spectral Soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was brewing. Bo Qing and Ning Wuxia's expressions sank. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Spectral Soul's 6 eyes showed a contemplative expression. Suddenly he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing them into the dark clouds at his waist. These dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. With Spectral Soul's help, they rumbled intensely. Oh no, he is accelerating the formation. Even though I don't know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Immortals, work with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned illusory, passing through the encirclement of the ghostly hands and successfully flying out. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned solid. With a loud sound, it crushed the air and smashed onto Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. Immediately, Spectral Soul's head was smashed into the ground. His chin smashed into his collarbone. Spectral Soul shouted angrily. 100 arms grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn again. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6 celestial court rank 8 Gu immortals beside him were in charge of this. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's counterattack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods, but it needed to be activated. It was not easy, it needed to expend a lot of thought and energy. It was similar to Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's method of absorbing external attacks. The 6 celestial court Gu immortals turned phantom twice. They were already gasping for breath from exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It floated above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick pitch-black arms. They seemed to have shrunk greatly, becoming thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed intensely. The spreading dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this scene, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, "Cut off these arms." Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a shuttle. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would all be cut off. Ning Wuxia, quickly deal with the celestial court Gu immortals. Immortal zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was simply too easy for them to deal with Feng Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Ning Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Feng Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move. Lead soul into dream. Feng Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, the sound of a zither could be heard. Feng Yuan met star constellation immortal venerable again. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. Feng Yuan quickly used a dream path killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Ning Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Feng Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither sound reverberated. Star constellation immortal venerable smiled lightly at Feng Yuan. She opened her mouth and sang. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Phantom transformation. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's claw attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop. They entered the 10 extreme formation again. Heaven Overseeing Tower wanted to attack again. But one of Spectral Soul's heads suddenly opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven overseeing tower could not escape from its phantom state. Ha ha ha, this time why don't you try breaking free? Wuxia placed his hands on his waist, laughing smugly. Fang Yuan. He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was in a deep slumber. He could not be woken up no matter what. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing. But suddenly, an extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were sucked into the ground. Their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restrained them, they could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. Bo Qing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting spectral soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. Why are they not under control? Soon the two were shocked again. They saw that after He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom, they could move freely. He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing was surprised and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed the sleeping Fang Yuan and retreated. What made them even more happy was that the 10 extreme formation produced a mysterious ball. The force that was restraining the surroundings vanished. If Fang Yuan woke up, he would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape. But Fang Yuan was in a deep slumber. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He was about to activate Sword Path Immortal Goo. But he found that the thoughts in his mind were sucked away by the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse had a wide range. Not only could it deal with the Goo Immortal's body, it could even affect thoughts, wills, emotions, and others. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others successfully slipped away under his nose. To be continued. Chapter 1020. This Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse was simply unreasonable. Not only did it trap the Goo Immortal on the ground, it even affected their thoughts. Without thoughts to use Goo Worms, how could the Goo Immortal use their methods? Unless they had Wisdom Path methods to resist it. But there was a precondition, this Wisdom Path method had to be set up beforehand. Otherwise, if the Earth collapse happened first, even if the Goo Immortal had Wisdom Path methods, they would not be able to use them. The first to strike gained the upper hand, the last to strike would suffer a calamity. Once they lost the initiative, they were basically finished. This showed how strong the Grand Tribulation was, not to mention the myriad tribulation above it. Damn it! Wuxia struggled but to no avail. He sank deeper and deeper. He shouted in anger. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse. It is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was very calm. Or rather, Mo Yao's remnant soul inside was very calm. She had experience. When she was alive, she had helped her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. The Grand Tribulation she had seen was even more terrifying than this. In comparison, the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse was gentle and harmless. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. Wuxia sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was also stuck in the mud. His black feet were already half buried in the ground. Not just that, the front part of his left foot was tightly sewn to the ground. This was the result of Spectral Soul's body being attacked by Immortal Goo House embroidered tower earlier. From this, it could be seen that even though Spectral Soul was extremely powerful, he had already used his full strength, he was not in control of the situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at Heaven overseeing tower, preventing it from moving, while the other 4 were staring at the sky. Above the sky in the sky, the gray sorrowful clouds became denser. They started to descend. The second myriad tribulation descended. But it was different from the first round's Wind Lightning Prison. Wind Lightning Prison was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, wind lightning surrounded the body, trapping it. But this myriad tribulation was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly like a silent mountain peak. Could it be that the main body has already been hit? Wuxia shouted. He was incomparably anxious. This is such a good opportunity, why don't you counterattack? But even when the gray sorrowful clouds enveloped Spectral Soul, the latter did not move at all. He only stared at Heaven overseeing tower, controlling it firmly. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals complained incessantly. They used phantom techniques to allow Heaven overseeing tower to evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's phantom path attainment level was beyond imagination. He was definitely at Great Grandmaster level. Heaven overseeing Tower's void tactic. Instead, he was used by Spectral Soul, unable to return to his main body. If he couldn't return to reality, how could he fight? How could he harass him? The myriad tribulation is coming. Wuxia gnashed his teeth as he waited for the gray clouds to slowly cover him. Immortal zombie Boqing squinted his eyes, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds descended. But it seemed to be completely unharmed. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Wuxia was nervous for a long time. But there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock and confusion. Immortal zombie Boqing did not answer him. But someone among the celestial court's Gu immortals recognized this myriad tribulation. But Wuxia did not know the answer. Is this gray memory? That celestial court's Gu immortal who recognized it shouted. What is gray memory? The celestial court's Gu immortal fell into his memories. When I was young, I had once inherited a rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance. Back then, this rank 8 Gu immortal encountered the myriad tribulation gray memory and lost miserably. Before dying, he barely managed to leave behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation does no damage to the body, but it directly draws out the deepest memories in the heart. These memories, they are all the trauma to the Gu immortal who underwent the tribulation, or the shadow of their lives. Don't underestimate this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 ancestor could not even last 30 minutes under this myriad tribulation before losing his will to fight. He was dejected and had no more battle intent. There was no more interest in living. As the saying goes, you are your own greatest enemy. For example, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. Then isn't his greatest enemy himself? People live in this world, even if they become rank 9 venerables, there will be times when they are weak. They will always cultivate step by step from being weak, becoming stronger and stronger. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world. His killing nature was extremely terrifying. Later generations guessed that he had been stimulated by something when he was young. Who does not have pain hidden in the deepest part of their heart? Who does not have shameful things that are hard to talk about? Who has not made decisions that go against their nature? Growing up, who has not made mistakes? Amazing, amazing. This myriad tribulation is truly amazing. I'm afraid Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is going to die here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, Spectral Soul did not move. He knew that no matter what attack he used, this tribulation could not be resolved. Only by immersing himself in it and facing the past, the shadows, the shame and anger, could he pass the tribulation. The gray fog around him suddenly had light. It even emitted sounds. What appeared in front of the immortals was the scene of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. A group of Gu masters surrounded the family of 3. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted with malevolent expressions, "Father! You can't kill Mother!" A boy protected his heavily injured mother as he shouted with all his might, "Humph! Everyone in the demonic path deserves to be killed. Killing family for the sake of righteousness is the way of the righteous path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can we cleanse the humiliation of our clan." The leading Gu master was an elderly man. He spoke righteously and shouted angrily. It was the boy's grandfather, the clan leader. The clan leader's words were echoed by many elders and elite Gu masters. They raised their arms and shouted, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" Whoosh! With a soft sound, fresh blood splattered. The boy quickly turned around, but at the next moment his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that his father had already moved past him. His face was red, he gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with tears. The intense emotions in his heart could not be suppressed. The sharp blade in his hand was already deeply stabbed into his beloved wife's heart. The boy opened his mouth, wanting to call out, but he did not make any sound. From that day on, he became a man of few words. Evidently, this boy was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of the myriad tribulation gray memory, the shadow of his childhood, It was no longer hidden in the person's heart. It was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog changed, another scene appeared. It was about a few years later. The boy had already grown up. He stood cautiously in front of his grandfather. As the clan leader, his grandfather drank a mouthful of tea as he asked slowly, "I asked you to read our clan's history books. Did you gain anything these days? Come tell Grandpa." "Grandpa." The boy first bowed before saying, "I have gained a lot these days. I have gained some insights." "Oh, tell me about it," the old man said with some interest. "Looking at history, I found that there is one great principle in this world, that is, kill." The boy said calmly, "Kill?" The old man frowned. His tone was slightly heavy. "Explain it to Grandpa." "Yes." The boy continued. "We are hungry, we need food to fill our stomachs, we need to kill prey to fill our stomachs. We have enemies, we need to kill them and remove the threat. The world is at peace. We need to kill our benefactors and gain control." The boy spoke calmly, but did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued. "Looking at history, it was you who killed me. I killed you. What is a hero? It is killing many enemies. What is a loser? It is not being able to kill the enemy and getting killed." Actually, even though it is just a word, there is a lot of knowledge behind it. How to kill? Do you use goo worms or hire goo masters to do it for you? Sometimes. You cannot kill openly. If you do it openly, you will attract huge trouble, so you choose to assassinate. There are many differences in assassinations, for example. "Enough!" The old man shouted angrily, and in his anger, he smashed the cup in his hand on the ground. The shards landed on the boy's face, causing a wound and blood to slowly flow down. The old man jumped and stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting angrily, "I let you read the history books. It was to let you admire the achievements of our clan's predecessors and learn about our clan's glorious history. It was to let you understand propriety, justice, honor and shame, and let you know the glory of the righteous path. You actually comprehended the word, kill? What kind of evil logic is this? You are grounded for a month. Stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes." "Yes, Grandpa." The boy accepted the order. His tone was soft, but his eyes shone with stubbornness. In the gray fog, the scene changed again. A few years later, the boy had become a rank 1 goo master. Today I finally refined the aura concealment goo and hid in the study room, giving Grandpa a huge shock. The young man sneaked into the study room. Wrong. I am only a rank 1 goo master, but Grandpa is a rank 4. It is easy for him to find me. Why don't I hide behind the secret door in the secret passage and then come out to scare Grandpa? The young man changed his mind, opening the secret door and hiding inside. Not long after, he heard noises. He did not dare to open the secret door and could only listen. 2 people entered the study room. His grandpa's footsteps were heavy and hurried. He was clearly furious. This unfilial son. He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his own father. The old clan leader was furious, slamming the table with a loud sound. "Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Clan leader, the news of you obtaining an 80-year lifespan goo has already been leaked. Young clan leader's murderous intentions are without a doubt." A hoarse voice sounded. The young man immediately recognized this was a clan elder, the clan leader's trusted aide. This unfilial son wants to seize power from me. Do you think it is possible?" The clan leader shouted. "Lord Clan Leader, young clan leader has many higher-ups around him," only to hear the hoarse voice speak again. After a moment of silence, the young man's grandpa's voice sounded. "This unfilial son's forces cannot be underestimated. If we openly kill him, not only will it damage the righteous path's reputation, it will also cause internal strife in the clan and deplete the clan's strength. Then we should prepare well, strike first, and find a chance to secretly assassinate him. A dead man's lamp goes out. As long as we kill this unfilial son, the other clan elders will naturally leave." Clan leader is wise. In the secret passage behind the secret door, the young man tightly covered his mouth, his whole body trembling. Chapter 1021. Tai Bai Yunxing carried Fang Yuan and flew away. He Lulan took one last look at the gray fog in the sky. Spectral soul demon Venerable's tragic childhood made He Lulan who had similar experiences, sigh with emotion. For some reason the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse did not make things difficult for them. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan tightly grasped this chance. They were overjoyed as they escaped. The 10 extreme formation had also entered a crucial period. It could not restrict the surroundings. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan escaped very smoothly. Soon they threw the Battle of Etian Mountain to the back of their minds. A few minutes later, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Feng Yuan, wake up! He Lulan slapped Feng Yuan's face, but the latter still had no reaction. He was sleeping soundly. Without Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional wall. But that would be a huge loss. Northern Plains Gu Immortals? A voice came from the sky. Shortly after, 3 southern border Gu Immortals descended. Seeing He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's battered appearance, the leading Gu Immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Etian Mountain? Speak, what happened there? Tai Bai Yunsheng had a guarded expression. He Lulan sneered. If you want to know what happened, go and take a look. The 3 southern border Gu Immortals snorted coldly. Their cultivation level was not high. The reason they came to investigate was because the Gu Immortal experts of their respective clans were near Etian Mountain. There was no news of them. No matter which super force, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Moreover, right now, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's aura were weak. They were covered in injuries. They looked extremely weak and battered. I told you to speak, so speak obediently. Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to southern border. They are also so arrogant. Attack! Take down those 3 first. Thus this sudden battle broke out. On the battlefield of Etian Mountain, the gray clouds were still spreading. It was a stalemate. No matter how hard the Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried, they could not get rid of their phantom state. As for Wuxia and Bo Qing, they were trapped on the ground, unable to move. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. It was very strange. Inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, there was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. No one knew what had happened during Bo Qing's tribulation. But when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. Mo Yao's remnant soul was also in the gray fog, revealing the deepest sorrow in his heart. Humph! Immortal zombie Bo Qing laughed coldly. Mo Yao's remnant soul displayed its resolute side in the face of the unbearable past and its shadow. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Wuxia, who was beside him. Wuxia was looking at the gray fog image beside Bo Qing. I don't know either. Wuxia scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Saying so, Bo Qing had a worried expression. Myriad Tribulation Gray Memory had no threat to someone like Wuxia. Because Wuxia was too young, he did not have much experience in life. But to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was a completely different concept. This second Myriad Tribulation is extremely sinister. Inside the gray fog, not only are the shadows of the past shown to the outside, even the emotions in the depths of one's heart will change. It will allow one to experience the emotions of the past again. These memories of my early years. My heart is already filled with sorrow. If I recall Qinglang, I'm afraid I will be the same. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is older. He has more experience than me. How will he face this? Thinking of this, Mo Yao's remnant soul activated his immortal zombie body, raising his head to look again. Inside the gray fog, Spectral Soul was like an iron mountain, unmoving and silent like death. Around him the gray fog rolled, and countless colorful waves of smoke rose. These smoke waves depicted all sorts of scenes. They were already showing the time when Spectral Soul became a Gu Immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Lad, you want to inherit my inheritance? In the darkness, 2 eyes that were as large as lanterns suddenly lit up. Yes, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was a man of few words. He wore a black robe, his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He had a cold expression, only his eyes flickered with a trace of light. Yeah. From the darkness came a maniacal and arrogant laughter. It grew louder and louder until it was deafening. After a long while, the laughter gradually stopped. It seems that you have made up your mind. Then accept the test of the inheritance. Roar. With a loud roar, a monster stepped out of the darkness. This monster had 4 thick limbs. Its body was covered in thick scales. It had the head of a crocodile. Its wide crocodile mouth was wide open. Its sharp teeth were shining with cold light. They were like daggers. On its head there were 2 curved dragon horns. And on its body there was also the aura of a Gu immortal. Evidently this was a beastman Gu immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant humans in history during the era of the 3 demon venerables. They suffered the greatest losses. To think that during spectral soul's growth, he would meet a beastman Gu immortal. This beastman Gu immortal with dragon horns and crocodile head opened its mouth, biting at spectral soul. But Gu immortal spectral soul did not dodge. The beastman bit down fiercely, breaking spectral soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack crack. The beastman chewed under its sharp teeth. Spectral soul's arm was crushed into bone and meat paste. Thick blood flowed out from the gaps of its teeth, flowing everywhere. With a gulp, the beastman's throat moved. He swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, along with the arm bone. This is great. I have not eaten such fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The beastman Gu immortal shouted, pouncing forward again. Spectral soul did not retreat, he let it bite. The beastman Gu immortal quickly ate his other arm and 2 legs, eating them. Intense pain assaulted him, but spectral soul was expressionless. He did not even frown. Instead, the beastman Gu immortal showed some fear. You are different from the others. The beastman Gu immortal stopped. He sized up spectral soul. His tone was full of praise. You are not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I have done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance. They forced me to eat them. They looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed. Others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all. I know it clearly when I eat it. Then is my flesh tasty? Spectral soul asked plainly. The beastman Gu immortal frowned, recalling. To speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice, your bones are tough, they are not tasty. It is like when I was young, I was hunted by you humans. I had to run around in a world of ice and snow. I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. Ha ha. I have been trapped here. I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now. This is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans, as well as the greasy intestines. I love them the most. Ha ha ha. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the beastman Gu immortal grabbed. He broke open spectral soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The beastman Gu immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of spectral soul, he slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the beastman Gu immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into spectral soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The beastman Gu immortal's movements froze. He became furious. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big. I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing spectral soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The beastman Gu immortal took out spectral soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting spectral soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral soul's calm gaze started to change. He became interested in it. The beastman Gu immortal felt this gaze. His expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs. You find it interesting? The beast man Gu Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course. Eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat, we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables, we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water, we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus, your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend another layer of profound meaning of killing. The beast-man Gu Immortal heard this and stared at Spectral Soul with wide-opened eyes, like he was looking at a nightmare. His head was dripping with cold sweat. This young man in front of him was making him lose his appetite. He swallowed his saliva, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body. Let's see how arrogant you can be. The beast-man Gu Immortal shouted angrily as he swallowed. His eyes were bloodshot and he had a crazed expression. Soon, Gu Immortal's Spectral Soul was eaten until only his head was left. At this moment, the spectating Celestial Court Gu Immortals, as well as immortal zombie Boqing and Wuxia, were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal's Spectral Soul was still calm. His gaze was calm. What kind of will is this? Someone among the Celestial Court Gu Immortals gasped. That Celestial Court Gu Immortal, who was very confident in gray memory, saw this and had a grim expression. He lost his confidence. But at this time, the beast-man Gu Immortal suddenly laughed wildly. He laughed crazily. He was very happy. Tears were flowing down from the corners of his eyes. He was full of mockery. Ha ha, you were deceived. But don't be sad. You are the 270th person who has been deceived. Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul's gaze flickered. Is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, when I cultivated to rank 8, Zhou Kuangren trapped me and did not kill me. He wanted to obtain my food path. I was not his match. But he wanted my things. They were not easy to obtain. Thus, I made an agreement with him. I would pass my food path to a human descendant, but not to him. But the inheritor would have to endure my devouring test. After the agreement was made, I was trapped here. Many human descendants came to me and passed the test, obtaining food path. But even Zhou Kuangren would not understand my power. I am covered in food path Dao marks. I have already reached an unprecedented level. I can eat rocks to appease my hunger. I can drink wind to fill my stomach. I can even devour goo worms to increase my Dao marks. I've spent 1,000 years devouring the Dao marks here day and night, and I've long since broken the contract from back then. Ha ha ha, so do you understand? Next, I will devour your head and turn your entire body into my nutrients, to nourish me and let me recover. Don't worry, I will remember you. You are the most special person among all the pitiful people I have devoured. So that's it. Spectral Soul's expression was indifferent. He was very calm. The beast-man Gu Immortal's expression froze. He suddenly grabbed his throat, shouting in fear. What's going on? What's going on? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. I have never placed my life and death in the hands of others. Not to mention the agreement between immortals from 1,000 years ago. Do you think my fleshly body is that delicious? Every piece of flesh you eat contains a portion of my soul. You are a great expert in food path. Coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path? When did this path appear? And when your soul is split, the pain you feel is 10,000 times worse than your body being torn apart. Let me tell you, I am the ancestor of soul path. As for the slight pain, if you experience it carefully, isn't the feeling of killing very wonderful? Spectral Soul had just finished speaking when the beast-man Gu Immortal's face turned ashen. He froze. He was dead. He died with grievances. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Gu Immortal Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had a head left. But the beast-man Gu Immortal's eyes were filled with fear. To be continued. Chapter 1022. Not just the Beastman Gu immortals, even the Celestial Court Gu immortals who saw this were shocked. Greater than over equal to demon? Demon. This spectral soul is completely obsessed. Even though there is an objective cause, his heart is filled with demonic nature. He thinks that nothing cannot be killed. His greatest joy is killing. He thinks that the core of the great Tao of heaven and earth is killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable and cause the greatest massacre in the world. Even the pain of his soul being torn apart feels wonderful to him. He looks calm and rational, but he has already gone insane to the extreme. Nobody can save him. He is beyond redemption. I have to admit, an invincible heart is the foundation of an invincible body. His understanding is simply demonic, but because of this, his heart is not shaken. Everything can only reinforce the most erroneous belief in his heart. Myriad tribulations are discouraged. They might not be able to restrain him. Even though he is no longer a demon venerable and cannot be invincible body, his heart is still invincible. The Celestial Court Gu immortals' disgust, anxiety, fear, disdain and hatred were written all over their faces. Chirp, 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 chirp. Right at this time in the sky there was a clear and melodious chirping of birds. The Celestial Court Gu immortals looked up and were overjoyed. Myriad tribulation. Another myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation gray memory has not passed, but another myriad tribulation is about to descend. Spectral soul demon venerable defied heaven. Once he revives, all living beings will perish. Heaven will not allow him to do that, thus, an unparalleled tribulation will descend. It's impossible for him to succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and denser. Clear jade light shined in the sky. A large group of birds formed a formation. They flew down. Myriad tribulation grand clear space. Among the Celestial Court Gu immortals, someone recognized this move. It looked like flying birds, but it was the unparalleled power of space path. Wherever the birds flew, the world would be cleared. Nothing could be left behind. Its power was terrifying and unheard of. This is grand clear space? In history, there were Northern Plains predecessors who failed to pass this tribulation, but after surviving, they were inspired and created the immortal killer move 3 wings blue bird. Later generations used it to dominate the North region. That's right, it's this tribulation. Under the ardent expectations of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, the jade bird descended, flying around the mountain-like spectral soul. Wherever the flying bird went, it was like a sharp blade was stabbing into the body, creating long and deep wounds. Wounds covered his body. Soon, Spectral Soul's body was in a terrible state. Spectral Soul did not react. Wuxia, who was on the ground, screamed loudly. Immortal Zombie Boqing was also nervous. Gray fog coiled around Spectral Soul. It seemed to be its power that allowed Spectral Soul to be immersed in the past. Countless colorful smokes were thousands of zhang high in the sky. The surrounding 100 li rumbled as countless scenes appeared, displaying Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's rich life experiences. Suddenly, behind Spectral Soul's head, colorful smoke expanded, forming into a huge veil. He pushed away all the images around him. On the screen there was a green light. This was the Green Heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Gu masters were fighting with a group of Featherman Gu immortals. Spectral Soul was still a Gu immortal. He was mixed in. His black robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He rampaged in the battlefield with intense killing intent. Humans, you are going too far. The Featherman Gu immortal leader shouted angrily, throwing out an immortal Gu house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman Gu immortals flew into the immortal Gu house, as Sacred Feather City burst out with a dazzling light. The human Gu immortals were not their match. They were quickly defeated. Even Gu immortal Spectral Soul could not resist the power of the immortal Gu house. He was heavily injured and barely escaped death. Soon the huge veil vanished, turning into countless fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded Spectral Soul from all directions, surrounding him tightly. There was almost no way to escape. All the energy he had accumulated in his life, as long as he had emotions, they were all displayed at this moment. The spectators were dazzled and unable to take in all of them. Spectral Soul's entire life seemed to be condensed at this moment. Everyone could see that he was moving further on the demonic path. His killing intent was getting stronger, his cultivation level was also getting higher. A huge veil was pulled open, pushing away the surrounding images. This was at the side of Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the immortals understood. The larger the scene depicted by the colorful smoke, the more it showed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's turbulent emotions at that time. Thus, once this scene appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. This was a silver-white space. It was where thieving heaven's true inheritance was. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul charged in alone. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Thieving heaven, even though you are a demon venerable, you are already dead. Leave behind your inheritance and leave it to me." However, thieving heaven's true inheritance was left for otherworldly demons. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was not an otherworldly demon. He did not have the qualifications to inherit the inheritance. He used all his methods, spitting out blood. His face was pale as he returned in defeat. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world and slaughtered all living beings. He stood at the peak, his hair was white. Looking afar, corpses were everywhere. Living beings were in a state of misery. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul attacked a certain superforce and slaughtered countless people just to obtain lifespan goo. He played with this lifespan goo in his hand. His gaze was perplexed. He looked at heaven and earth, muttering to himself, "Heaven, since you wanted to kill us, why did you create us?" He had invincible strength, but his heart was perplexed. His killing Tao could not explain this doubt. Another big screen appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to thieving heaven's true inheritance space. This was the place where he had failed when he was young. The will of thief Providence appeared in front of him. Anyone who becomes a venerable has something extraordinary about them. But I hope you can be merciful and preserve my true inheritance for a fated person. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his arms behind his back. He had a cold expression. "When I was young, I desired everything here. But now I have already achieved Supreme Tao. The things here, no matter how precious they are, they no longer attract me. I came here because I have a question." The will of thief Providence smiled. "I understand. People who have reached our level, they have many questions about heaven and earth. How about this? I will share my experience with you. You can use it as a reference." Okay. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable nodded. The will of thief Providence continued. "You might already know that I am not a person of this world. Using your understanding, I am an otherworldly demon. The world I came from has a different scenery and foundation from this world. To me, I am only a guest here. I want to go home. I have been working hard for this my entire life. My original name is Benjia Sunday. My original appearance has golden hair and azure eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancé. We were discussing the wedding preparations. My social status is also very high because I am a mecha master." Chicken rack? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes shined with deep interest. He had traveled the 5 regions, but this was the first time he heard about the world outside the heavens. Mecha, you can think of it as a type of puppet or armor. When a person is inside, they can control it and unleash immense battle strength. The will of thief Providence explained. A moment later, another scene appeared. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable held a giant sun true inheritance. After looking at it, he sighed. This possession method can extend lifespan. But using the soul to possess the body is merely a method to prolong one's life. Death is unavoidable. To extend lifespan Gu is the most important. The path of Gu Immortals. There are many calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult. Giant Sun, oh Giant Sun, even if you created 88-point Jinyang Tower to plunder Northern Plains lifespan Gu. But Providence is dangerous. It produces fewer and fewer lifespan Gu. Even if you take all the lifespan Gu in the world, so what? Producing lifespan Gu is the work of Providence. To live forever in this world, Providence is the key. In the river of time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a budding red lotus on the river. His entire body was emitting dense darkness that corroded the red lotus. Finally, after using all his strength, he successfully left behind a ghostly face on the surface of the red lotus. The most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. Spectral soul demon venerable sighed. His face was filled with fatigue, but his eyes were shining. I want to see why you purposely stopped and left behind the remnant fate immortal goo back then. A long while later, Spectral soul demon venerable's expression was filled with shock and confusion. He muttered to himself, Star constellation immortal venerable's scheme is so deep. So only a complete otherworldly demon can completely destroy fate. Like thieving heaven demon venerable, he is only half an otherworldly demon. Similar to the immortal killer move soul piercing that I created. Because his soul originates from an otherworldly world, while his body originates from this world. To extend my lifespan, I have to go against the heavenly Tao and Providence. Unfortunately, Providence has no soul. I cannot kill Providence. Maybe by using the essence of this Red Lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon. In a dark secret room, Spectral soul demon venerable sat cross-legged on the ground. Countless goo formations were set up in front of him. Inside the goo formation there were many corpses. There were males and females, young and old, as well as variant humans. Spectral soul demon venerable's hair was disheveled. His hands and body were covered in blood. He was thin like a skeleton, but his eyes were deep in his eye sockets, shining with bright light. He stared at a book in his hand. The Legends of Runzu. The Legends of Runzu, the Legends of Runzu. To think that I only understood you today. You are the description of human path. The true inheritance left behind by Runzu. Using human path methods, I can create a new body. After my soul transforms, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can also, a pity. It is too late, it is too late. My injuries are too severe, death is right in front of me. This scene made the celestial court's goo immortals extremely shocked. Spectral soul demon venerable was invincible in the world, but he died because of his injuries. Who was it that injured him? Or did he injure himself while experimenting with human path methods? Myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space was still ongoing. Chapter 1023. It was another scene. Inside the Gate of Life and Death. Obsession Death Realm. Spectral soul demon venerable no longer had a physical body. What was in front of everyone was a soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his own appearance in the reflection of the lake and said to himself, very good. I created the soul-devouring method from Food Path. Not only did it allow me to recover to my peak condition, it also allowed me to devour the souls of other goo immortals and obtain their memories and cultivation experiences. This is considered a blessing in disguise. However, I haven't found the souls of any other immortal sovereigns or demon sovereigns. It was understandable that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not return either. Did he successfully return home? It's time to return to the human world. Without Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley blocking the way, it would be much easier for me to walk out of the Gate of Life and Death than Renzu. However, it's not appropriate for my main body to make a move for now. I'll first send some of my soul fragments out to pave the way for my main body. Humph. When I regain control of the universe, I'll deal with you. Spectral soul's gaze landed on a special soul. He was currently sleeping soundly, his entire body releasing a golden radiance. He was like a sun as he descended by the lakeside. In the following scene, it was no longer spectral soul, but 7 mortals. Seeing the light of day again, I am deeply moved. Among the 7 people, one of them looked up at the sun and said, even though we are mortals now, with the cultivation experiences given by our main bodies, we can definitely become goo immortals. The reverse flow river blocked the way. Originally, there were 10 clones, but only 7 of us made it out. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort for my main body to come out. Once someone with ulterior motives found out, it would be even more troublesome. They won't sit idly by. To be safe, we should split up and secretly develop in the 5 regions. Every once in a while, they will communicate with each other. If that's the case, why don't we create an organization to deceive people? Not bad. Let's call it the Shadow Sect. It's as inconspicuous as a shadow, but it's everywhere. One day, the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. Alright. There are 7 of us. They were called Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Just like the immemorial 7 heavens, they were once high and mighty, but now they had fallen. This is a warning to myself not to be lazy and slack. So it's Sword Immortal Bo Qing. It really is one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals exclaimed. One of the old women said in shame. The evidence is irrefutable. My spirit affinity house is indeed at fault for failing to supervise. It's impossible to guard against a demon venerable's means. Even the celestial court was infiltrated by a traitor of his soul. Not to mention spirit affinity house. Fortunately, the pagoda master noticed. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower to discover this shocking secret. That gave us a chance to stop this unparalleled demon. The celestial court's Gu Immortals sighed. Right now, even though they could not continue to harass him, Spectral Soul's situation was not good either. Ever since the descent of Grey Memory Myriad Tribulation, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the Myriad Tribulation grand clear space to attack him. His injuries were terrible to look at now. Qing. On the ground within immortal zombie Bo Qing's body, Mo Yao's remnant soul was also moved by the image of the handsome middle-aged man. Around her. Similarly, gray fog surged, showing a moving scene from deep within her memories. It was a scene of ruins, mangled corpses, blood was flowing everywhere. It seemed like she had gone through an intense battle. Qing. Don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how can I live? Mo Yao hugged Sword Immortal Bo Qing, crying helplessly. Bo Qing weakly held Mo Yao's hand. At this point, I will not hide anything from you. I come from Shadow Sect. I was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You loved the wrong person falling in love with me. It will only cause you to suffer. Go quickly, go. If not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook, she shook her head. She rejected firmly. No, I won't go. I don't care what your identity is, I only know that we love each other deeply, that is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. I cannot live with you, but I can die with you. Oh. Wuxia watched from the side, clicking his tongue. He had a look of surprise on his face. Gray fog rumbled endlessly. The scenes around Spectral Soul became even more chaotic. Earlier it was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now it was split into 7 people. These 7 people had only inherited a small portion of the foundation. They all had their own hardships and pain. Moreover, every once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body in Obsession Death Domain would travel reverse flow river and send out his split souls. This made the scenes even more chaotic. However, there was still a huge scene that attracted everyone's attention. The 6 people from Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch to leave the door of life and death. They had all become immortals now. It is my fault. Green spoke. If I did not ask Green to teach that unscrupulous merchant of jewel yellow skies a lesson, Green would not have fallen in love and betrayed us, even exposing his main body. This is not your fault, Green. Green, Z comforted him. This is a trap set up by the will of the heavens. Didn't you realize it? When we were mortals, it was not obvious. But as our cultivation level grew, nothing went smoothly. We became more and more troubled. No matter what we do, there will be unexpected changes and setbacks. We need to deal with Green's matter quickly, otherwise, it will interfere with our main body's plan. What should we do? Green walks the path of sword path. He has the strongest battle strength. Do we need to gather together and get rid of him? Even though this is possible, the price is huge and the risk is high. I have a plan. If we succeed, we might be able to get Fairy Mo Yao to join us. Purple said leisurely. Oh, what plan? Purple smiled. Green fell in love because of Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal goo. Love. This goo is rank 9, its power is unrivaled. Green's fall is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete. He will not be able to defend against such an attack. But coincidentally, I gained some insights today. My wisdom path attainment level has risen to Great Grandmaster. Furthermore, we have been communicating. I have a deep understanding of Green's sword path. After Green's incident, I tried my best to deduce how to solve this problem. I deduced an immortal goo recipe that can refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Purple nodded. That's right. Wisdom sword cuts the threads of emotion. Even though this goo cannot rival rank 9 love goo, in fact, we only need to cut the love Dao marks on Green's body. We can make Green have a fortuitous encounter or inspiration. He will think that he created this brand new immortal goo recipe. Once he uses it, the threads of emotion on him will be cut. He will regain his rationality and return to us. Not just that, Mo Yao will still have the threads of emotion on her. We can use this to make her our own. Purple's words caused everyone to be overjoyed, and they praised him repeatedly. Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan. Haha, as expected of Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Purple. What? Seeing this, immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside, knew that her lover had indeed refined Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo in the future. Then after that, Green. Did he deceive my feelings or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul fluctuated intensely. She was filled with intense questions. Right at this time, another scene unfolded beside Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become venerable, even without my main body, I will be invincible in the world again, dominating the firmament. By then, with such invincible battle strength, even Providence would not be able to do anything to me. At least in this era, there are countless lifespan goo. Green slightly raised her head. Her tone was filled with pride. Don't underestimate Providence, Green said solemnly. Haven't the lessons we received over these years been enough? Purple, you are our strategist, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Green. From Green's first failure, as long as we make sufficient preparations and prevent any accidents, it should not be a problem. How is Fairy Mo Yao? Green laughed coldly. That foolish woman, she is actually prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. She is trying to draw the Grand Tribulation to herself when I undergo tribulation. Purple shook her head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal's luck is truly unique, it is impossible for her to succeed. But Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has this intention, why don't we give her that Change Soul Immortal Goo and that Immortal Killer move? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, your foundation will still be there. You can make a comeback quickly. It is good to prepare well. Green nodded emotionlessly. This scene caused immortal zombie Bo Qing's body to shake intensely. Wuxia sensed something amiss. He quickly said, Don't think too much. This is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not speak. He was silent like steel. His fists were clenched tightly. His muscles were tense and his eyes were shut. Shadow Sect's 5 immortals gathered. Blue failed. He used his immortal aperture to fuse with the immemorial blue heaven fragment to research Providence. He has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with a pained expression. The immortals were silent. After a long while, Purple spoke slowly. Even though Blue can be saved by external forces, I feel that we should not act rashly. This is a trap that Providence intentionally left behind to expose more of our members. Sigh. This can be seen from Green's second failure to break through to rank 9 realm. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times that of the first. Evidently, Providence does not allow us to become venerables. It has been targeting us all along. To tell you the truth, I have felt something amiss recently as well. First it was Green, then Blue, and I will be next. The immortals were shocked. They quickly said, Purple, don't think too much. This is not thinking too much. This is the premonition of a wisdom path Goo Immortal. After something happens to me, Goo Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, Providence's power is beyond our estimation, but it is not impossible to deceive it. From now on, Shadow Sect should lay low and accumulate strength in the dark. When it goes against heaven in the future, it will be best if it explodes in one go. Providence will not have enough time to react. Chapter 1024. It was another rather large painting. Green, let's go. Yellow grabbed Green's arm, dragging him out. No, I won't go. I can still be saved. Look at those 10 venerable immortal fetus Goo. They still have some aura left. Green shouted, struggling, "Let me go, that was my life's work. Do you think this explosion was an accident? Look at these rank 8 immortal materials, take a good look." Yellow shouted angrily. Green's body shook, clarity flashed in his eyes, he recognized them. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with lingering fear, "These immortal materials are all filled with providence." That was close. At that moment my mind was actually affected by providence. Even after setting up such a huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Trench, Providence still sensed us? Only a complete otherworldly demon cannot be sensed by Providence. We were sensed, there is nothing to be discouraged about. Give up, we will start again. Yellow consoled. Green was speechless, he stared at the sand, nodding with a heavy expression. "I already told you, your deduction is completely wrong. Red Lotus true inheritance has nothing to do with me." Gu Immortal, Dali said helplessly. The opposing time path Gu Immortal's face was shrouded in fog. It could not be seen clearly. Only the red lotus mark on his forehead was bright and clear. He or she sneered. "I used the time path methods of Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce. How could I be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is going to be on you." Dali was silent for a while before saying, "Then what else is there to say? Let's fight." Saying so, he charged forward. "You finally stopped hiding." The mysterious Gu Immortal was also filled with battle intent. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Gu Immortal Dali could not defeat his opponent. He was suppressed by the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. The myriad tribulation grand clear space was finally over. Spectral Soul could not resist at all. His body was covered in injuries by the countless green birds. His body had shrunk by a third. At the same time, Heaven Overseeing Tower was getting restless. It seemed like it was about to break free from phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had unknowingly dissipated. More than half of it had already dissipated. This meant myriad tribulation gray memory was also over. However, the calamity in the sky was still continuing. Another wave of myriad tribulation was gathering power above Spectral Soul's head. As long as Spectral Soul was not destroyed, Providence would never let him go. Myriad tribulations in oil poison. Droplets of sticky, poisonous oil dripped down from the sky. This oil seemed to be extremely hot. When it landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling sound as purple smoke rose. The oil had seeped and flowed into the wound. The parts of Spectral Soul that were corroded by the oil started to rot intensely. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from a single drop into a series, and then into countless strands, falling from the sky and enveloping a radius of several hundred li. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in the poisonous oil. It was corroding and rotting at a visible rate. His body was shrinking rapidly. But he still didn't move. Wuxia was down below. His face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't do anything as he was struck by the great tribulation, earth caving. Any movement or even excited thoughts would cause him to sink deeper and deeper. "What happened? You two ended up like this," he muttered, glancing at Immortal Zombie Boqing beside him. From the start, Immortal Zombie Boqing was silent like a statue. He did not move, as if his heart had died. He was indifferent to the outside world. Fortunately, they were under Spectral Soul's feet. Blocked by Spectral Soul's towering body, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Wuxia and Immortal Zombie Boqing. A few 100,000 li away, He Lulan and Tai Baiyunsheng helped each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border Gu Immortals chased after them. The consciousness of the 5 regions Gu Immortals. They were very strong. Even in the most enlightened Eastern Sea, outsiders did not have an easy time. They were often bullied and ostracized by Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lulan almost killed a southern border Gu Immortal, the situation went out of control. The southern border Gu Immortals were furious. Outsiders of Northern Plains were so arrogant. They were going too far. Not only did they fight in southern border, they even injured our people. What did they think our southern border was? Thus they chased relentlessly. Not just that, they even called for reinforcements. He Lulan and Tai Baiyunsheng were not in good condition to begin with, they were injured. They fought and retreated. Under their intentional guidance, they were getting further and further away from Yitian Mountain. No matter how ambitious He Lulan was, She did not dare to get close to that place. That was not a stage for rank 6 goo immortals. They were not even rank 7s, rank 8s were only side characters. That was the battlefield where Spectral Soul and Providence fought. The myriad tribulation dark oil poison had already ended. Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad tribulation. This myriad tribulation was unknown to the world. It had surpassed the limits of historical records. It was formless and had no substance. It only had an extremely profound and unfathomable aura. Wherever the aura went, Spectral Soul's body would explode again and again. Spectral Soul was a soul, but he was condensed into a solid form like a soul beast. Now that he was detonated by the aura, his mountain-like body was gone, only his skeleton was left. Large pieces of his soul were sent flying. Within the gray fog, another scene appeared. Inkstone coughed out blood. He held heavenly secret goo as he muttered, "So Fong Yuan has spring-autumn cicada. No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents who immortal blessed land to seize Dang Hun Mountain." Next, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He is an otherworldly demon and also has spring-autumn cicada. He has clearly escaped fate. This is the best chess piece for me to deal with Providence. Alright, let me cover for you and tie by Yunsheng, to prevent others from deducing you. Qin Baisheng observed the immemorial ruin bat secretly, as well as the calamities and tribulations in the world. This was the scene of Dongfang Naganori's reincarnation and tribulation. Dongfang Naganori only reincarnated, but because he was tainted by the main body's aura, Providence sensed him and sent such a calamity. In the future, when the main body revives, the calamities and tribulations will be even greater. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded. We can leave now, this probe against Providence has ended. But why is Chu Rong not back yet? This time, Fairy Jiangyu appeared with a terrible expression. Chu Rong is dead. The operation to retrieve ordinary thatched hut failed. What happened? Qin Baisheng was slightly shocked. Chu Rong has Fire Path Grandmaster attainment level. He has rank 7 cultivation level. He is 3 thatched demon immortals inheritor. Fairy Jiangyu said. This person has hidden himself deeply. His methods are ruthless, even I could not return. 3 thatched demon immortal forget it. I will give up on ordinary thatched hut. The plan is about to start. We cannot expose our identity because of this immortal goo house and cause Providence to attack us prematurely. Qin Baisheng thought for a while before saying. Luopa Valley. Shadow Sex Group had grim expressions as they faced the central continent goo immortals. Qin Baisheng's gaze was fixed on Feng Zhouge as he sighed. Providence's attack has already arrived. In order to protect the pawn Feng Yuan, Inkstone helped him conceal his tracks. Central Continent's goo immortals investigated Feng Yuan, but after following the clues, they ended up investigating us instead. What do we do now? Fairy Jiangyu asked. Seems we have no choice but to fight. Qin Baisheng gritted his teeth. Cough cough. Inkstone coughed non-stop. His face was pale. He was so weak and exhausted that he felt like he might not be able to catch his breath. This time I used heavenly secret goo and used 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it. I deduced that spring-autumn cicada's condition was not good. It had already been used. Seeing that Feng Yuan came to Etian Mountain in advance, he clearly knows about the battle at Etian Mountain. This means that my main body had already failed once, so he used that Red Lotus True Inheritance to revive Feng Yuan, going back to the past and changing the future. Fortunately, it is only a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. There is no need to fear it. In that case, Feng Yuan is an excellent benchmark. Looking at his performance, I will be able to deduce more things. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just search his soul? Would it affect the overall situation? According to my arrangements, Bo Qing, 7-star child, and the rest have already tried to delay Celestial Court. This result should be much better than my previous life. Old Man Inkstone sat in a pavilion. He looked at the white fog on the green mountain. It was changing unpredictably. Zombie Alliance has also made arrangements. It can be used as a backup plan to salvage the situation. Of course, it would be best if we can preserve it. I hope I won't need to use it. After using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I still have over 20 years of lifespan left. It is time to die. It is only natural for my split soul to return to my main body. But before I die, I will deduce the tribulations from my main body. A long while later. Cough, cough, cough. I did not die. That means I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, it's every generation of shadow sects think tanks. After countless deductions, they finally achieved a qualitative change. This is quite ironic. With heavenly secret immortal goo as the core, a wisdom path killer move can deduce the contents of the tribulations. However, this immortal goo was created by Paradise Earth. When he was alive, he did everything he could to get rid of the main body's influence, to think that after death, he would actually help shadow sects so greatly. Seeing this, the celestial quartz goo immortals were pale with fright. It turned out that shadow sect had already reached the stage of deducing tribulations. This meant that spectral soul was not moving in the myriad tribulation. It was quite suspicious. The mysterious myriad tribulation was gradually ending. The final myriad tribulation descended. Vine dragon tribulation. Countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and the ground, coiling around spectral soul's body. Soon, 1,000,000 vines wrapped around spectral soul, forming a huge ball of vines. They coiled around him, getting tighter and tighter. They even took root in spectral soul's body, absorbing his soul as nutrients. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation. The celestial quartz goo immortals shifted their gazes, coming to a realization. It turned out that shadow sect had already deduced the contents of the tribulations. They had made arrangements to deal with them. Spectral soul purposely did not resist. He wanted to use the power of the myriad tribulation to fuse his soul path foundation into the formation, using it as nutrients. What is he trying to refine? He is actually using his demonic soul as a goo material. Not just that. The myriad tribulation is actually engraving space path, poison path, chi path, wood path, and other Tao marks on his body, destroying his soul path Tao marks. The reason why he could injure spectral soul is because these Tao marks are not weaker than the soul path foundation he accumulated for 100,000 years. Gasp! Sensing this, the celestial quartz goo immortals drew in a sharp breath. It seemed that spectral soul not only refined himself, he even used the power of the myriad tribulation to help him achieve his goal. What exactly was he plotting? The 10 extreme formation was at its final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was getting brighter. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. His face was filled with unswerving determination as he said in a deep voice, "This can't go on. We need to destroy spectral soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we need to destroy this 10 extreme formation as soon as possible. But we are already in phantom form. No, we still have one chance to retaliate." This is the research result of the successive generations of heaven overseeing Tower Lords. It has always been a tightly guarded secret. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord said. The celestial quartz goo immortals were surprised and joyful. Then why aren't you using it? Heaven overseeing Tower Lord smiled bitterly, saying the price of using it. The celestial quartz goo immortals fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 1025. A moment later, someone stood up. Shadow sect can be sacrificed. Why can't our celestial court? I am willing to stay behind and control heaven overseeing tower. I am also willing. Sacrificing this body to kill a demon venerable, why not? More and more goo immortals stood up. Of course, there were also celestial court goo immortals who had different opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what spectral soul is refining. The situation is not irreversible yet. Where there is life, there is hope. Back then, when spectral soul was alive, he did not attack celestial court. Now that he is dead, he is definitely not as strong as when he was alive. What does our mighty celestial court have to fear? Heaven overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I have made up my mind. Those who are determined to stay behind, activate Heaven overseeing Tower with me. As for the rest, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, try to gather the remnant immortal goo houses and bring them back to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Courtside finally came to an agreement. Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly shot out a dazzling light. A pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was secretly shocked. He tried to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to prevent it from breaking free from phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not intend to break free from phantom form. In fact, its final counterattack method required it to maintain its phantom form at all times. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded in heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the new and stronger strength of Heaven Overseeing Tower. With a loud bang, a subtle change suddenly occurred in the surrounding area. The myriad tribulation bramble dragon was originally coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but at this moment, under Heaven Overseeing Tower's influence, it changed its target, directly pouncing towards the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's expression finally changed. Heaven Overseeing Tower's move was out of his expectations. Even though he had schemed for tens of thousands of years, deduced countless times, and expended the lives of generations of wisdom path Gu immortals, the entire plan had been deduced over and over again, perfected over and over again. But he still did not expect Heaven Overseeing Tower to have such a method. It could control myriad tribulations. What method was this? An intense aura erupted. Spectral Soul could no longer remain unmoved. He quickly used his methods to block the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced countless myriad tribulations. In order to complete the mysterious immortal Gu in the 10 extreme formation, his battle strength had already been greatly weakened. But at this moment, when he attacked with his full strength, his demonic might was still towering, and his might was invincible. He had lost more than half of his soul path Dao marks. However, at this moment, the light of Dao marks lit up one after another, and it was even denser and brighter than the stars in the sky. An unimaginably violent confrontation. One side controlled the myriad tribulations to attack, while the other's soul turned invisible to defend against the attacks of the countless vines. Even though he was alone, even though only his soul was left, Spectral Soul displayed miraculous battle techniques. He blocked all the vines and thorny dragons that came at him. The 10-terminal grand formation was tightly protected by him, and not a single drop of water could enter. Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was still in an illusory state, was disintegrating. Moreover, the speed of its disintegration was getting faster and faster. The countless mortal Gu that made up Heaven Overseeing Tower were slowly disintegrating. Including the immortal Gu, every second a large number of them were being destroyed. Within Heaven Overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, a rank 8 Celestial Court Gu immortal would die, dying on the spot. In order to control the myriad tribulations, Celestial Courtside had paid a huge price. It was the same for Spectral Soul. He was already heavily injured, and when he resisted the thorny dragon myriad tribulation, his soul and demonic body were rapidly weakening. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a balloon with a huge hole. The aura that had filled heaven and earth had weakened. The surging demonic might seem to have turned from a prairie fire into a bonfire. Spectral Soul, you are defying heaven. You will not have a good ending. Before dying, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord let out his final curse. Around him, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were all dead. Rumble. Only a small portion of Heaven Overseeing Tower remained. It completely disintegrated, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal Gu and immortal Gu. Following the pillar of light, they penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall and flew towards the depths of white heaven. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals who were left behind in white heaven took action and retrieved these immortal Gu. The most important one was Fate Immortal Gu. Spectral Soul's body had already shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds of meters. He was only tens of meters tall now. Not just that, his soul true body was not condensed, it was very transparent and drifted with the wind. His aura was extremely weak. The Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, also dissipated completely at this moment. A sword light flashed in the air. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had already flown to Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body shouted coldly, "Spectral Soul, return my son to me." Spectral Soul's gaze, however, was fixed on the 10 extreme formation. The formation's dark fog had already dissipated. The 10 extreme immortal zombies had already been sacrificed. Only a round ball was left, flickering with a dazzling 9-colored light. Immortal zombie Bo-Ching continued to get closer. You promised me that you would revive him. Spectral Soul slowly moved his gaze towards immortal zombie Bo-Ching's face. The split soul that created Bo-Ching was destroyed in the Grand Tribulation. Since the split soul is gone, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Bo-Ching clenched his fists. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Bo-Ching's main body. My revival also includes Bo-Ching's revival. I will rule the world in the future. It also means that Bo-Ching has reached rank 9 attainment level. Wasn't this what you hoped for back then? Spectral Soul said slowly. Old fool. Immortal zombie Bo-Ching was furious. He charged towards Spectral Soul. But the sword light had just appeared when it stopped. Immortal zombie Bo-Ching floated in front of Spectral Soul, unable to move. Are you the last obstacle to me? Such a pity. If it wasn't for Yen Shi's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now you forgot that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split soul. You also forgot who was secretly feeding them all these years. Spectral Soul's tone was cold. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now I will give you one last chance. Kill them to atone for your disobedience. They were naturally referring to the celestial court goo immortals deep in white heaven. Pooey. Foolish woman. At the next moment, Mo Yao's remnant soul was forcefully pulled out and swallowed by Spectral Soul. After swallowing this remnant soul, Spectral Soul's body became slightly more solid. Wuxia. Protect me, you will only need a dozen or so breaths of time to succeed. Spectral Soul said. Spectral Soul said as he shrunk to the size of a child. Yes. Wuxia flew up, standing beside Spectral Soul as he looked around vigilantly. The pillar of light that pierced the heavenly wind chi wall had vanished. There is no more chance. The celestial court goo immortals sighed. They stored the remaining goo worms in heaven overseeing tower and left. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand to touch this refined immortal goo. His eyes were filled with emotions. After planning for tens of thousands of years, I racked my brains and worked hard. Finally, today I refined this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will become half a heavenly demon. I will reach an unparalleled realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will be inferior to me, ha ha ha. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter contained madness, relief, smugness, and pride. He was venting. A gust of wind blew. Spectral Soul's figure swayed in the wind. He had expended almost all of his strength. If not for devouring Mo Yao's remnant soul, he might not even be able to maintain his basic form. The laughter stopped. Spectral Soul squinted with a dark light. But at the final juncture, I cannot be careless. The remaining soul path Dao marks on his body shined brightly at this moment. He could sense with his soul he had a huge range. In white heaven, the celestial court goo immortals had left behind many investigative goo worms. They had already left. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Soul light shone brightly. He opened his mouth and let out a breath of eerie chi. This breath of eerie chi flew upwards. It penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall that enveloped white heaven. The celestial court goo immortals' investigative goo worms were all destroyed. Not a single one was left. Spectral Soul looked around. Soon he saw Feng Yuan. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were protecting him. Feng Yuan was lying on the ground. His eyelashes were trembling. He was about to wake up. He is awake. He is about to wake up. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted in joy. He Lulan frowned deeply. She looked at the sky and said without turning her head, "Then why are you not waking him up? Use fixed immortal travel to leave this damned place." Spectral Soul frowned slightly, but soon his frown eased. Right now they were hundreds of thousands of li apart. The surrounding 10,000 li of Etian Mountain was covered by the myriad tribulation. It was completely destroyed. If Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel, he could only teleport 10,000 li away. Even if he woke up, he might not choose to take the risk here. Even if he chose to take the risk, Spectral Soul had enough time. Moreover, after being cleansed by the myriad tribulations, this world was exceptionally clean. The Gu immortals died. The immortal apertures they left behind were all refined by the 10 extreme formation. A small portion was also destroyed by the myriad tribulations. Only life and death blessed land was purposely preserved. There is no need to worry anymore. Something's not right. Spectral Soul suddenly looked at Wuxia. Wuxia blinked, looking at his main body. How much lifespan do you have left? Spectral Soul asked. Wuxia replied, we still have the time to brew a cup of tea. It is more than enough. Spectral Soul's heart was finally at ease. He could not hold on any longer. His body dissipated and condensed into a soul ball. It was the size of a basin. It was condensed into a solid form and floated towards sovereign immortal fetus Gu. During this process, Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Providence! He shouted as he sat up. He was filled with anger and anxiety. Feng Yuan, you finally woke up. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were overjoyed. Feng Yuan actually attacked his two benefactors. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were caught off guard. They were sent flying. Fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, Feng Yuan activated this rank 6 immortal Gu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered. Fixed immortal travel's activation failed. Damn it, I have to make it in time. He gritted his teeth, activating fixed immortal travel again. Before Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan arrived, he succeeded. He arrived at a place 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Looking at the battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, he was dumbfounded. His entire body turned cold. It was too late. Like Spectral Soul expected, Feng Yuan could not make it in time. But right when Spectral Soul was about to merge with sovereign immortal fetus Gu, a hand suddenly stretched out. Wuxia grabbed onto Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was already at the end of his rope. Before he could react, he heard Wuxia say 4 words. Let soul into dream. Wah! At the next moment, Spectral Soul fell into a dream realm. Feng Yuan's soul flew out of Wuxia's body. It quickly fused into the rank 9 immortal Gu in front of him. Chapter 1026. Let us rewind time to not too long ago. Heaven overseeing tower turned phantom, floating above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick black arms seemed to have shrunk greatly. They became thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed. The spreading dark clouds quickly gathered at the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, chop off these arms. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a sharp arrow. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would be cut off. Wuxia, quickly go and deal with the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Immortal Zombie Boqing quickly shouted. It was easy for them to deal with Feng Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Feng Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Feng Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, zither music resounded. Feng Yuan met star constellation immortal venerable again. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Feng Yuan quickly used his dream path killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Feng Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music reverberated. Star constellation immortal venerable smiled at Feng Yuan. She started to sing. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost this time. Deep in the dream realm, the only way to unravel it was. With his defeat, Feng Yuan had no way to turn the situation around. But at this time star constellation Immortal Venerable singing entered his ears again. The singing faded away. When a hero is down and out, his life is full of troubles and misfortunes. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages, the endless heavenly river surges. Worry. The night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace? How many spring and autumn does a person's heart change? Providence alone is boundless. Once again, a mysterious message flowed in Feng Yuan's heart. Feng Yuan's soul, which had fallen into a dream, violently shook. Things change in the spring and autumn, but providence is boundless. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of the last line of the poem. It turned out that the mysterious rank 7 immortal goo he obtained from immortal zombie Boqing was changed soul immortal goo. Back then, Mo Yao was worried that her beloved Boqing would fail the tribulation. He decided to use changed soul immortal goo at the crucial moment to swap their souls, to deceive everyone and save her beloved Boqing. Boqing also wanted to use Mo Yao to help him transcend the tribulation, but he was afraid that the tribulation would affect his will. Thus, he directly gave this immortal goo to Mo Yao instead of just renting it. Thus, changed soul immortal goo was refined by Mo Yao. It was filled with Mo Yao's will. Next, Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a goo formation. While stabilizing these immortal goo that he obtained, he slowly refined them. Because of Mo Yao's will, changed soul immortal goo was refined by Feng Yuan first. As for the other sword path immortal goo, because they were filled with Boqing's will, they were delayed and did not succeed before the Battle of Etian Mountain. They were still in Hu immortal blessed land. According to the last line of the poem, Feng Yuan could not escape by using Unravel Dream. He had to use Change Soul Immortal Goo to swap souls with Wuxia. Of course, it was not so simple. The information in Feng Yuan's heart contained an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move not only used Change Soul Immortal Goo as the core, it also included Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and Mini Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Goo. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to do it. From his previous successful experience, Feng Yuan knew that the reliability of this information was quite high. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Feng Yuan had no way out. The other party was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. With just his current foundation and strength, he could not shake the other party. Only by following this instruction would he have a chance of winning. Thus, he activated the Immortal Killer move. He succeeded. Feng Yuan and Wuxia's souls were swapped secretly. Feng Yuan's soul was originally hit by Let's Soul into Dream. He was trapped in a dream realm. After swapping souls, he secretly entered Wuxia's pure dream reality seeker physique body. And even though Wuxia's soul entered Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, it was trapped in the dream realm and replaced Feng Yuan. After swapping souls succeeded, Feng Yuan could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing himself in front of him, his thoughts moved quickly. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, this time why don't you try breaking free for me? Feng Yuan. Hey Lulan and Tai by Yunxing shouted. But Feng Yuan was in deep sleep. He could not wake up. At this moment, immortal zombie Boqing raised his hand, about to attack He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing. If he did not save them, he would suffer the backlash of the new alliance agreement. However, if he were to save the two of them, it would arouse suspicion, and he might even expose his identity. But soon Feng Yuan realized. I was thinking too much. Right now my immortal goo are still in my body. I have no way to stop Boqing. Even if Wuxia has many immortal goo, lead soul into dream is an immortal killer move. How can I use it? Feng Yuan could only watch helplessly. But a turning point suddenly appeared. An extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were all sucked into the ground. Their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restricted them. They could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. Boqing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. What made them even more shocked was that He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, and Feng Yuan were not affected by the grand tribulation. After He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom and could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 extreme formation had created a mysterious ball. The force that was restricting the surroundings vanished. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing brought Fang Yuan and quickly escaped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with killing intent, but he could only watch them escape helplessly. Soon He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and Fang Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's vision. Fang Yuan can run for now, but can he run for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best pawn to deal with Providence. How can we let you go so easily? As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected and became people who escaped from fate. Even if we do not deal with them, the celestial court will get rid of them. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan heard this and his thoughts moved rapidly, thinking, it seems that otherworldly demons are very useful to Shadow Sect. No wondering Wuxia only wanted to capture me alive and not kill me. Strange. Why did the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse not affect He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing? Providence. Forget it, the most important thing now is to familiarize myself with the dream path goo worms on me. If I attack later and I do not know lead soul into dream, won't I be exposed? Fang Yuan secretly checked and was shocked to find that he did not only have dream path immortal goo. There was also change soul immortal goo, attitude immortal goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, and other mortal goo were living in his soul and exchanged with him. And this immortal killer move that he obtained out of nowhere was still working. It allowed Fang Yuan to use all of Ying Wuxia's goo worms. It seems that attitude immortal goo played a crucial role. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceiving Wuxia's will in these dream path immortal goo and mortal goo. Just like how I used Mo Yao's fake will to deceive immortal zombie Bo Qing's immortal goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at immortal zombie Bo Qing who was beside him. If the other party knew that Ying Wuxia had changed, and was the culprit who framed Bo Qing and stole many sword path immortal goo, immortal zombie Bo Qing might kill Fang Yuan without hesitation. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though he changed souls and Fang Yuan left the dream realm, right now he was much weaker than before. Once he was found, there would be no hope. He was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die without a corpse. Fang Yuan focused his mind and started to move his limbs, struggling endlessly. In the end, his body sank deeper and deeper. He screamed and screamed, showing an angry expression. But in his heart, he was rejoicing. This grand tribulation, earth collapse, came at such a good time. I am deep inside, unable to free myself. I can't even move my thoughts. I can't attack. If I don't attack, I won't be exposed. This gives me a chance to familiarize myself with the foreign goo worms in my body. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse. It is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing saw this and quickly consoled with a calm tone. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Seeing that he did not suspect anything, he relaxed slightly. He sighed as he looked at Spectral Soul. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. But Spectral Soul was also in deep trouble. After the first myriad tribulation wind lightning prison, the second myriad tribulation, gray memory, descended. The speed at which the gray mist enveloped was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly, like a silent mountain peak. Did the main body get hit already? Fang Yuan shouted, feeling extremely anxious. This is a good chance, you should retaliate. But in truth he was thinking about other things. He was happy to see Spectral Soul being restrained. But on the other hand, he was also within the range of myriad tribulation gray memory. He felt uneasy. Chapter 1027. The myriad tribulation is here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing also squinted. His muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous for a long time. But there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the celestial court Gu immortals recognized this as the myriad tribulation, gray memory. But Feng Yuan and Imo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon Feng Yuan and Imo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth, in his entire life Spectral Soul's mental interrogation, as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time, Tai Bai Yunxing carried Feng Yuan and flew out. He Lulan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Feng Yuan's body, Wuxia was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end he missed his target. This was a dream realm so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Wuxia's exasperation. Let me out, let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She did not show any joy or anger. Wuxia blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered. Don't panic, calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also, the Gu immortals around Feng Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Feng Yuan's identity. Now I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Yitan Mountain. But Wuxia was destined not to get what he wanted. Cause next, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing not have the time to think of a way to wake Wuxia up, they were even further away from Yitan Mountain. Wuxia and immortal zombie Boqing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Boqing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Humph, immortal zombie Boqing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist? Boqing looked at Wuxia who was beside him. Feng Yuan thought. I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected Spectral Soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Feng Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Feng Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Feng Yuan off. Feng Yuan did not get exposed. Could it be that this is the will of the heavens deliberately conniving? Earlier, Providence did not interfere with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, because it wanted them to bring my body out. Far away from here? Feng Yuan had many guesses in his mind, but behind these guesses, there was an icy coldness. When Feng Yuan thought about it, his hair stood on end, he felt a lot of fear. But now, facing immortal zombie Boqing's suspicion, Feng Yuan could only play dumb. I don't know either. Feng Yuan scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Boqing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Boqing did not suspect Feng Yuan. Most of its attention was on Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul was very worried about Spectral Soul's main body. Next, the gray mist showed the scene of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable inheriting the Beastman Gu Immortal's food path true inheritance. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's nature made Feng Yuan gasp in shock. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were in an uproar. But they were in phantom form and could not attack. At this time the third myriad tribulation descended in the sky, grand clear space. Countless green birds attacked Spectral Soul with terrifying might. Feng Yuan's and Mo Yao's remnant soul's expressions changed. Next, Feng Yuan saw all sorts of scenes in the gray mist. Sacred Feather City, Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, Red Lotus in the River of Time. So Spectral Soul Demon Venerable already knew the location of Sacred Feather City when he was alive. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's name is Benjie Sun. Even though he is an otherworldly demon like me, he is not from Earth. Lifespan Gu. It seems that providence is the greatest restriction of immortal venerables and demon venerables. Red Lotus. Ghostface. The last time my rebirth failed, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who helped me. I understand now, in the previous life the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed, the 10 extreme formation could not be completed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used me to start anew. What? The Legends of Renzu is Renzu's true inheritance. Next, Feng Yuan saw that Spectral Soul, who was using the soul-devouring method, suffered in front of the Golden Light Soul. He saw that 7 of the 10 split souls returned to the human world. Next, combined with the gray memories of Mo Yao's remnant soul, he learned about the cause of Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu's creation, as well as the grudge between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. Is that soul emitting golden light and sleeping soundly the verdant great sun? The one formed from Renzu's right eye? Bo Qing is Qing. That purple is actually Tai by Yunxing's master, the Zishan Makoto that I made up. So back then, this was the truth of Mo Yao and Bo Qing's history. Providence. It turns out that these superb immortal Gu materials are all over Providence. Shadow Sect was wary of them and had to give them up. After I obtained them, they did not seem to pose any threat to me. But what about in the future? If I carry these immortal materials with me, does that mean I will receive the attention of Providence? So that's it. Shadow Sect's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Dali is the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Everything makes sense now. At this time the myriad tribulation of grand clear emptiness dissipated. Dark oil poison's myriad tribulation descended, and continued to destroy Spectral Soul. The following scenes made Feng Yuan even more shocked. He finally understood the secret of possessing Spring-Autumn Cicada. Shadow Sect already knew about it. Because of Shadow Sect's help, even after he destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he was not exposed for so long. Instead, Qin Baishang and the rest from Shadow Sect. They blocked the calamity for him and fought a bloody battle against Feng Jioga and the rest. Shadow Sect was so powerful, they actually deduced all the calamities and tribulations. The secret of rebirth I possess Spring-Autumn Cicada. After this battle, everyone knows about it. Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul seemed to want to make use of my otherworldly demon identity, but it backfired and caused Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch to be almost wiped out. No, from a certain perspective. Doesn't this show how powerful Providence is? Shadow Sect can deduce all the calamities and tribulations. What method did they use? This is simply a great weapon for passing tribulations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to have become the strongest venerable. He might have been on par with other venerables when he was alive, but he created the soul-devouring method through the food path true inheritance. He could also seize other cultivation memories and experiences. Thus, he did not raise attainment levels directly like Dream Realms. But after so many years of accumulation and development, he dabbled in many other paths. He definitely has great Grandmaster attainment in Formation Path and Wisdom Path. It is not strange for him to deduce all the calamities and tribulations. In this case, it is too abnormal for him to be unmoved. Could it be? Did he do this on purpose? Dark oil poison and gray memory faded, but the Thorn Dragon tribulation descended. Heaven Overseeing Tower used its final counterattack. It could actually manipulate the myriad tribulation to attack the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's defensive battle. Feng Yuan, who was witnessing this, was tongue-tied. He had once been proud of his accumulated battle techniques, but compared to Spectral Soul, it was nothing. Eventually, Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart. Celestial Court side lost. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sacrificed. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Spectral Soul's physique. He was only a few meters tall. He was no longer as solid as before, his aura was weak. Mo Yao's remnant soul controlled his immortal zombie body to fly into the sky, questioning Spectral Soul, but he was killed. Are you the last obstacle to me? Such a pity. If it wasn't for Yen Shi's warning before he died, You might have caused some trouble. But now did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split souls? Did you forget who was the one secretly feeding them all these years? Spectral Soul's words made Feng Yuan's heart tighten. Using this period of time, he had already comprehended a lot of the contents of Lead Soul into Dream. This was also because he only had goo worms that were used to create Lead Soul into Dream. Even though Shadow Sect designed this killer move for him, it was divided into several levels according to his cultivation level. But Wuxia organized them well, piling all the goo worms he needed into a pile. By doing so, he would be able to use goo worms more quickly and simply, and activate killer moves more quickly. But at the same time it made it easier for Feng Yuan to comprehend the profundities within. Feng Yuan understood. Against Spectral Soul's main body, I might only have one chance to attack. If I fail this time, even if I have attitude goo, once Spectral Soul reacts, I will not have another chance. Spectral Soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul as he said to Feng Yuan, Wuxia, protect me. If you protect me, it will only take a dozen or so breaths of time to complete the task. Yes. Feng Yuan had a calm mind. He flew up and stood beside Spectral Soul, looking around vigilantly. There is no chance. The Celestial Court's goo immortals sighed as they retreated. After tens of thousands of years of planning and painstaking effort, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo today. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will have half a heavenly demon body. I will reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will lose to me. Haha. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo? Feng Yuan had a thought. What is the use of this goo worm? It can allow Spectral Soul to reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached? Is this realm the same as eternal life? But at the final juncture I cannot be careless. Spectral Soul squinted as he started to investigate. Feng Yuan's heart almost skipped a beat. But in the end, Spectral Soul only breathed out to get rid of the investigative goo worm. As I expected, the final line of the poem shows the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to defend against the senses of ghosts. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable was able to steal Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. He could travel through Obsession Death Domain without being harassed by countless souls because of this move. Thus, Spectral Soul did not suspect me. It seems that the soul in Wuxia's body is also his split soul. Only towards myself would he have such unreserved trust. Next, Feng Yuan watched as Spectral Soul flew towards Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo. At the final juncture, Feng Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. The poem's hint was for him to destroy this Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo. Because immortal goo were fragile, they could be destroyed easily. But for Spectral Soul, no matter how weak he was, there were risks and uncertainties in dealing with him. But Feng Yuan decided to deal with Spectral Soul directly, and take Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo. Let Soul into Dream. He suddenly attacked. He did not comprehend the entire move. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was weaker than the original rank 8 version. But at this moment Spectral Soul was already extremely weak. Feng Yuan succeeded in one move. Next, he left Wuxia's body and copied Spectral Soul, letting his soul float into Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo. At this moment, he got rid of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions. He obtained Spectral Soul's tens of thousands of years of planning. He sacrificed countless lives and paid a huge price. This was the result of his hard work. Chapter 1028. Feng Yuan's soul flew out of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, entering this mysterious rank 9 immortal goo. The moment he touched it, Feng Yuan felt an unparalleled suction force. This immortal goo that was named Sovereign Immortal Fetus by Spectral Soul seemed to be impatient with his soul. Feng Yuan's soul entered it. It felt like he had fallen into the undercurrent of falling heavenly river. At once his soul was sucked in by the immortal goo. It started to melt at an unbelievable speed. Feng Yuan could not think. He felt like he had entered a deep and profound darkness. But this darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like a baby returning to his mother's womb, swimming in amniotic fluid. And outside, after Fang Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 immortal goo, thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed to be extremely furious but helpless. Sovereign immortal fetus goo started to shine. First it was white light. It turned from a transparent white to pure white, and then to a dense milky white. Next, a bit of red appeared in the white light. The red color spread rapidly, causing the light to turn slightly red, then pink, and finally bright red. It was like fire. After the red light, it turned into orange light. The orange light turned into yellow light. The colors continued to change until it finally turned black. Within the black light, sovereign immortal fetus goo continued to collide. It was originally the size of a finger, but now it was the size of a basin. Inside this pitch-black ball there was an ink-black ball. A placenta was emitting bright colors. It was faintly discernible. A wave of vitality was brewing within, and it was continuously strengthening and rising high into the sky. The white mist quietly shrouded it. The surrounding temperature fell rapidly. The fog turned into pure white frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning flashed and coiled around the ball, forming an electric net. The lightning collided and created sparks. When the sparks landed on the white frost, not only were they not extinguished, they ignited the frost instead. The white frost turned into streams of qi. It wrapped around the ball. Green patterns. Gradually, it appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, it turned from illusory to solid. Countless branches and vine leaves grew. The branches were yellow and withered. The vine leaves were green. Soon, the vines blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. These purple fruits emitted a very pleasant fragrance. But the appearance of the fruit, however, it was extremely ugly and full of holes, as if it had decayed for a long time. All sorts of changes were unimaginable. At first glance, it seemed to be chaotic and disorderly, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a strand of the supreme truth of the world. As the outside world continued to change, the placenta in the ball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, after 81 transformations, the sphere turned into soil, and the nascent embryo inside grew to its limit. It turned into an infant with 4 limbs. Suddenly, the ball that was wrapped around him was completely shattered, and the baby was born. The baby boy was full of celestial court. Her eyes were as resplendent as the stars, her skin was white and tender, her arms and legs were like lotus roots, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was tender and adorable, exuding an aura of an immortal. An invisible force enveloped his entire body, making him immune to damage and safe and sound. The baby slowly descended to the ground. During this process he grew rapidly. From birth to 2 to 3 years old, it only took a breath's time. 4 to 5 years old, 6 to 7 years old, 11 to 12 years old. When his feet landed on the ground, he was already a 16-year-old young man. His skin was still white, but it was not the pale white of weakness, nor was it a delicate white. It was clean and plain white. His long hair was black and shiny, reaching his waist. He was slightly skinny, there was not a trace of fat on his body. His nose was tall and straight, but the most attractive thing about him was his pair of eyes. The star-like light had already been completely restrained, turning into a pair of deep jade pawns. His lips, on the other hand, were a little plump, revealing a healthy rosy color. Right now they were tightly pursed, showing this person's unwavering determination. This young man was naturally Fang Yuan. At this moment, he blinked as he looked at his young body, feeling shocked. A brand new body? This body was created by Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect after tens of thousands of years of hard work. It was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The profundities within were yet to be discovered by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably compatible with his soul. For example, his previous immortal zombie body was like a set of clothes made from withered leaves. Then this body would be like soft and close-fitting silk. Everything seemed different. Fang Yuan felt like he had walked out of a dark alley. Seeing the blue sky and white clouds, his mind was broadened. This is the effect of sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul refined with great effort? Rebirth. And once rebirth, I will have rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right bet. Even though he did not know how to use this immortal goo, But seeing spectral soul flying towards the immortal goo, Fang Yuan did the same thing. While thinking, Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. Over there, spectral soul was still in a dream realm. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, spectral soul was in a bad state earlier. And Ying Wuxia's body was not controlled by Fang Yuan's soul. It was floating in the air with its eyes closed, not moving. Fang Yuan shouted, "Come back." Immediately, a large group of goo worms flew out of Ying Wuxia's body. Earlier, when Fang Yuan's soul entered sovereign immortal fetus goo, the goo worms he carried were left inside the pure dream reality seeker goo. Now Fang Yuan summoned these goo worms back with a single call. Attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, change soul immortal goo, as well as many other soul path and dream path mortal goo. Ying Wuxia still has many dream path immortal goo on him. How do I take them out? Fang Yuan frowned. He was troubled. Earlier he used attitude goo to disguise himself and activate the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Even though he succeeded in ambushing spectral soul, these dream path goo worms' wills seemed to have reacted. They could not be used by Fang Yuan anymore. Not just the immortal goo in his body, Ying Wuxia's body also has great research value. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around and saw an immortal zombie in the sky, flying over with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. His lips curled up as he thought, "You are finally here." It was him. No. More accurately speaking, Ying Wuxia's soul was controlling Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body. Right now, Fang Yuan had just obtained a new body. He was still adapting to it. The goo worms on him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fang Yuan was not nervous at all. He waited for Ying Wuxia's arrival with anticipation. "You are?" Ying Wuxia hesitated. He slowly approached Fang Yuan and sized him up. Fang Yuan pretended to be friendly. He placed his hands behind his back and pretended, "Wuxia, I have succeeded." A mere Fang Yuan's soul has already dissipated. "No, you are not the main body. If it was the main body, wouldn't there be no reaction from my split soul?" Ying Wuxia's eyes shined with brilliance. He reacted and exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I can use familiar face, I should be able to deceive him. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He laughed in spite of himself. He was calm and unruffled, his eyes shining with confidence as if he had control of the situation. "You are Fang Yuan." Ying Wuxia immediately understood. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was so angry that his internal organs were burning. His anger was completely understandable. His side had worked so hard for tens of thousands of years. They finally obtained results. From the looks of it, to think that Fang Yuan had succeeded. Ying Wuxia shouted as he pounced towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. The two were 100 steps apart. Fang Yuan revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. "Ying Wuxia, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo. How can you use it?" Ying Wuxia's expression froze. Back then, he had been anxious and subconsciously used it. He had not considered this. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss. His aura was obstructed and fell drastically. "You can use fixed immortal travel. I naturally lent it to you. I wanted you to rush over. Most of my accumulations are with my original body." Fang Yuan continued. Since he knew that he was going to swap souls with Ying Wuxia, with his personality and methods, why would he not make some arrangements? Firstly, he had hidden a large amount of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Because of this, after he woke up, he only wanted to rush back. He neglected many things. Just like in Imperial Court Blessed Land, when Mo Yao's fake will plotted against Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had instilled special will into his goo worms. What was special will? In 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a vast number of special wills. He would take specific actions under specific conditions. Like now, Fang Yuan looked at Ying Wuxia getting closer, his smile becoming wider. He shouted, "Still not coming back?" Swoosh! A large group of goo worms flew out. Most were mortal goo, but there were also immortal goo. Like swallows returning to their nest, they flew into Fang Yuan's embrace. Ying Wuxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. In an instant he was alone and defenseless. In his body, only spring-autumn cicada was left. He could not use it yet. The situation was completely different now. Feng Yuan's original arrangement was like this. As long as Wuxia controlled Feng Yuan's body and returned to a certain range of Etion Mountain, when someone shouted still not coming back, these goo worms would fly out and enter the hands of the person who shouted. These goo worms were originally Feng Yuan's. Now that they were back, he could move them freely like before. Back then, Feng Yuan did not know how to use sovereign immortal fetus goo. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain another body. He was worried that it would be inappropriate to using Wuxia's goo worms. Accidents might happen. He needed his own goo worms to increase his battle strength at the crucial moment. Of course, the special will that Feng Yuan had instilled did not stop there. Once the time limit was exceeded, these goo worms, be they mortal or immortal, would self-destruct. The enemy would often be one's own teacher. Feng Yuan had suffered so much from Giant Sun's special will and Mo Yao's fake will. How could he not learn a thing or two? With a wave of his hand, Feng Yuan easily sent Wuxia flying. Everything is over. He walked towards Wuxia, looking at himself in his eyes. He sighed with complex emotions. Chapter 1029. Everything is over. Looking at Wuxia, who was at his feet, Feng Yuan sighed. After realizing that he had been secretly manipulated, Wuxia's heart was filled with despair. He gave up completely. He knew. He had completely lost. There was no hope for him to turn the tables. But right at this moment a change occurred. Bam! With a light explosion, Wuxia's soul and Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body self-destructed in an instant. The immortal zombie body, the Tao marks, and Wuxia's soul were all turned into nutrients and offered to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada activated. A ray of jade light flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes. Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river of time again. Feng Yuan turned pale with fright. What happened? What the hell is going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was instilled with special thoughts. How could Wuxia activate it? No. Looking at his expression at that time, he already had no will to resist. How could he activate my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he is also acting? Spring-Autumn Cicada is my item. I also put extra precautions on it. How could Wuxia activate it? Feng Yuan was filled with shock and doubt. He could not find an answer to all these questions. Standing on the spot, Feng Yuan did not move. He was like a stone statue. This change happened too suddenly. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What should I do? How should I face this? Feng Yuan had relied on Spring-Autumn Cicada to turn the tables many times, turning the tides and turning the tides. But now, facing someone else using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with it. His time path foundation was too weak. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had almost no achievements in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else did I not consider? Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the corners of his eyes and then down his face. He could not think of an answer. Feng Yuan shook his head and sighed. There is no other way. I have already done my best. At that time, if Feng Yuan had not followed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions in the Dream Realm to swap souls, he would have completely failed. He could not turn the tables. There was no way he could have come this far. Don't tell me this happened because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions and destroyed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? The Spring-Autumn Cicada has yet to recover. Only death awaits. No, that's not right. Feng Yuan suddenly remembered that the Shadow Sect still had a backup plan. That was the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time. In a split second, a chill ran through his entire body, and his hair stood on end. You have to be prepared for the worst in everything. If he succeeds in his rebirth, what will happen to me? As Feng Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision begin to blur. No, it wasn't his vision that was blurred. Instead, the entire world became blurry under the power of the time path. Because of Wuxia's rebirth, everything was changing. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind blowing into his ears, Wuxia quivered and reacted. exclaiming how is this the river of time? What's going on? How is the spring-autumn cicada activated? How can my consciousness replace Feng Yuan and exist in the spring-autumn cicada? His doubts were no less than Feng Yuan's. Although he was the person involved, he had arrived in the river of time in a daze. The river of time's water was surging. A huge wave slammed towards the spring-autumn cicada. Wuxia's will. It immediately became chaotic, screaming for its death. The spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak. If it was hit by this wave, it had no chance of survival. Sigh, so that's it. A sigh. At this critical moment the voice rang out. A ghost face appeared in the river of time. The ghost face had a bitter expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus bloomed, blocking the huge wave. Next, a formless suction force sucked the spring-autumn cicada that carried Wuxia's will into the heart of the red lotus. In an instant, Wuxia's will entered a dark red space. And here, another will condensed into spectral soul demon Venerable's form. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling bitterly at him. The main body is actually still in the river of time. Did he leave you as a backup? Wuxia's will was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Spectral soul demon Venerable's will nodded, then shook his head. You were once a split soul of the main body, you should remember me. Unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories have dissipated. Sigh. This can't be helped. Do you think I wanted to? Wuxia's will was extremely vexed. Also, what is going on? I thought that I had fallen into Feng Yuan's hands and was plotted against by him. I was dead for sure. Why did I appear in the river of time? Also, I clearly can't use the spring-autumn cicada. Why did it suddenly activate? Spectral soul demon Venerables will sighed again. I was a parasite in this red lotus true inheritance and observed the entire process. I only just realized. You were able to enter here because Providence helped you. Spring-autumn cicada was also activated by Providence. What? This answer almost caused Wuxia's will to collapse from shock. This was too out of his expectations. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was Spectral Soul's will, Wuxia would not have believed this. Hasn't Providence been making things difficult for us? Why is it suddenly helping us? Wuxia asked. Your memories have all disappeared. You no longer have your original outlook. Providence has never made things difficult for us because it dislikes us. It has also never helped us because we are pitiful. The Tao of Heaven is heartless. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce excess and make up for deficiency. Thus, all living things are balanced and restrict each other. Thus, almost all beasts have natural enemies. The clouds in the sky will condense into rain. Even rank 9 venerables will be limited by their lifespan. After pausing for a moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will continued. And the Tao of Man is the exact opposite of the Tao of Heaven. An expert would want to become even stronger. A rich person will want to become even richer. A beauty will also want to become more beautiful. A person who seeks longevity will want to improve and obtain eternal life. Man's greed is insatiable. They will never be satisfied. This is the opposite of Providence. I understand a little. Providence is leaning towards me because I failed. Feng Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon. He has already transcended the restrictions. If he is allowed to do as he pleases. This will greatly disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Thus, Providence changed its target and wants to use me to deal with him, to prevent his scheme from succeeding. But why can Providence control spring-autumn cicada? This immortal goo. It was clearly refined by Feng Yuan. Wuxia was still in a daze. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will replied, sigh. This is Providence's doing. I have only just realized this. When Feng Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada, it was all Providence's arrangement. Providence had chosen him as a pawn long ago, allowing him to revive and destroy the main body's plan. According to Bai Ningbing's information, think about it now. When Feng Yuan displayed his uniqueness, it was on Qingmao Mountain. Even though his aptitude was not good, his journey was smooth sailing. Every time there was an emergency, he could make the wisest choice and obtain the greatest benefits. Qingmao Mountain, 3 Kings Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Yitian Mountain. Along the way, he had clearly used spring-autumn cicada more than once. Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6. It has a chance of failure. But he actually succeeded every time. Except for the previous time. Other than the possibility that we helped him, Feng Yuan did not fail even once. Spring-autumn cicada can cause his luck to decline. This is likely because Providence helped him in the dark. In just a few years, he turned from immortal to a Gu immortal. He was targeted by the main body and used as a pawn to deal with Providence. Ing Wuxia's will was tongue-tied. Wait, you are saying? Spectral souls will nodded. That's right. The main body's failure this time was mainly because of Feng Yuan. The main body used Feng Yuan. He used him as a pawn. But in fact, Feng Yuan was Providence's pawn long ago. No matter how many times Feng Yuan was reborn, before his first rebirth, the main body had likely succeeded. Not only did he refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, he had even grown to the point where heaven and earth could not tolerate him. Precisely because of this, Providence did not hesitate to use Feng Yuan to rebirth and destroy my main body's plan. Feng Yuan is an interesting person. Firstly, he is an otherworldly demon. That is why he has the qualifications to rebirth. That is why he has the ability to change the past. No matter how outstanding a normal person is, they cannot escape the consequences of fate. Secondly, he is not a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, he is still influenced and manipulated by Providence. He thought that spring-autumn cicada was refined by him and could be used by him, but in fact that was never the case. A killer weapon like spring-autumn cicada was already corrupted by Providence. Evidently, this scheme had already started when Feng Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada. But he was deceived by Providence and did not notice anything amiss. After all, using spring-autumn cicada to rebirth can only carry a portion of the will. Wills are inferior to souls, they are the easiest to influence. Just like now, I really want to impart all my memories and knowledge to you. Unfortunately, there's a limit to what your will can bear. At once, Ing Wuxia opened his mouth wide. He could not speak. The river of time continued to surge, crashing on the red lotus. Lotus petals started to dissipate one by one. Soon, only the core of the flower was left. You do not have much time left. Spectral souls will sighed and continued. Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon after all. Even though Providence can influence him, he still listened to the voice in his heart and chose to take sovereign immortal fetus Gu instead of destroying it. This way, even though he is still a pawn, he is no longer restricted by the chessboard. Providence will not allow such an existence, so it activated spring-autumn cicada to use you to deal with Feng Yuan. But Providence will not let you rebirth and take back sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Thus, after you rebirth, you will not have a chance to turn the situation around. You cannot be impatient and ruin this final chance. Ing Wuxia asked. Then what should I do? Right now, Zombie Alliance is destroyed, Shadow Sect is also gone, even my main body is in danger. Shadow Sect's immortals have more or less left behind some backup plans. You need to use these to rebuild Shadow Sect. Fate cannot be defied. Luck can be borrowed. Northern Plains longevity heaven's forces can be used. In Central Continent, there are also hidden forces that are at odds with the 10 great ancient sects. Your will is limited. Knowing this is already the limit. You need to use this to rebuild Shadow Sect and save my main body. Most importantly, you need to tell this important information to my main body. Because after you rebirth this Red Lotus true inheritance and I will change along with you, you will not remember these things. At that time you will be the only one who knows. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. The tallest tree will be swept away by the currents. Earlier, the strategy of hiding and preparing to deal with Providence was the correct one. Since we succeeded once, we can succeed a second time. Take care of yourself. Chapter 10:30. Intense winds howled in his ears. Feng Yuan, who was still flying, shook. He woke up from his stupor and shouted, I have been reborn. Spring-autumn cicada is amazing. As expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu. What time is it now? Ing Wuxia stopped. He looked around and found that he was on the way to the center of Yitian Mountain. Right now, he was less than 10,000 li away from his destination. Feng Yuan purposely lent fixed immortal travel to me. He wanted me to get to him so that he could take back his goo worms and obtain victory. But he did not expect that he was Providence's pawn. Spring-autumn cicada was also controlled by Providence. Now that I have been reborn, I remember the situation at the center of Etion Mountain clearly. I can use fixed immortal travel to teleport there. I need to deal with Feng Yuan and take revenge. Thinking of this, Wuxia shook his head. Damn it. I was affected by Feng Yuan's fake will again. Wuxia gritted his teeth. Providence is truly up to no good. Even if I rush there now, Feng Yuan has already used sovereign immortal fetus goo. At most I can injure him while he is weak. What a pity. If I return to the time when I just left the dream realm, I would be able to turn the situation around. Providence will not do that. Because it does not want my main body to obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo. Since the situation is set, I will follow the main body's instructions and retreat. Providence wants two tigers to fight each other. How can I allow it to do that? Those who achieve great things have to endure what others can't. I do not need to deal with Feng Yuan. I will let him attract Providence's attention. If he survives in the future, I will use him as the main goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. I will save a lot of time and effort. Meanwhile, I need to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is not the end. We can make use of Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan, but we can't let them meet Feng Yuan. Since he already knew about the false will, he was on guard. Then Wuxia would escape from Feng Yuan's grasp. He took one last look at Etion Mountain, his eyes flickering with anger, hatred, anticipation, and all sorts of other emotions. From this distance, he could already see the huge ruins of Etion Mountain. Feng Yuan was a despicable thief who had plotted to steal his fruits of labor. It must still be there. But he couldn't go now. Everything had to be done with the bigger picture in mind. Wuxia gritted his teeth and flew away. Why hasn't Wuxia returned yet? Feng Yuan waited for a long time, his heart sinking. So you say, has he seen through my arrangements and escaped from my control? Feng Yuan's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened, his previous life's memories had vanished, and he did not know the truth behind spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan was clear on one thing. He was in deep trouble this time. If Wuxia does not come here, the special will I instilled in the goo worms cannot be activated. After the time limit, these goo worms will self-destruct. I need to get to Wuxia as soon as possible and subdue him. Or I can convince He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng to help me subdue him. Feng Yuan still had attitude goo. This was the best evidence to convince He Lulan. As for convincing Tai Bai Yunsheng, that was even easier. After all, they had been together for a period of time. He could make Tai Bai Yunsheng believe him with some minor details. Feng Yuan inspected his goo worms. Because he had regained control of the goo worms from Change Soul. The first was the legendary attitude Immortal Goo. Other than that, there was also the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery. Soul Path Immortal Goo Change Soul. As for the others, they were all Soul Path and Dream Path Mortal Goo. There was no point in mentioning them. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Because among these, there were no movement goo worms. Do I have to chase him on foot? Wuxia with fixed immortal travel? Or should I take all the Dream Path goo worms in Wuxia's body for my own use? Among these goo worms there are movement goo worms. These goo worms did not belong to Feng Yuan's will. Thus Feng Yuan could not subdue them like Unravel Mystery and Change Soul. To use them, he would need to use Attitude Goo and others. To deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Feng Yuan did not have much confidence in a second time. But there is no other way, I have to try. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Wuxia's body floating in the air. He had never expected that this would be the last time he saw Wuxia. At the next moment, Wuxia's body self-detonated. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. And the result of the explosion was not bloody at all. It was beautiful and dazzling. Wuxia's flesh, blood, bones, skin, and hair turned into layers of dazzling light. These dazzling lights were colorful and beautiful. But facing this breathtakingly beautiful scene, Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance away. Because he recognized this, it was a dream realm. A dream realm had reached a visible level. It was deep and unfathomable. It was rapidly forming in front of him. Did I use Let Soul into Dream on Spectral Soul? That's why I ended up like this? No, definitely not. Why would Wuxia's body self-detonate for no reason? It seems to have turned into a dream realm? Fang Yuan was very confused. He did not know that Wuxia's lifespan was only 18 hours. In 18 hours, Wuxia would turn from a mortal to a rank 1 Gu Master. 4 hours later, he would become a rank 2 Gu Master. Following that, rank 3, rank 4, rank 7, rank 8. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level would increase by 1 rank. At the end of his life, he would even become a rank 9 Gu Immortal. But after 18 hours he would self-detonate and turn into a dream realm. He had created something from nothing, using immortal Gu reality to create it from the dream realm. It was not strange that it turned into a dream realm now. The dream realm formed from the self-detonation expanded rapidly, spreading rapidly. Fang Yuan used all his strength to run. He ran for more than 700 li before the dream realm reached him. If he fell into the dream realm, he would be in big trouble. Even though Fang Yuan had Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, he did not have enough Mortal Gu. He could not use the Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but its speed was much slower. Fang Yuan had to retreat further, until he was 1,000 li away from Etion Mountain. The expansion of the dream realm gradually stopped. This way, a giant dream realm that was 1,000 li in size appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Filled his vision. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Thankfully, I did not listen to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advice to destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Otherwise, wouldn't my soul be trapped in this giant dream realm along with Wuxia's body? What do I do now? This change severely disrupted Fang Yuan's plans. Wuxia's body. It was extremely valuable to begin with. There was also a set of Dream Path Gu worms that could activate the extremely powerful lead soul into Dream. What Fang Yuan could not forget was Spectral Soul. Even though he was not in a good state, if he left the dream realm and ended up in Fang Yuan's hands, if Fang Yuan's soul searched him, he might be able to find out more secrets and a vast amount of cultivation experience. There was also the huge battlefield. Even though the myriad tribulations had destroyed it, there might still be some Gu immortal apertures left behind. At least life and death blessed land was still around. But now these things were wrapped in the dream realm. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan could not use Unravel Dream now, even if he could. If he wanted to unravel this dream realm and return to the center of the battlefield, how long would that take? Fang Yuan clenched his fists, looking at this giant dream realm. He sighed helplessly. At this point there is no other way. I cannot stay here for long after such a huge commotion. The other southern border Gu immortals will definitely come here. Fang Yuan used his memories to run far away. The direction he chose was the body that Tai Bai Yunsheng was riding on back then, the direction he escaped in. I hope my luck is good and I can meet them. Fang Yuan would not get what he wanted. Fang Yuan did not know that Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest had encountered the southern border Gu immortals later. They had already changed directions during the intense battle. He did not know either. With the advantage of rebirth, Wuxia had already reunited with Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan. Fang Yuan, you better explain yourself, otherwise don't blame me for turning against you. He Lulan's expression was ashen. She was very impolite when she saw Wuxia. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly stretched out his hand. Wait. I believe Fang Yuan. There must be a reason. Listen to his explanation first. Wuxia looked at He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng sincerely. I was too impatient. I was hit by the enemy's killer move. It was not as simple as falling into a dream realm. Right now, almost all of my Gu worms cannot be used. Only by killing the enemy can I unravel this move. But I saw that you were clearly using fixed immortal travel. If not for the fact that we have Gu worms on us that can sense each other's location, I would have thought that you abandoned us and left southern border. He Lulan's tone was anxious as she continued to interrogate. This was a forbidden move that I had no choice but to use. You saw it too. The first time I used fixed immortal travel I was injured because I failed. Moreover, why would I abandon you? The current situation is filled with danger. We need to be united to have a higher chance of survival. Wuxia said firmly. He Lulan snorted coldly, wanting to speak. Wuxia hurriedly interrupted her. All right, Now we need to use fixed immortal travel to return. My identity has already been exposed, the celestial court already knows about it, who immortal blessed land is no longer safe, the resources inside need to be moved. Fang Yuan sprinted madly. He did not use any goo worms, but right now he was as agile as flying, as fast as a galloping horse. After sprinting for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. While sprinting, he was pleasantly surprised to find. Don't be fooled by his white and tender appearance. His defense was astonishing. While sprinting, even when the tree branches touched his body, they did not leave a mark on his body. Along the way, the sharp stones were crushed by his feet. They were not an obstacle at all. Furthermore, he had great strength. With a light leap, he could jump over 10 feet. But what made Fang Yuan disappointed was, as he sprinted, he did not see any traces of Wuxia, He Lulan, or Tai Bai Yunsheng. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using goo worms, he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain. There were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains. This was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any goo worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A goo master's body was not modified by goo worms like black boar goo or white boar goo. It was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Tao marks, a goo master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal goo sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Tao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Tao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie, he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state, he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked. He was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running, it was like he was still. Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using goo worms. Quickly, Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared. His vision widened. The sky was high and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately he calmed down, his breathing slowed down. It was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps, every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan brought my body here and encountered other goo immortals. They fought. Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang, he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, the surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters. It was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fang Yuan's limit. He continued to climb to 500 feet. This level, Fang Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder. A few times he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Feng Yuan stood up from the hole, as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb. It felt good. Breathing in deeply, Feng Yuan jumped down again. This time it was 580 feet. This height did not matter to Feng Yuan anymore. The important thing was, this time, Feng Yuan decided to land with his head. Bam! A muffled sound. Feng Yuan's entire head smashed into the rock. With a push of his hands, he pulled his head out of the pit. The skull was the hardest part of the body, but Feng Yuan could still feel it. He felt his scalp go numb, and his head was a little dizzy. But this dizziness only lasted for 2 or 3 breaths, and the degree was very slight. When the cool mountain breeze blew, it disappeared without a trace. Feng Yuan touched his head, and then carefully examined his body. There were no scars, not even a strand of hair was lost. To sum it up in an idiom, there was no hair damage at all. Feng Yuan tried to pull out his hair. He found that it was very tough, and he actually used a lot of strength to pull out one strand. This strand of hair was thicker than a normal person's hair, black and shiny, giving off the feeling that it was an extremely thin steel wire. He pulled harder, but it could not be pulled off. It was very tough. Feng Yuan was deep in thought. He wrapped the strand of hair around his wrist, wrapped it a few times, and then tied it up firmly. This hair could not be thrown away. If someone obtained it, it would be the best deduction evidence. Feng Yuan rushed towards the traces of the battle while jumping down the mountain, testing his limits. The height continued to rise. Soon, he went from 150 feet to over 800 feet. At this level, Feng Yuan could already feel pain, but it was not unbearable. Eventually, when he reached over 100 feet, Feng Yuan stopped his experiments. Jumping down from such a height already made him feel obvious pain. Moreover, the area where he landed was flushed red, and there were bruises on his skin. 100 feet. Isn't this the limit of this body? Feng Yuan was speechless. This height had already reached a terrifying level. Even the Eiffel Tower on Earth was only 300 meters or 100 feet tall. Just with my body, without using any defensive goo, I can already reach this height. Even goo immortals can't reach this height with just their bodies, right? It seems that among the Tao marks on my body, there are many defensive ones. This discovery made Feng Yuan feel more at ease. After all, he only had Unravel Mystery, Change Soul, and Attitude goo. They were not defensive immortal goo. Arriving at the traces of the battle, Feng Yuan squatted down and inspected. Seems to be them. Soon Feng Yuan stood up, frowning. There were no investigative goo worms. It was very inconvenient. Feng Yuan could not be sure. But he knew he had to continue chasing. There is not much time left. He did not have time to inspect his body's profundities. The earlier experiment was just a casual one. Feng Yuan continued to chase. Soon he found the second and third traces. Feng Yuan followed the traces, slowly changing his direction. When goo immortals fought, most of them happened in the air. There were not many traces on the ground. Moreover, Feng Yuan could not fly. This made it very difficult for him to chase. As time passed, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. With a loud sound, he landed in front of Feng Yuan. Flames spewed out in all directions, instantly burning the surrounding forest within a few hundred steps of them to nothing. Who is it? Feng Yuan frowned. A sharp light shined in his eyes as he shouted coldly. I am Huakong Dong. I dare to ask you, friend, did you come from Etian Mountain? The person was burning in flames. He did not have a friendly attitude. Feng Yuan's expression turned grim. Change Soul Immortal Goo's aura appeared. He asked instead of answering, you came at the right time. Did you see anyone suspicious when you were flying in the sky earlier? The person sensed Change Soul Immortal Goo's aura. He knew that Feng Yuan was not to be trifled with. His aura froze. There were not many rank 6 goo immortals with immortal goo. Even though Huakong Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Border's Chai clan. Chai clan was a super force. In this battle of Etian Mountain, Chai clan's goo immortals died. Chai clan's first supreme elder sent an external Gu immortal, Dong, to investigate. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Dong thought to himself, suspicious person? You're running around in broad daylight with your bare buttocks on. You are the most suspicious person. He was silent for a while before replying. There is no one else in the surrounding 100 li, other than you. Damn it! Damn it! Fang Yuan screamed, his face contorted into a malevolent expression. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Next, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, "It seems that you ran far away. But even if you run to the ends of the world, I will catch up to you. This humiliation, I will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times over." Dong saw Fang Yuan's expression and had a guess. It seems that this person ran around naked because he was tricked by someone. He lost many Gu worms and suffered a loss. This person is ruthless and angry. I need to be careful. Before Fang Yuan explained anything, Dong explained for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to block a calamity for someone else. I did not go deep into Yitian Mountain, go take a look yourself. Saying this, Fang Yuan left. Dong was not satisfied with this answer. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. Wait, you are Dong? From Chai clan? Yes. Dong was stunned before replying. Fang Yuan squeezed out an unsightly smile. Very good. I have a relationship with your 9th Supreme Elder Chai Ta. Has his battlefield killer move Myriad Clan Torch Fire been perfected? Dong quickly answered. 9th Elder is still in closed cultivation. Heh. He is being confined by his grandfather. Last time he teased Feria. After I settle this, I will go visit him. Fang Yuan said as he stretched out his hand towards Dong. Lend me some Gu worms. Huh. Dong was stunned again. What you are a grand Gu immortal, you are just lending me some mortal Gu, why are you being so stingy? Fang Yuan said impatiently. Dong thought. 9th Elder is in closed cultivation to perfect his battlefield killer move. That is just an excuse. The truth is he really teased Fairy. Since the other party knows about this, they should be related. I am a member of Chai clan. I am a lone cultivator, an outsider. And 9th Elder is not only a member of Chai clan. He is also the grandson of First Supreme Elder. If I meet his friends and don't lend them Gu worms, it would be unjustifiable. Let's borrow them. They are mortal Gu anyway, they are nothing. Dong took out a Gu worm and handed it to Fang Yuan, asking, I wonder what is this brother's name? Sure. I am Dongfang Xiongji. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 1032. Whoosh! Fang Yuan flew in the air. He was like a huge fireball. His whole body was burning in flames. There was a long black smoke trail behind him. He was not weak at all. The situation earlier was very dangerous. Fang Yuan encountered Dong. He had 3 immortal Gu, as well as some soul path and dream path mortal Gu. But they were not comprehensive. If they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted an immortal killer move to exchange souls with Dong, he could not do it. Earlier, he had used up a lot of mortal Gu to exchange souls with Wuxia. He did not have a complete set of Gu worms on him, but Fang Yuan used his outstanding acting skills to not only get out of danger, he even swindled 4 rank 5 mortal Gu. In my previous life, I participated in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. I participated in the huge gambling house. I witnessed the internal conflict of Southern Border's Gu immortals. I obtained a lot of important information. Fortunately, otherwise, how could I know the relationship between Chai clan's 9th Elder and Dongfang Xiongji? I was able to deceive Dong because of attitude Gu. Fang Yuan had the original familiar face. He modified it into a new version with attitude Gu as the core and 1,000 mortal Gu as support. But of course he could not use this killer move. Earlier, when facing Dong, he had used attitude Gu alone. Attitude Gu's effect is to disguise my true emotions, to express a fake attitude, but to make others believe it. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this attitude goo was very useful. Because he had used attitude goo earlier, his performance was flawless. Huakong Dong felt that Fang Yuan was in a state of anger. It was better not to provoke Fang Yuan. Another good thing was attitude goo's rank was very high, but the conditions to use it were very low. It was just a waste of effort. Fang Yuan had just reincarnated. He had little immortal essence. It was far from his previous accumulation. It is a pity that attitude goo is not mine. I will have to return it to He Lulan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was filled with regret and pity. Even though he had reincarnated and changed his body, his soul was still the same, it had not changed. After his rebirth, without stopping, he set up a new alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. This covenant was very restrictive, and there were almost no loopholes. Naturally, it restricted the bodies and souls of the allies. Therefore, even if Fang Yuan had changed his body, he couldn't go against the alliance. But the power of the alliance should be divided into two parts. One was in his soul. The other part is in my physical body. At most, I can only be considered as half an ally. Sigh. Even so, the damage from breaking the contract is too great. Even if it doesn't affect my body, my soul still can't bear it. There are probably many wisdom path Dao marks in this body. While thinking, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized another point. He deeply remembered. When he had just become an immortal zombie, his brain could not work properly. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His mind was extremely slow. Later, he used wisdom path methods to make up for this flaw. Now that he had a fresh body, he felt that his mind was as agile as a horse stepping on a swallow. His inspiration was like a spirit spring gushing out. In the process of thinking, a large number of thoughts were generated like the beautiful waves in the sea. I finally don't need to use wisdom path goo worms to make up for my lack of thoughts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were about to tear up. In the past, he still had to use goo worms to generate thoughts to help him think. Now, his physical body was alive. He could generate a large number of thoughts on his own, and there were many types of thoughts. There were evil thoughts, good thoughts, longing thoughts, empty thoughts, battle thoughts. There were evil thoughts, obsession thoughts. As long as a person is alive, the thoughts in their mind will be all-encompassing and complex. This is not strange. It is just that my thinking speed far surpasses mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, I can last for a long time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan deduced that this body should have a lot of wisdom path Dao marks. But as for how many, Fang Yuan did not know. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Even his previous body, before turning into an immortal zombie, might not even have a 10,000th of this. Other than wisdom path Dao marks, there will be no lack of fire path Dao marks. Fang Yuan looked at the flames on his body, his eyes flashing with brilliance. His flaming clothes were the rank 5 fire cape goo. Once used, the whole body would burn in flames. The fire was harmless, but the effect was very grand and eye-catching. Huakong Dong also used this goo, but his body was covered in flames. The height of the flames was no larger than an adult's forearm. But Fang Yuan's flames not only covered his body, they were extremely condensed. The height of the flames surpassed a grown man's forearm. Other than fire cape goo, Fang Yuan also borrowed a rank 5 flying smoke goo. Right now, Fang Yuan was flying in the air. That was the ability of flying smoke goo. Behind Fang Yuan there was a long trail of black smoke that was tens of feet long. Most importantly, the speed had far surpassed flying smoke goo's limit. It could even match some mortal killer moves. While flying, he could hear the howling of the wind. The mountain below him was moving in reverse. Fang Yuan had an idea. It seems that there are not only fire path Dao marks, there are also many Dao marks for flying. He could finally fly. This way, Fang Yuan's flying master attainment level could be fully displayed. Being able to fly meant that he would be extremely agile in battle. Standing on the ground, he could only move left, right, front, back, or jump. But in the air, he could dodge in all directions above and below him. This was a qualitative change. His overall battle strength had risen by a level because of this goo worm. Of course, currently, Fang Yuan's battle strength was still very low among goo immortals. If he met other southern border goo immortals, he would have to use attitude goo to deceive them. I will try to avoid fighting. It would be best if I can catch up to Wuxia. I will expose his identity and meet up with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Yuan planned. Right now Etian Mountain was covered in a huge dream realm. If Wuxia did not go to Etian Mountain, Feng Yuan's special will would not be activated. Once the time was up, Feng Yuan's goo worms would self-destruct. But as long as Feng Yuan controlled the situation, there was a way to resolve it. That was to use He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's help to gather goo worms and swap souls. After swapping souls, Feng Yuan would return to his body and be able to use goo worms to extract the special will from the goo worms. Here was the relationship between the soul, body, and thoughts. Just the body alone could not produce thoughts, the body provided the mind. The soul could produce thoughts, but they could not last for long, the mind was needed to store them, and the collision of thoughts was called thinking. When goo masters controlled goo worms, they usually used their thoughts. Wuxia's soul's thoughts were naturally different from Feng Yuan's. Thus he could not use Feng Yuan's goo worms. Time was pressing, Feng Yuan had to make full use of every second. Being able to fly in the sky allowed him to have a wide field of vision. Searching was 1,000 times easier than before. Along the way, he found traces of battle many times. Goo immortals mostly fought in the sky. This characteristic was different from goo masters. Goo immortals had goo worms in time, they could train their ability to fly. But goo masters usually could not. Therefore, these battle scars were caused by the aftermath of the battle, which affected the ground of the mountain, and were not very obvious. Thankfully, southern border had many mountains. If it was northern plains with low terrain, it would be even less obvious. If it was eastern sea or western desert, it would be even worse. But even so, Feng Yuan did not catch up to his target. As he watched the sky gradually darken, his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Sigh. He sighed at the sky, giving up on chasing. He changed his mind and quickly left. Feng Yuan was taking a huge risk while searching. Etian Mountain had already become a troublesome place. Spectral Soul was refining goo to undergo tribulation. A large number of southern border goo immortals died. The commotion was so huge, more and more southern border goo immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Wuxia and the rest met these southern border goo immortals who came to investigate. Huakongdong, who Feng Yuan met, was also one of them. But the difference between the two was, the former was a northern plains goo immortal. He was suppressed by southern border goo immortals. Feng Yuan had the aura of a southern border goo immortal. He did not raise any suspicions. But if he continued to stay, even if Feng Yuan had attitude goo, it would not be safe. I left a large number of fake wills in my mind, but Wuxia did not come. Is it because of the southern border goo immortal's obstruction? Or did he find out my arrangements? Or is there something else? Feng Yuan guessed. Such a huge shadow sect, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has schemed for tens of thousands of years. He should have other arrangements. Even the businesses of Zombie Alliance in the various regions are quite abundant. Will Wuxia go to one of them? In the worst-case scenario, if he uses my identity to take my assets, what should I do? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. They are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Wuxia does not know the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly use fixed immortal travel to go to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, right? After changing souls, the land spirit should be able to tell. But there are many ways to deceive the land spirit. The other party is a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan gradually stopped flying, floating in the air. The cold wind kept blowing, and it seemed to be blowing into his heart. The night was getting darker. Feng Yuan's face was covered in a layer of darkness. Then where did Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan go? Fixed immortal travel. The green light dissipated. Wuxia left southern border, arriving in central continent. Moss Master. Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Wuxia raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Chapter 1033. Master, please exchange a secret code. That weak voice spoke again. Wuxia spoke. 9 layers of heaven transformation. That voice continued. Land is divided into 5 regions. Wuxia continued. 1,000 years and 10,000 achievements. That voice continued. Will rule over all life. Next, with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and spoke with a choked voice. Nu pays respects to Master. Get up. Wuxia laughed heartily. Looking at the kneeling Rockmangu Immortal, he raised his hand. The Rockmangu Immortal kowtowed 3 more times before standing up respectfully. But facing Wuxia, his arms were still hanging down. His body was half bent and his head was lowered. His gaze was only focused on Wuxia's feet, not daring to look at him directly. His Gu Immortal aura was dense. He was at rank 7. Wuxia used fixed immortal travel. He did not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to snatch Danghun Mountain, but went to this secret base that Shadow Sect had set up in Central Continent. Wuxia's soul was originally a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Earlier, he was straightforward and pure because the pure dream reality seeker physique had erased his soul's memories. Wuxia's memories had vanished. He was like a newborn baby. His shrewdness was naturally shallow. But intense battles of life and death were the best for tempering a person, and with the infusion of Spectral Soul's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance, Wuxia had already recovered some of his memories. He naturally acted more maturely. He had experienced rebirth. He already knew of Feng Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use his Gu worms, Feng Yuan's fake will was also in his mind. If he was not careful, his thoughts would be affected. He had a lot of Gu worms and also a dazzling array of immortal Gu, but Wuxia could only use fixed immortal travel. In this situation, he naturally would not foolishly run to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if he had methods to deceive the land spirit, he needed many Gu worms to use them. If he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land without any preparations, the land spirit would definitely recognize him and expose his identity. That would be a huge problem. Thus, Wuxia used fixed immortal travel to come here first. To prepare. Bring me to the Earth Core first. Wuxia instructed. Yes, Master. Gu Immortal Nu quickly responded. The two of them drilled into the ground and went down a winding secret tunnel until they arrived in front of a deep pit. This deep pit was extremely large, covering a radius of 100 miles. The yellowish-brown dust in the deep pit was thick and heavy, and it kept rolling. It was unstoppable. At the periphery of the pit, there were layers of Gu formations healing, concealing, supporting, and so on. Wuxia took a closer look and could vaguely see a ball of soul floating in the center of the smoke. He observed for a moment and sighed. This soul orb was naturally Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed to pass the tribulation, and was barely saved by the Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. But thousands of years had passed. Bo Qing's soul's injuries worsened. Not only did it not recover, but it also weakened into a ball of soul. Bo Qing's soul was affected by the calamity. The water path Dao marks lingered around him and continued to be produced. Even though it was suppressed by the dense earth path Dao marks in the earth eye, it was not a permanent solution. It could only stall for time and not cure the root cause. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, he was helpless against this. But Shadow Sect did not give up. To guard this place, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. With some guidance, they nurtured a Rockmangu Immortal. This Rockmangu Immortal was Nu. Originally, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned for tens of thousands of years to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Even though Nu was only rank 7, he still had some battle strength. Unfortunately, when he was about to summon him back, an accident occurred. A wild one-eyed giant monkey appeared. Nu had no choice but to step forward and provoke the monkey, luring it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been built. The situation was complicated and Shadow Sect had no time to deal with this matter, so they did not summon Nu back. This way, Nu Gu Immortal could be said to have escaped with his life. In fact, Shadow Sect had many accidents in all aspects. Other than Nu, the most obvious example was Qin Bai Shang's encounter with Feng Jioga. Spectral Soul wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. He wanted to defy heaven. Providence naturally stopped him. If Spectral Soul was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be better. Unfortunately, he was born and raised here. He was greatly obstructed by Providence. Shadow Sect's strength was not to be underestimated. They were spread across the 5 regions. Because of Providence's obstruction, they could not display their full strength. After Spectral Soul failed, Shadow Sect was also defeated, especially when Zombie Alliance was completely destroyed. They suffered disastrous losses. But there were still some arrangements left in the 5 regions. Like Gu Immortal sure knew 15 minutes later. Where is this? Tai Bai Yunxing came out of Ing Wuxia's immortal aperture. Why is this not Hu Immortal blessed land? Immediately after, He Lulan also came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. The two looked around in confusion. They found they were in an underground secret room. The arrangements here were extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms. They immediately found that this underground secret room was just a small corner of the entire underground maze. This is the tunnel where the rockmen live. That means this is underground? Tai Bai Yunsheng said with some realization. Ing Wuxia nodded. That's right. We have already returned to Central Continent. We are now in Earth Abyss. The stonemen here have been moved here a long time ago. This is a secret base set up by Master. No wonder Feng Yuan sent Star Form Blessed Land into Earth Abyss. So Master had already set up a base in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. So Feng Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia noted it down, nodding his head without any change in expression. Zishan Makoto? He Lulan's heart jumped. She squinted as she stared at Ing Wuxia, asking again. Why did you not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly? Ing Wuxia was prepared, he replied calmly. It is not that I do not want to return. But now that my identity has been exposed, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals know about it. Although their speed of returning to Central Continent cannot compare to fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. Informing the 10 great ancient sects to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land is such a simple matter. They must have already done it. If we return directly, we might fall into a trap. That's why I came back here first to gather information. Then what did you find? He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia sighed. As I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the culprits behind the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been surrounded, and the Blessed Land is being attacked. In an instant. Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. Dang Hun Mountain is still there. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing knew that Feng Yuan had already found the method to revive. This way, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would decrease greatly. What was more important was the cultivation resources in the Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain was the most important thing. With it, they would have an inexhaustible source of income. Ing Wuxia sneered. The loss of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a foregone conclusion. The resources inside. Let the 10 great ancient sects keep it for now. I will take it back sooner or later. The most important thing now is to make preparations and let me recover my human body. Ugh. Ing Wuxia's voice suddenly stopped. He showed a shocked expression. What is it? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Anger and hatred flashed in Ing Wuxia's eyes. He smiled bitterly as he took out Fixed Immortal Travel's remnant body. I was hit by Shadow Sect's move earlier. I forcefully activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now it is destroyed. This. At once Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan felt great regret. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely useful. Now that it was destroyed, the 3 immortals felt their hearts bleeding. Ing Wuxia was even more shocked and furious. Why did Fixed Immortal Travel self-destruct? It seems that this is a method left behind by Feng Yuan. Damn it. He not only schemed against me. He purposely used Fixed Immortal Travel on me to lure me to Etian Mountain. He even left behind this method. Since Fixed Immortal Travel can self-destruct, Feng Yuan's other goo worms should also be able to do the same. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxia could no longer sit still. He was still thinking of ways to subdue Feng Yuan's goo worms. Feng Yuan's move had caught him unprepared. Intentional. It should be intentional. It seems that I need to use every second I have and borrow immortal goo to suppress his goo worms. I cannot let them self-destruct. Ing Wuxia shouted in his heart. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Tai Bai Yunxing felt something amiss. He asked in concern. Feng Yuan, what is it now? Ing Wuxia's expression was grim. This is a huge problem. I need to deal with it quickly, otherwise, the other goo worms will end up like fixed immortal travel. Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and felt like a fire had been lit in his heart. He also became anxious. You guys rest first, a rockman will bring you to rest later. If I can deal with this. After all, Master did not just leave behind this stronghold, he also left behind his connections. Ing Wuxia said this and left. At the same time, Central Continent Tianti Mountain. We broke through. Ha ha ha, who immortal blessed land has finally been broken through. I want to see how much benefits this kid Feng Yuan has obtained. Everyone, don't be impatient. Don't forget that Danghun Mountain is under the management of our 10 great ancient sections. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects rushed in, charging into Hu immortal blessed land excitedly. Then like a bucket of cold water, they were drenched from head to toe. Empty, how can it be empty? There is nothing here, how can this be? Where is Danghun Mountain? Where did Danghun Mountain go? Central Continent's Gu immortals shouted. You are Lord Feng Jioga? Gu immortal land spirit opened her big watery eyes, taking the initiative to approach Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was slightly dazed. That's me. My master told me to tell Lord. He has already taken everything that should be taken. As for this blessed land, we will directly give it to Lord's daughter Feng Kim Hong. Hu immortal land spirit said generously. What? Feng Yuan was faster than us. Didn't our joint deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Feng Yuan only give Hu immortal blessed land to Feng Kim Hong? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of which, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, the two of them have been very close. This is something that all 10 sects know. The Gu immortals muttered. Chapter 1034. Not long ago in time, Feng Yuan chased after Ing Wuxia but to no avail. He stopped in the air feeling dejected. Night shrouded the land, getting heavier. This was a cold night. Cold winds blew. Feng Yuan felt a chill in his bones. His original plan was very good. Making arrangements in his body using fake will, special will, and purposely lending fixed immortal travel, according to Feng Yuan's estimation, this plan had a high chance of success. But the truth was he failed. Feng Yuan did not know that he had succeeded before, but because of Providence and Spring-Autumn Cicada, he failed at the last moment. Since he failed, Feng Yuan decided to face it. He did not try to escape or get lucky. The truth was he was mentally prepared. This was the result of hundreds of years of training in this world. Any plan, no matter how meticulous, would have a chance of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan of tens of thousands of years, with such meticulous planning, didn't they still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Feng Yuan. No matter which world, no one would not fail. Feng Yuan guessed Ing Wuxia's situation. Currently, because of the obstruction of southern border's Gu immortals, Ing Wuxia had no time to go to Etian Mountain. This was the most likely possibility. If so, Feng Yuan's arrangements were still effective. Ing Wuxia did not discover them. The situation was not that bad. Maybe, if Feng Yuan continued to chase, he might be able to recover all his Gu worms and recover his peak battle strength. But this was only one of the possibilities. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not consider victory but considered defeat first. He liked to plan for the worst and make the most preparations. Then what is the worst situation? Feng Yuan floated in the night sky. He asked himself. The worst-case scenario would be if Ing Wuxia discovered his trap. Then he would beat them at their own game and deceive Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. He would go to Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land and empty Feng Yuan's resources. This situation was also very likely. From Feng Yuan's point of view, Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's split soul. He had deep foundations. It was not hard to see through his arrangements. At the same time, the most important thing was that Etian Mountain had formed a gigantic dreamscape. The dream realm had become the biggest obstacle. Wuxia could not return to Etion Mountain. Spectral Soul's main body had already fallen into the dream realm. Wuxia definitely wanted to save his main body, but he had very few Dream Path Goo worms. His original body had many Dream Path Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo, but after his body self-detonated, whether these goo worms would still exist was a huge question mark. Goo worms were very fragile. Even if it was an immortal goo, a child could crush it with a pinch. Even if these Dream Path Goo worms survived, the dream realm was simply too huge. With Wuxia's current condition, he could not enter the dream realm to retrieve these goo worms. Feng Yuan did not have any wishful thinking and immediately stopped chasing. They landed on a mountain below. Southern border had many mountains and forests. Feng Yuan leaned against the trunk of a tall pine tree, sitting cross-legged on a thick branch. He calmed his mind and activated connecting heaven goo. From Huakong Dong, he borrowed 4 rank 5 mortal goo. One was flying smoke goo, one was fire cape goo. The other 2, they were connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo. The latter 2 goo worms were standard for goo immortals. Using these 2 goo worms they could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. And Jewel Yellow Skies was the #1 goo immortal exchange market in the 5 regions. It was not strange that Feng Yuan asked Huakong Dong for these goo worms. Because if he had these mortal goo, he could buy some suitable goo worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. He would not have to run around naked. However, it would be impossible for him to borrow more. Even if Feng Yuan had attitude goo and Huakong Dong would not suspect him, the latter would think that Feng Yuan was taking advantage of him. Feng Yuan inspected these 4 goo worms carefully before using them. There was no problem with connecting heaven goo, but just as Feng Yuan was about to activate it, his body shook, his face was filled with shock. With his shrewdness, he had already reached the stage of not showing his emotions on his face. But at this moment, he was shocked to an unprecedented degree since his rebirth. Even when he found out that the mastermind behind Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Feng Yuan was not so shocked. His body and mind were shaken. He could not control the shock in his heart. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the night sky and the dense tree leaves. He was in a daze. Calm down. Feng Yuan blinked as he persuaded himself, but his breathing was already rough. His heart was beating rapidly. He entered his immortal aperture again. The second time, Feng Yuan sized up his brand new immortal aperture for the second time. His body shook again. He frowned, his muscles tensed subconsciously. An unimaginable scene of an immortal aperture appeared in his mind. What a mystical immortal aperture! If I did not witness it personally, I would not believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world. Feng Yuan's mind was filled with this thought. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Spectral Soul spent tens of thousands of years to carry out this plan. He almost emptied Shadow Sect's foundation. What was it for? It was to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal aperture goo. Looking at the entire goo refinement process. Firstly, the 10 extreme immortal zombies set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Secondly, the corpses of the goo immortals who died in southern border, as well as their immortal apertures, were used as goo refinement materials. Next, the Zombie Alliance members of the 5 regions, 100 immortal zombies went into the formation. Finally, the Demon Venerable's main body sacrificed himself to activate this 10 extreme formation. Finally, the myriad tribulations and grand tribulations were used to create glory. The difficulty of each step was unimaginable for even rank 8 goo immortals. Just the first step was to gather 10 extreme physiques. How difficult was that? Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, as well as some luck to reach this step. Not to mention the steps after that. Such a price was paid. The sacrifices were unheard of. In the end, only one rank 9 immortal goo was produced. Even if Feng Yuan did not know the details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus goo had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal goo, in the vast sea of goo worms, had the status of a rank 9 venerable. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had come into contact with a rank 9 immortal goo. That was wisdom goo. Against wisdom goo, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom, It was like the most delicious meal in the world, he could only smell it. Even so, this fragrance was so beautiful. It gave Feng Yuan an unparalleled help. Without the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan would not have developed so rapidly and to this extent. Coincidentally, he came into contact with a second rank 9 immortal goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo. This time, not only did he smell its fragrance, but he also swallowed this peerless feast in one gulp. The sovereign immortal fetus goo refined by spectral soul cannot be so simple. There must be a huge secret behind it. After rebirth, Feng Yuan had this thought. But he was busy chasing after Wuxia. He did not have time to explore the mysteries of this body. Feng Yuan's new body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. But exploring its secrets, even though it was important, it was not urgent. The urgent matter now was to chase after Wuxia and take back his goo worms. Thus, Feng Yuan pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Right now he failed to chase after Wuxia. He was preparing for the worst. He used connecting heaven goo to connect to jewel yellow skies. At this time he looked at his immortal aperture for the first time. He was shocked to his core with just a glance. Because this immortal aperture scenery was extraordinary. It far surpassed Feng Yuan's cultivation knowledge. This immortal aperture was clearly a rank 6 goo immortal blessed land, but the space inside was huge, extremely huge. How huge was it? Most rank 6 goo immortals' immortal apertures were middle or low grade. Low grade blessed lands were at most 3 million km2. Middle grade blessed lands were over 3 million km2, but not more than 6 million km2. This was the situation for most rank 6 goo immortals. A small portion of rank 6 goo immortals like Tai Bai Yunxing had outstanding inheritances. They had deep foundations during their immortal ascension. Thus they had high-grade blessed lands. High-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 6 million km2, but not more than 9 million km2. High-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade blessed lands included almost all the situations of rank 6 goo immortals. It was almost, because there was a special case. That was the 10 extreme goo immortals. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark ice soul physique, verdant great sun physique, Guyua desolating physique. Once someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques became a goo immortal like He Lulan, they would have a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 10 million km2, but not more than 20 million km2. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were rare to begin with, most of them would die prematurely. There were even fewer who could become immortals. Of course, once one became an immortal, just the space in the immortal aperture itself was a huge asset. The bigger the immortal aperture, the better, because the bigger it was, the more space path Dao marks it could hold, the more resources it could produce, and the higher the upper limit. Many goo immortals often encountered such troublesome matters during their cultivation. The immortal aperture did not have enough space. The beast group inside was too big, it needed to be sold. The variant human population inside was exploding, it needed to be sold as slaves. There were too many plants inside, it had already affected the balance, a portion needed to be removed. Who didn't know that the larger the beast group, the more cubs they would produce each year? Who didn't know that the larger the population, the more variant humans there would be? Who would be willing to remove the plants they planted, to prevent them from growing longer and having higher value? But there was no other way. The immortal aperture space was here. Chapter 1035. However, methods like expand space immortal goo were only icing on the cake. Not to mention the high cost of using these methods, the main factor that determined the size of the blessed land was the grade of the blessed land itself. Turning around, he looked at Feng Yuan's immortal aperture again. Each layer of his immortal aperture had an area of over 50 million km2. 50 million km2 was already far beyond the super-grade immortal aperture of a 10 extreme goo immortal. But this was only one layer of the immortal aperture. Feng Yuan found that his immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. Each layer had an area of over 50 million km2. With this calculation, a total of 10 layers, that was 500 million km2. What concept was this? Feng Yuan had no concept of it. because he had never heard of or even imagined that there was such a monstrous immortal aperture in the world. The huge space was only the first point. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture was also divided into 10 layers. This was a special phenomenon. Ordinary blessed lands did not have internal structures, they only had one unified space. For example, who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land? When would the immortal aperture have internal structures? When the immortal aperture becomes a grotto heaven. At this time, the immortal aperture would change according to the Gu immortal situation. It would be divided into different parts. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was an obvious example. My blessed land actually has the characteristics of a grotto heaven? Even the top-level Langya blessed land in the world had a unified space. And Langya blessed land fell from grotto heaven level. And my blessed land is only at the initial stage of rank 6. And in this first layer, it is further divided into 5 parts. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture had a total of 10 layers. The first layer had a huge amount of land. It was divided into 5 parts. From the second to the 10th layer there was no land. It was completely empty. What made Feng Yuan even more concerned was that the 5 parts of the first layer were divided very neatly. The middle part seemed to have the most fertile soil, it had a lot of terrain. The southern part. It was mostly hills and mountain peaks. It was moist and foggy. The northern part was mainly grassland with strong winds. The eastern part was a vast sea with islands scattered all over. The western side was more desolate. The temperature was very high, and it was dominated by the Gobi Desert. Such a setup. Wouldn't that be the current 5 regions? Southern border, Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Northern Plains, Western Desert. Feng Yuan muttered to himself. What surprised him was the 2nd to 10th floors. There was no soil in the 9 layers of space. It was empty. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Isn't the immemorial 9 heavens just these 9 colors? Later on, because of the Renzu and his 10 sons, the 7 skies were destroyed. Fragments of the ancient 7 skies were scattered all over the vast land. Now only white sky and black sky remain. The 9 heavens. The 5 great regions, the 9 paragons. Is that why it is called Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? Actually, Feng Yuan already had a feeling that his immortal aperture would be different, it would be very outstanding. However, he had never imagined that he would be so outstanding. So outstanding that even Feng Yuan felt a little panicked. Panic? This emotion seemed difficult to understand. But let's make an analogy. People like Tai Bai Yunsheng were already elites. 10 extreme Gu immortals like He Lulan. Geniuses among geniuses. Then what was Feng Yuan now? He had far surpassed the category of geniuses. If he had to be described in one word, it would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would be jealous and envious. Towards monsters that far surpass common sense, people would panic, they would get rid of them. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, his immortal aperture was only high grade. After rebirth and strength path immortal ascension, his immortal aperture was only middle grade. He worked hard to reach super grade. But suddenly he had this immortal aperture. Suddenly, he found that he had turned from an ordinary Gu immortal to a monstrous monster. Naturally, he would feel a trace of panic in his heart. I cannot expose this immortal aperture. Once it is exposed, I will be attacked and hunted down. But even if I tell others about this immortal aperture, no one would believe me. I know at least Spectral Soul would believe me. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's expression sank. The more outstanding the Sovereign 9-5 immortal aperture was, the deeper the hatred between him, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect would be. Even though Feng Yuan had not fully unearthed the mysteries of the Sovereign immortal aperture, just based on these characteristics, his hatred with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Facing such a strong enemy, Feng Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Currently, Spectral Soul's main body is trapped in a dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years, he definitely has a backup plan. Wuxia is his split soul. He is currently using my body, his whereabouts are unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is dead, Shadow Sect is in ruins. How much foundation does this hidden superforce have left? Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? A new body was really useful. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan thought of many things. Thoughts collided in his mind, moving up and down like waves. I should communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies first. Feng Yuan calmed his mind. Finding the sovereign immortal aperture took him some time, but it was not a big problem. He used connecting Heaven Goo and Divine Sense Goo, finding Jewel Yellow Skies with ease. Jewel Yellow Skies was able to become the #1 trading venue for Goo Immortals in the 5 regions. It naturally had a huge origin. It was formed from a Goo Immortals Grotto Heaven fusing with a large fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven. Yellow Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens was at the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even if a mortal looked at the sky, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. As long as the Goo Immortal used connecting Heaven Goo, in their perception, Jewel Yellow Skies would be like a torch in a dark room. The process of communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies was very smooth. It was very smooth. Soon, a mirror appeared in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in the mirror was that of Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Yuan activated the Divine Sense Goo, sending his thoughts into it endlessly. After a while, he contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. According to Feng Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal would always be using connecting Heaven Goo in her possession. After Feng Yuan was reborn, although he did not know how the Battle of Dao Justice Heavenly Mountain would turn out, he knew that once this matter was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be encircled by Central Continent's Goo Immortals. The dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons and other resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been moved. They moved into star form Blessed Land one after another. There were still some left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain, several Feng Yuan stone nests, and a large number of hairy man slaves. In the underground cave there was Wisdom Goo, as well as some Sword Path Immortal Goo that Feng Yuan took from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Dang Hun Mountain was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land to facilitate the trade of Guts Goo. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. There was a direct connection. If it was Starform Blessed Land, it would be easy to deduce. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Blessed Land. There were many Enslavement Path Dao marks inside. It was beneficial for Feng Yuan to manage the hairy man slaves. If these hairy men were in Starform Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient as Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They would not work hard on Goo refinement. Although hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions and desires, they would slack off. Of course, Feng Yuan also considered Hei Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for Wisdom Goo, Feng Yuan wanted to move it away the most. But Feng Yuan did not have the ability to do so. Back then, he had made an agreement with Wisdom Goo because of a special situation. Feng Yuan contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Is it Master? Little Hu Immortal asked happily. It is me. Feng Yuan replied. Is it really Master? Then let's use the secret code. Little Hu Immortal said again. The two exchanged the secret code. Little Hu Immortal was very happy. Master, are you doing well? I miss you so much. Feng Yuan smiled. He roughly reported some important matters. He informed Little Hu Immortal and ordered her to use Group B Plan C. All along, Feng Yuan had been under a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that one day, Central Continent Goo Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize losses, Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to deduce different situations and different plans. Moreover, he taught these plans to Little Hu Immortal. Preparing for a rainy day was naturally a good thing. But after Little Hu Immortal heard this, she recalled that plan. She was stunned for a moment before crying on the spot. Master, you don't want Little Hu Immortal anymore? Little Hu Immortal is very obedient. She will listen to Master even more in the future. Heh. Feng Yuan smiled. Don't worry, Group B Plan C is the latest modification. If you act according to this plan, the other party will not truly accept you. Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and smiled. She had complete trust in Feng Yuan. She did not doubt Feng Yuan's deduction. She acted according to the plan and contacted Land Spirit of Langia. Feng Yuan had already contacted Land Spirit of Langia. After all, He was an external supreme elder of Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya quickly sent some rank 6 hairy man Gu immortals to Hu immortal blessed land through a stargate. They used the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and turned into a giant, directly lifting up Danghun Mountain and sending it into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya blessed land through a stargate. Little Hu immortal brought them to Wisdom Gu. These hairy man Gu immortals were stunned. After sending the message back, Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly used his methods to deceive Wisdom Gu into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya blessed land. Knowing this result, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya. He had no choice but to do so. The truth was, Land Spirit of Langya did not disappoint Feng Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of rank 8 long-hair ancestor. Back then, long-hair ancestor's refinement path attainment had surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. Such a person had an unfathomable foundation. Later generations also researched that if long-hair ancestor's physique was not limited, he would have been a variant human hairy man. If he was an ordinary human Gu immortal, he might have become a supreme rank 9 venerable. After Land Spirit of Langya moved Wisdom Gu to Langya blessed land, Feng Yuan contacted Star Form blessed land and moved Danghun Mountain into Langya blessed land as well. This way, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley would both be in Langya blessed land. Even if fixed immortal travel failed to self-destruct and Wuxia succeeded, he could use fixed immortal travel to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. That would be Langya sect shielding Feng Yuan from disaster. Chapter 1036. After relocating Hu immortal and Star Form blessed lands, the situation in the rear is settled. After completing this matter, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He relaxed a little. He did not consider victory. He first considered defeat. With this done, no matter how Wuxia dealt with it, Feng Yuan's losses were greatly reduced. Interestingly, due to a freak combination of factors, his and Wuxia's identities had been swapped. Feng Yuan was determined to live forever. His original body was just a bag of flesh to him. He did not feel any reluctance to give it up. He only cared about 3 things. First, the Gu worms in his original body. Second, the cultivation resources accumulated in Hu immortal blessed land and Star Form blessed land. Third, the relationships between He Lulan Tai Bai Yunsheng Land Spirit of Langya Spirit Affinity House Crane Gate and others. Feng Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky. The wind at the top of the mountain shook the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He thought, at this time, fixed immortal travel should have self-destructed. Next, the other Gu worms will self-destruct. I wonder what Wuxia will do? The hope of me retrieving these Gu worms is already minuscule. Hu immortal blessed land and Star Form blessed land's resources have already been moved away. Hu immortal blessed land is in the hands of Central Continent's Gu immortals, while Star Form blessed land is hidden deep in Earth Abyss. Now only the third thing is left: He Lulan Tai Bai Yunsheng and others. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. Among them, the relationship between Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate had already broken down. The truth of Feng Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower had already been exposed. If the Celestial Court pursued the matter, they would definitely find trouble with Feng Yuan. Wuxia was using Feng Yuan's body in a way he was blocking trouble for Feng Yuan. Thus there was no need to worry about this. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were Feng Yuan's worries. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value was greatly reduced, but she was still a 10 extreme Gu immortal with the great strength true martial physique. Adding on her identity as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy in the 500 years of his previous life, she had great luck and was a formidable character. She could not be underestimated. On Tai Bai Yunsheng, although there were only 2 immortal Gu, each was a top-tier Gu worm with great use. Feng Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Wuxia to make things difficult for him. Therefore, After contacting Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately tried to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing through Jewel Yellow Skies. They also left a will in the Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a communication method that they had prepared long ago. But even though Fang Yuan communicated with these two's wills in Jewel Yellow Skies, he was still unable to contact them. Only when these two took the initiative to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies would these wills return to their main bodies and communicate, would he be able to learn the truth. He could not contact them. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. Without a choice, he gave up on trying and contacted Land Spirit of Langia. This time he received a response almost immediately. "Good lad, you finally contacted me." Land Spirit of Langia was extremely excited, shouting loudly. To speak the truth, when he agreed to help Fang Yuan relocate, it was mainly because Fang Yuan had already joined Langya sect. When he found Dang Hun Mountain Luopa Valley, and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely stunned. There was only one word to describe it. That was shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan's foundation to be so deep. It was so deep that he simply could not believe it. Hearing Land Spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan smiled, as if he was looking at a hairy land spirit. A land spirit that resembled a gorilla was jumping around on the ground, waving its arms and legs with an exaggerated expression. Land Spirit of Langya originated from long-hair ancestor. It was very special. It was formed from two obsessions. This current obsession, it was extremely aggressive. It wanted hairy men to be the masters of the 5 regions and suppress humans. It was even more impatient than the sage-like one. But no matter which one it was, as long as it was a land spirit, they would not lie, they were all straightforward people. Fang Yuan had a much easier time interacting with the land spirit than with those human Gu immortals who knew their faces but not their hearts. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not speak, Land Spirit of Langya could not bear it any longer. It continued to shout, "Fang Yuan, Langya sect has helped you greatly this time. Otherwise, wouldn't you want to kill yourself after losing all these? Tell me, how are you going to repay me?" After a pause, Fang Yuan heard Land Spirit of Langya say, "Kid, quickly offer these to the sect. I won't treat you unfairly. You're our guest Grand Elder. I will give you a vast amount of sect contribution points. It is enough for you to exchange for countless immortal Gu recipes and immortal Gu." Since Fang Yuan asked Land Spirit of Langya for help, he was naturally mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu would be moved. Even Land Spirit of Langya was not immune. Land Spirit of Langya might be a straightforward person, but it was not a dead thing without intelligence. Immediately, Fang Yuan replied calmly, "I am Langya sect's external supreme elder. These are all mine. First elder, you are not thinking of embezzling these things, right?" "Ah." Land Spirit of Langya pulled his hair and shouted, "If I had known this, I would not have allowed you to join Langya sect. That way I could directly confiscate your supreme treasures. Damn it, I spoke the truth again." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya wanted Fang Yuan to join Langya sect. It was naturally sincere. Now that both sides had made an agreement, it was too late for Land Spirit of Langya to regret it. At least with his current methods, it was already too late for him to break the alliance agreement. Even if he wanted to regret it, he would need some time to prepare and undo the Information Path Alliance agreement. Even so, because he did not know how to lie, Fang Yuan only needed to probe a little to obtain information. Just based on this, Fang Yuan was already in complete control of Land Spirit of Langya. However, after careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that it was better to leave Langya Blessed Land for Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and even Wisdom Gu. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were two treasure lands that spectral soul demon Venerable once controlled. If fixed immortal travel was not destroyed, wouldn't that mean that Wuxia and the rest could return to these two places at any time? If Fang Yuan placed these two treasure lands in his immortal aperture, it would be very inappropriate. It would be like opening the door to a thief and inviting a wolf into the house. As for Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan could not use it for the time being. He had revived and had a new body. He was no longer an immortal zombie. When he was an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the light of wisdom. But now, if he was inside this light, his lifespan would decrease rapidly. This was a price that Feng Yuan could not accept. Thus, if he had no choice in the future, Feng Yuan would not use Wisdom Goo. This time I obtained the Sovereign Immortal Aperture but lost the help of Wisdom Goo. This is a loss as well as a gain. But one day, I will find a way to use Wisdom Goo freely with a fresh body. During this period of time, I might as well give Wisdom Goo to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. It will save me the trouble of worrying about this. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan said to Land Spirit of Langya, First Supreme Elder, it is impossible for me to directly offer these 3 treasures to the sect. However, we can totally cooperate with each other. I will lend Dang Hun Mountain Luopa Valley and Wisdom Goo to the sect. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If there are any accidents, we will repay them tenfold. Other than that, you just need to compensate me with some sect contribution points. Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. He waved his arms and legs as he shouted, Kid, you are very tactful. That's good, that's good. With Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, I can refine and strengthen the souls of those children. It will be very beneficial for their Goo refinement. And Wisdom Goo, this is a rank 9 Wisdom Path Goo, the vital Goo of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable back then, Using it to deduce Immortal Goo recipes is simply too amazing. Feng Yuan heard Land Spirit's tone. He actually knew how to use Wisdom Goo. He could not help but ask. Land Spirit was not an idiot, he chuckled and replied. If you want to know how to use Wisdom Goo, use your sect contribution points to exchange for it. Our Langya sect is very fair. Both sides discussed for a while and finished discussing the matter of cooperation. Feng Yuan then talked about the Featherman Zhouzhong. Even though this variant human Goo immortal was Feng Yuan's slave, this relationship could be broken. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan both knew that Zhouzhong was exposed. He might as well lead those feathermen and stay in Langya Blessed Land for now. After all, Langya Blessed Land had a huge space. Of course, it could not compare to Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. As for those hairy man slaves in Feng Yuan's stone nests, after Feng Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya negotiated, these hairy men still belonged to Feng Yuan, but they had to throw away their slave relationship. They could only be considered as Feng Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his background, the Land Spirit of Langya loved hairy men and despised other races. He had the ideology of hairy democracy. He naturally would not allow Feng Yuan to order these hairy men around as slaves. He did not fall out with Feng Yuan because of this, and even allowed these hairy men to remain under Feng Yuan's jurisdiction. It was already very rare. Actually, Feng Yuan was happy to see this happen. These hairy men were already free. They belonged to Langya Blessed Land. But as long as Feng Yuan mobilized them and ordered them to refine Goo, they would obey. It would not be much different from before. In fact, these hairy men would be nurtured by the Land Spirit of Langya. They would even have families and businesses in the Blessed Land. It would stimulate their passion for Goo refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Feng Yuan roughly told the Land Spirit of Langya about Wuxia and Shadow Sect. The Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. It took a long time for him to react after Feng Yuan finished speaking. So you even have Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital Immortal Goo. Spring Autumn Cicada. The Land Spirit of Langya shouted again. What kind of dogshit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal's Vital Immortal Goo, dogshit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal's Vital Immortal Goo is actually dogshit luck? Isn't it fortune rivaling heaven immortal Goo? The Land Spirit of Langya snorted. Fortune rivaling heaven was refined by him in his later years. In his early years it was dogshit luck. I worked with him before, how could I not know? Chapter 1037. Feng Yuan had a strange expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange immortal Goo like dog shit luck. In this situation, exposing Spring Autumn Cicada was not a big deal. In any case, the Celestial Court's Goo immortals already knew about it, which meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent also knew about it. Land Spirit of Langya continued. Unfortunately, this Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6. If it was rank 9 Spring Autumn Cicada, You would definitely have one. Spring-autumn cicada has already fallen into Wuxia's hands. You cannot let it develop. But fortunately I have many time path methods on my side. Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6. And I know who has it. It is easy to restrain it. Restrain spring-autumn cicada? Feng Yuan was very interested. To speak the truth, this was his greatest worry. Land Spirit of Langya said casually, Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6. It is fine if we don't know who has it, but since we know, it is much easier to deal with it. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. But so what? In this world there are only invincible goo masters. There are no invincible goo worms. In this world time path is not number 1 but rather all the paths are blossoming. But if we use time path methods to restrain it, it will be more effective. Feng Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Land Spirit of Langya's words were reasonable. For example, this time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, but was deduced by Shadow Sect and was even used wantonly. This was a classic example of using Wisdom Path to restrain Time Path. Spring-Autumn Cicada was indeed unique, but it was not an invincible existence. Man was the spirit of all living beings, while Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth emphasize balance. Spring-Autumn Cicada being restrained by other methods was reasonable. Since rebirth, I have always treated Spring-Autumn Cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that there would be a day when I would have to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan sighed. While he was contacting Land Spirit of Langya, in Central Continent, Mingtang Valley. This valley that was filled with radiance all year round. It was quite famous in Central Continent. It was jointly controlled by Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus Sect of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. It was a famous sacred land that produced light path goo worms. This treasure land contained extremely dense light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, it would produce light path wild immortal goo. In the depths of Mingtang Valley, there was a demonic path goo immortal. Gong Sun Liang was as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Is someone calling me? He muttered softly. A puzzled expression flashed across his face. Then, his expression turned solemn and dignified. His consciousness entered the immortal aperture. He used a unique information path method to communicate. Sir, you want to borrow my immortal goo? On the other side, deep within the earth abyss, Wuxia replied. Yes. Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes completely at this time, not feeling sleepy at all. He was very hesitant, and his eyes kept flickering. He was a demonic path goo immortal. They had been hunted down and suppressed by the righteous path of Zhongzhou state, especially the 10 ancient sections. He fled for his life to the ends of the earth. In a desperate escape filled with danger, he fell into a trap and was on the verge of death. At this time he was saved by a mysterious person. Not only did Gong Sun Liang survive, under the mysterious person's guidance, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization only had one name: Defy. The members of the organization, they were all numbered and were very mysterious. Gong Sun Liang had obtained a lot of help from this organization. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1. He is the expert who created the organization Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow goo from me. Gong Sun Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Goo Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time Miao Jun's body shook. He received Wuxia's message. Facing Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, Sir contacted me. He wants to borrow our immortal goo. Miao Yu frowned. This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now he wants to borrow our immortal goo. Miao Jun nodded. We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier, when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now, he wants to borrow our immortal goo. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider. Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus, this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 goo immortals, Great Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd goo immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Wuxia failed to borrow goo from them using his identity as Sir Crack Earth Abyss in a secret room. Wuxia smashed the table in front of him. Humph! Miao Jun Miao. Wuxia gritted his teeth. His gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher. Who did not want to go further? Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources? Especially goo immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, goo immortals had to get stronger, otherwise they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. The most important thing was the lack of cultivation resources. But the 10 great ancient sects were extremely strong. They occupied a lot of cultivation resources. The other forces were not united. Their strength was not enough. They could not be shaken. Some ambitious people noticed this. They contacted each other and formed all kinds of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. If it was not because of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects' sabotage, it was because the members of the alliance were fighting amongst themselves. Of course, the root cause: they were still not strong enough. They could not contend against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. As for Shadow Sect, they secretly established Defy, carefully selecting the members and gradually growing stronger. But this step was just an idle move. Even the Shadow Sect members who created Defy did not have high expectations. The more members there were, the more bloated the organization became. The more complicated it was, the harder it was to manage. Moreover, these members were not otherworldly demons. There were almost none who had escaped from fate. They were useful against Providence. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's goo refinement plan did not mobilize these people. Even if they were mobilized, could they be mobilized? Even if they could be mobilized, they might be used by Providence instead. The gains did not make up for the losses. But at this time, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They suffered huge losses. After Wuxia revived, he had to borrow the strength of Defy. It was not smooth for him to borrow goo. Many goo immortal members tried all sorts of excuses. Immortal goo were extremely precious. Defy's members kept their identities a secret. They did not know each other. The structure was very loose. How could it be easy to borrow goo? Only demonic path goo immortals like Unmoving Mountain Gong Sun Liang, who was alone, to escape the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path and avoid wisdom path deductions, he could only borrow Defy's help. He could not leave Defy, even if he was unwilling. He had to take the risk and lend the immortal goo to Wuxia. Wuxia borrowed goo for a long time. Fang Yuan's goo worms self-destructed. Eventually, even though Wuxia successfully suppressed them and stopped the goo worms from self-destructing, his losses were severe. Damn you, Fang Yuan! You are decisive and decisive. In the darkness, Wuxia's expression was dark. However, only someone like you can take sovereign immortal fetus goo. After suppressing Fang Yuan's goo worms, Wuxia used the borrowed immortal goo to get rid of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was preparing to use the immortal goo to take Fang Yuan's goo worms for himself, he suddenly sensed He Lulan's movements. He Lulan was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. She slowly opened her eyes. She frowned slightly, and a hint of worry and solemnity flashed in the depths of her eyes. In the room in a dark corner, Wuxia's voice could be heard. "Hey Lulan, you don't need to try anymore. In this place, you will not succeed if you want to use connecting heaven goo to contact jewel yellow skies." Hey Lulan's gaze flickered, she was about to speak. At this time Wuxia said, "You don't need to disguise yourself and try to fool me. I know you are already suspicious of my identity. I will tell you directly. That's right, I am not Feng Yuan, I am Wuxia." Hey Lulan's expression changed. She was not Tai by Yunsheng, she was not easy to fool. After Feng Yuan woke up, he had been acting strangely. Hey Lulan did not do anything. She only wanted to use fixed immortal travel to get out of danger. But she did not expect Wuxia to bring her here. There was a super goo formation here, the defense was tight, it could actually block connecting heaven goo, she could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies successfully. After Hey Lulan failed to communicate with jewel yellow skies, she realized that Wuxia's identity was suspicious. But at this time Wuxia told her directly, Hey Lulan was caught unprepared. "You already know who I am." Wuxia's voice continued. "I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. I took over Feng Yuan's body. I will give you two choices now, one is to die, the other is to give up on Feng Yuan and join us." To Wuxia, Hey Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. She was also the person who escaped fate, she was the best chess piece. But if Hey Lulan did not understand the situation, he would kill Hey Lulan without any mercy. He could use Hey Lulan's corpse to revive his body. Using the formation here, Wuxia was confident he could deal with Hey Lulan. Chapter 1038. Hey Lulan was both shocked and furious. Wuxia's sudden attack had put her in a very passive position. Even though Hey Lulan did not know that Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Etion Mountain. She knew that Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, Hey Lulan's great aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and little aunt Fairy Li Shan died one after another. These two people were Hey Lulan's only remaining family members. As for Shadow Sect, who killed Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, the hatred between Wuxia and Hey Lulan was irreconcilable. However, Wuxia was well aware of this. He did not care about all this and went straight to her door to force Hey Lulan to surrender. If they didn't surrender, then he would kill them. Although Wuxia was using Feng Yuan's body and was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 Gu immortal Shirnu with him. He had full battle strength. And most importantly, there was a super Gu formation here. To be able to block the investigation of Celestial Court and other forces, and also resist the attacks of fierce beasts in Earth Abyss, protecting Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this Gu formation was extraordinary. This was Wuxia's greatest source of confidence. Even though Wuxia was only a split soul, he inherited Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature and aggressiveness. Hey Lulan's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Since Wuxia dares to make things difficult for me, he must be well prepared and confident. The other party was unfathomable. He had a close relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I stubbornly resist to the end, I'm afraid the outcome will be worrying. He could only endure it for now. I'll look for a good opportunity in the future. With that in mind, Hey Lulan snorted coldly and said, "Your Shadow Sect killed 2 of my family members, and you still want me to submit to you? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite back one day?" Ha ha ha. Wuxia laughed. "What's there to be afraid of?" After a pause he continued, "Firstly, I'm strong and you're weak, so there's nothing to fear. Secondly, I also have information path methods and alliance agreements to restrict you. 3 times. I know a little about your character. You have yet to avenge yourself. Heicheng didn't die, are you willing to let it end like this? Even if Heicheng is killed by you, you will endure the humiliation and cultivate hard, waiting for a chance to counterattack." Hey Lulan was silent. Hearing how well Wuxia knew her, Hey Lulan's heart sank. Hey Lulan did not expect that only by knowing oneself, and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Wuxia understood him so well. On the other hand, he knew almost nothing about him. This was all thanks to Feng Yuan. Back then, after Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect found out about Feng Yuan's abnormality, he used heavenly secret goo and other methods to make deductions. As a key figure around Feng Yuan, He Lulan was naturally implicated. The Shadow Sect collected and deduced a lot of information. Wuxia originally did not know, but because of Red Lotus' true inheritance in the River of Time, he received pointers from spectral souls will in the true inheritance. He understood a lot about He Lulan. Seeing that He Lulan was silent, Wuxia showed great patience. He did not rush her. In this simple room there was only a trace of light. He Lulan's entire body was shrouded in darkness. After a long while she spoke. You want to recruit me? Who are you going to deal with? If you want me to kill my way to the celestial court, you might as well take my life now. Ha ha. Wuxia laughed. No need to probe He Lulan. I want to recruit you because I want to deal with Feng Yuan. He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She raised her voice. Oh, it seems that Feng Yuan did not die after all. Not only did he not die, he even gained a lot. Wuxia could not conceal the hatred in his tone. You want to use me to frame Feng Yuan, to help you obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land? He Lulan continued to ask. Humph, Wuxia sneered. Feng Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land should have been emptied. The cultivation resources inside, including Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land? The place where you fought with Fairy Li Shan, Qin Bai Shang, Heicheng and Jiangyu. Why? Feng Yuan did not tell you? Wuxia said. He Lulan was silent. Wuxia continued. Langya Blessed Land was formed from the immortal aperture left behind by long-hair ancestor. It was originally a grotto heaven. Now that it has fallen to a blessed land, its foundation is so deep that it can be called the number one blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land has already been destroyed. There are no other blessed lands that can compare to it. Not only did Feng Yuan move all the resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya sect and betrayed humanity, becoming the lackey of the hairy men. He Lulan's gaze flashed. Wuxia seemed to know what she was thinking. He continued to smile. You are right. I still have people in Langya Blessed Land. I know almost everything that happened in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan will not be able to last long. You can only rely on me to survive. The scene of Etion Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind. Spectral Soul's towering body was deeply engraved in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lulan muttered in her mind. She then closed her eyes, saying, The situation is stronger than the person. I will rely on you. However, I need to remind you. You want me to deal with Feng Yuan, but I still have an alliance agreement with him. It is just an alliance agreement. I can help you get rid of it. Wuxia said confidently. But He Lulan said, Is that all right? Back then, when we created this alliance agreement, it was stated clearly. No matter which side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. Wuxia felt troubled. Oh? This way, if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, wouldn't I be helping Feng Yuan indirectly? He Lulan nodded. That is correct. Feng Yuan had set up this rule back then because he was afraid that Fairy Li Shan would secretly get rid of the alliance agreement. After all, Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path. Feng Yuan had to be on guard against her. But the world changed. Fate was unpredictable. Fairy Li Shan died. Wuxia wanted to help He Lulan get rid of the alliance agreement. The essence of the alliance agreement is to use information path methods to carve information path, Dao marks on each other's bodies and souls. To get rid of the alliance agreement, I need to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of the information path Dao marks on He Lulan. With this super goo formation and my goo worms I can do it. But this way, I will be helping Feng Yuan as well. Wuxia was not willing to do that. In his opinion, the ideal situation was for He Lulan to get rid of the alliance agreement, while Feng Yuan would still be restricted by it. This way, he would be able to use He Lulan to deal with Feng Yuan. He would have a huge innate advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to get to the ideal situation. I just need to get rid of the information path Dao marks first. On He Lulan, there would definitely be one or several information path Dao marks. It meant if one side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. And this type of information path Dao mark would definitely be related to other information path Dao marks. Wuxia only needed to get rid of this information path alliance agreement first, then get rid of the other information path Dao marks to get to the ideal situation. In the future, he could use the alliance agreement to harm Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Wuxia's brows furrowed deeper. To make an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between He Lulan and Fang Yuan was like two bombs that were connected to each other. Regardless of which side, if they violated the alliance agreement, the bomb would explode and they would be punished severely. Wuxia had the ability to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan now, but the bomb on Fang Yuan would also lose its effect. This was not what Wuxia wanted. But to get to the ideal situation, he needed to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan among the countless colored wires. He needed to find the most crucial one or a few and get rid of them. However, to do that, it was very difficult. Not only was Wuxia lacking in attainment level, he also did not have the corresponding immortal goo. Damn it. This Fang Yuan does things so meticulously. Wuxia felt depressed. If this was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He could just ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it. Not to mention Spectral Soul's main body. But that was then and this was now. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They suffered huge losses. Only a few of them were left in the 5 regions. Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and gathered all of the remaining forces, he would not be able to do this. This way, He Lulan's value will be greatly reduced. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, to help my body obtain a life and death immortal aperture and revive? A thought emerged in Wuxia's mind. But after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. The revival of a life and death immortal aperture has a huge hidden danger. If I am unlucky, the immortal aperture will self-detonate. I might as well use an ordinary immortal zombie to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking of the life and death immortal aperture, Wuxia naturally thought of sovereign immortal fetus goo. At once, he gritted his teeth, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by several degrees. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they experimented many times and found something wrong with it. Next, they paid a huge price to improve it step by step. Finally, Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of human path, transformation path, and heaven path to create sovereign immortal fetus goo's immortal goo recipe. Fang Yuan snatched sovereign immortal fetus goo and created the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. It was a meteoric rise. Shadow Sect's tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort were all for naught. This deep hatred could not be described with words. Forget it. I should let He Lulan go. I have few people now. He Lulan has excellent aptitude. She will be a good fighter. Fang Yuan, you will fall into my hands sooner or later. By then, I will pull out your tendons and bones. I will use every inch of your flesh and hair to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Chapter 1039. How about it? Have you thought it through? You are Langya Sect's external supreme elder. You can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. In Central Continent, He Lulan had been forced to join Wuxia. Fang Yuan did not know about it and was still in contact with Land Spirit of Langya. Both sides discussed the methods to restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada. Land Spirit of Langya was indeed from long-hair ancestor. Langya Blessed Land had a huge business and deep foundation. Through the conversation earlier, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Land Spirit of Langya had no less than 10 methods that could restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada. There were many methods and choices at once. Fang Yuan felt somewhat lost. But he quickly calmed his mind and thought of something, asking, I wonder how many sect contribution points I have now? 300. Land Spirit of Langya hesitated before answering. 300. Fang Yuan frowned. He knew that after joining Langya sect, he had not done anything for the sect. This amount of sect contribution points was obtained by lending Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley's wisdom goo to Land Spirit of Langya. However, be it Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley or wisdom goo, they were all peerless treasures, but they were only worth 300 sect contribution points? Immediately, Feng Yuan felt suspicious, but he did not question it directly, instead asking in a roundabout way, "First Supreme Elder, I don't know how you calculated these 300 contribution points. Please explain it to me." Land Spirit of Langya heard Feng Yuan call him First Supreme Elder, and immediately became happy. He said frankly, "This is very simple. Danghun Mountain is worth 100 contribution points, Luopa Valley is worth 100 contribution points, and Wisdom Goo is also worth 100 contribution points." Feng Yuan's tone sank. Wisdom Goo is a rank 9 immortal goo. Why does it have the same contribution points as Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley? No need to be suspicious. Land Spirit of Langya quickly replied, "These three can be considered as you lending them to the sect. My Langya sect still has to bear the expenditure of Earth Chi and feed Wisdom Goo for you. Giving you 300 contribution points is clearly stated in the sect's rules. I knew that if a sect wanted to grow, it needed to be fair and just. Don't worry, if it's yours, we won't mistreat you. If it's not yours, we won't subsidize you." After a pause, the Land Spirit of Langya continued, "Of course, if you offer these three to the sect, in that case the contribution points would be much higher, and you could even become the Grand Elder of this sect. It would not be impossible." When Feng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be tempted. Wouldn't becoming the Langya sect's first Supreme Elder be equivalent to obtaining the greatest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Langya Blessed Land, he could mobilize the Harryman Goo Immortals and other forces in the Blessed Land, right? But immediately after, the Land Spirit of Langya continued, "But if you want to become the first Supreme Elder, you must break away from your human identity and transform into a hairy man. Only an outstanding hairy man can lead the Grand Hairyman tribe." The Land Spirit of Langya's tone was filled with the strong aura of hairy democracy. Feng Yuan immediately dispelled his earlier thoughts. He did not doubt that the Land Spirit of Langya had methods to transform humans into hairy men. But if Feng Yuan became a hairy man, the price would be too high. Not to mention the fact that the current human race was unshakable. Variant humans like hairy men, even if they became immortals, they would have to stand aside. They would be ostracized. First and foremost, variant humans like hairy men had innate flaws. They could not become rank 9 venerables. Feng Yuan was determined to live forever. Cultivation level was only a supplementary factor. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he was to eternal life. This logic was clear. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Feng Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. The Land Spirit of Langya had calculated this clearly. He did not give Feng Yuan a single cent more, nor a single cent less. Feng Yuan acutely realized this. These 300 sect contribution points were very precious. They had high value. If he could use them properly, they would definitely be useful to him now. They would be of great help. Thus, he thought about it. He was not in a hurry to spend these contribution points to exchange for a method to restrain spring-autumn cicada. On the other side, the Land Spirit of Langya continued. Sect contribution points are meant to be spent. You do not need to treasure them too much. Our sect has many missions. They can be carried out. As long as you complete any one of them, your sect contribution points will increase. Oh, what missions are there? Feng Yuan asked casually. The Land Spirit of Langya wanted to make use of Feng Yuan's strength. He naturally told him everything he knew. Feng Yuan quickly shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. These sect missions were divided into two types. One was to collect Goo refinement materials, the other was to spar with the Harryman Goo Immortals and nurture their battle attainment. It turned out that after Qin Baishang and the rest attacked Langya Blessed Land, the Land Spirit of Langya turned from the white-haired Land Spirit to the black-haired Land Spirit. The concept of managing Langya Blessed Land had also undergone a complete change. The black-haired Land Spirit encouraged battle. He wanted the hairy men to become the overlords of the Goo Master world and trample on humans and other races. Thus he actively trained the hairy man Gu immortals under him, wanting to nurture their battle strength. Before this, these hairy man Gu immortals only knew how to refine Gu. They did not even have any basic training. Their battle attainment could no longer be described as trash. But now, Feng Yuan did not have the mood to help the black-haired land spirit find Gu refinement materials. He did not have the patience to babysit the hairy man Gu immortals. How about this, First Supreme Elder, I lack Gu worms. Buy some southern border Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies and check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, send them over. Feng Yuan changed the topic and made a request. The land spirit of Langya naturally did not reject him. Batches of Gu worms quickly passed through Jewel Yellow Skies and connected Heaven Gu, arriving in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal Gu, including wine sack flower Gu, rice sack grass Gu, sweet spring Gu, eating wind drink dew Gu, and others. But the situation was different now. Previously, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie. He did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, he needed to replenish his food and water regularly. Even Gu immortals would starve to death if they did not eat, unless they had food path Dao marks of the same level. Other than these food path mortal Gu, there were also some clothing Gu. Feng Yuan was not satisfied with fire cloak Gu and flying smoke Gu. The effect of the flames was too eye-catching and flashy. Once he obtained these clothing Gu, he immediately changed fire cloak Gu. There was also house Gu. For example, the wood path Gu worm 3-star cave. After using it, it could turn into a tree house with a hollow trunk. The second batch was moving perspective Gu and Stargate Gu. They used Jewel Yellow Skies to communicate with each other. It was not safe. Jewel Yellow Skies was only an open market. It was not a secret communication bridge. And moving perspective Gu used space gates to travel back and forth, avoiding the 5 regional walls. It was truly a top-tier mortal Gu. Be it moving perspective Gu's recipe or Stargate Gu's recipe, the land spirit of Langya had obtained them from Feng Yuan long ago. According to the previous generation's land spirit of Langya's personality, he naturally had to refine them. Thus these 2 Gu worms. They were directly extracted from Langya blessed land. The moment they entered Jewel Yellow Skies, the 2 Gu worms burst out with intense treasure light, attracting the attention of many Gu immortals. They were clearly mortal Gu, but the treasure light was unimaginably intense. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. They went forward to ask, but were all rejected by the land spirit of Langya. The third batch was some mortal Gu from Langya Sect's storage. Feng Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign immortal aperture. After all, the previous tests were only superficial observations. To truly understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, he needed to use Gu worms as tools. The fourth batch was the highlight. Sword Path Immortal Gu from Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Feng Yuan had stolen many immortal Gu from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Next, he used the Light of Wisdom and Wisdom Path methods to deceive these immortal Gu, before slowly refining them. Before the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had only successfully refined Change Soul Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment of the Battle of Etion Mountain, Feng Yuan used it as a method to counterattack. Right now, Change Soul Immortal Gu was still in Feng Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Gu, they were filled with Bo Qing's will. They were harder to refine than Change Soul Immortal Gu. Thus, they were left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan did not bring them to Etion Mountain. After all, these immortal Gu had not been refined. They could not be used even if they were brought over. As it turned out, it was fortunate that Feng Yuan did not bring them with him. Otherwise, according to the development of the situation, if these immortal Gu were left in his body, they would have benefited him instead. These Sword Path Immortal Gu were Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, Rank 7 Sword Escape Gu, Rank 7 Wave Sword Gu, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Gu, and Rank 7 Flying Sword Gu. The land spirit of Langya transmitted Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Flying Sword Immortal Gu to Feng Yuan. Both sides quickly transacted. At the first moment, Feng Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Flying Sword Immortal Gu. The treasure light is hundreds of feet tall. What happened just now? Seems to be an Immortal Gu transaction. How can this be? I saw it with my own eyes. One side bought 2 rank 7 immortal goo so quickly it is too fast. Bought 2 rank 7 immortal goo? Oh my god, I do not even have a single rank 6 immortal goo. Who is so rich? The previous few batches of goo worms had attracted the attention of many people. This transfer involved immortal goo. It immediately caused a huge commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Immortal goo transactions were usually done by exchanging immortal goo. It was very rare even in Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's transaction was like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake. It caused a huge commotion. 2 immortal goo, each has a treasure light that is 700 to 800 feet tall. But the other side used a rock to pay. A goo immortal who was fortunate enough to witness it personally transmitted his divine sense. This news caused a huge commotion among the goo immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you joking? It seems that this is not a simple transaction. They are using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them. Even if they are transporting immortal goo, it is rare. Jewel Yellow Skies' transaction fee is calculated according to the treasure light. At once, all sorts of divine senses shot out of Jewel Yellow Skies. Countless goo immortal wills inside were moving and communicating. It was a complete mess like a market in the mortal world. Because of Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's communication, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies was in chaos. Chapter 1040. Southern Border. At the peak of a nameless mountain. Feng Yuan had Sword Escape Immortal Goo in his left hand, and Flying Sword Immortal Goo in his right hand. He looked around. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was like a bee with golden needles, while Flying Sword Immortal Goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their own merits. The former was a movement Immortal Goo. Its speed was not inferior to the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo. The latter was famous in history. It was Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used offensive and defensive goo. The aura of rank 7 permeated the surroundings. Feng Yuan smiled as he stored the 2 immortal goo. During this period of time on Etian Mountain, the Sword Path Immortal Goo had all been successfully refined by the light of wisdom. They had all become Feng Yuan's. These 2 immortal goo were naturally among them. They could be used by Feng Yuan at any time now. With these 2 immortal goo, Feng Yuan felt much more at ease. Previously he had Attitude Goo, Change Soul Immortal Goo, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. He lacked offensive and movement methods. Now that he had these 2 immortal goo, Feng Yuan's weakness was filled. His battle strength rose sharply. If he faced Huakong Dong again, Feng Yuan could directly use his immortal goo to attack. Connecting Heaven Goo was no longer used. Because the land spirit of Langya gave him Sword Escape and Flying Sword, 2 rank 7 immortal goo, Jewel Yellow Skies was bustling with activity. More and more goo immortals joined in, discussing this matter crazily. In the goo immortal world, rank 6 goo immortals were the majority. Among rank 6 goo immortals, most did not have a single rank 6 immortal goo. Thus, this transaction of 2 rank 7 immortal goo caused such a commotion. Jewel Yellow Skies was only a market. It was very open and could not be kept a secret. Feng Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal goo. He had no choice. After obtaining 2 Sword Path Immortal Goo, he stopped using Connecting Heaven Goo. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, it could do whatever it wanted. Using Moving Perspective Cup Goo, he continued to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. This time you've spent a total of 30 sect contribution points, said the land spirit of Langya. Using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport goo worms. Not for free. For every transaction, Jewel Yellow Skies would collect a fee. The fee was determined according to the treasure light. The higher the treasure light, the higher the fee. These procedures and fees. It was all borne by the land spirit of Langya. In turn, Langya sect would deduct Feng Yuan's sect contribution points. As a result, Feng Yuan's sect contribution points quickly shrunk, leaving him with only 270. Of course, of the 30 contribution points, a portion was used to purchase goo worms for Feng Yuan. I want to talk to you in detail about the trade of guts goo. Feng Yuan replied. This conversation took quite a long time. Only in the middle of the night did the two sides finalize all the details and come to an agreement. Gutsgu trade. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining, excitement still lingering on his face. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chill, but it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. All along Fang Yuan's Gutsgu trade, it was mainly limited by the number of hairy man slaves. Because Gutsgu needed Airsack-gu to be placed inside and sold outside of Danghun Mountain. But Airsack-gu needed He Lolan Strength Chi Immortal Gu as the main gu refinement material, and also needed hairy man slaves to refine it. Right now, He Lulan was missing, Strength Chi Immortal Gu was not with Fang Yuan. But this was not a problem. Long ago, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom to research a new gu recipe. But he had been restraining himself. He wanted to maintain the beneficial relationship with He Lulan. The number of hairy man slaves was the main factor restricting this trade. But it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, the hairy man slaves were in jewel yellow skies. They had the highest price among all the variant human slaves. Especially for gu refinement experts, they were even more expensive. Secondly, the gu refinement process was filled with danger. Hairy man slaves could die during the process. Thus, even though Fang Yuan added many hairy man slaves, their numbers did not increase in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had once wanted to raise his own hairy men, but he lacked the methods to raise hairy men. This thought ended in failure. But now, Fang Yuan joined Langya sect. How many hairy men were there in Langya Blessed Land? The number was unimaginable. This blessed land might be the largest gathering place of variant human hairy men in the current 5 regions. Lending Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Langya sect, Fang Yuan naturally had his own motives. He wanted to use the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land to refine Airsack-gu for him. The Guts-gu trade would far surpass Fang Yuan's previous scale. It would rise to an immeasurable level. As long as we have jewel yellow skies, so what if Central Continent suppresses us? The Guts-gu trade will not face any obstruction. I am really looking forward to it. According to the results of our discussion, even if Langya sect takes half of the profits, I will be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones every month just from the Guts-gu trade. Fang Yuan's previous profits, including his other businesses, were only 2,000 immortal yuan stones every month. Now that he joined Langya sect just from the Guts-gu trade alone, he would be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones. This was a number that many rank 6 gu immortals could not imagine. Fang Yuan's decision to join Langya sect after rebirth was made after careful consideration. Firstly, when Fang Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world one day, who could be more reliable than Langya sect? Others coveted Fang Yuan's giant sun true inheritance, but they also coveted Langya Blessed Land. After the land spirit of Langya changed, it wanted to expand the hairy man race. It was Fang Yuan's natural ally. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land itself was very strong. It had resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, the land spirit of Langya could not lie. Fang Yuan could easily sense it if it had any ulterior motives. Because of these 3 points, Fang Yuan decided to join Langya sect. As expected, on the first night of rebirth, he tasted great benefits. Fang Yuan not only used the land spirit of Langya to help him resolve the crisis, he even used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to increase his wealth. The weak period of rebirth is over. Next, I need to inspect my 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. There were no stars in the night sky, cold winds howled. Fang Yuan entered the house gu. After having a meal, he started to inspect the immortal aperture in detail. With the help of a group of mortal gu, the efficiency was naturally higher. It was a sleepless night. At dawn, Fang Yuan came out of the 3-star cave gu. He saw the scene of the sun rising. Southern border was originally mountainous and foggy. The rising sun gradually rose, causing the other side of the mountain ranges to burn with fire clouds that filled the sky. A huge sun appeared in a corner of the sky. At first, there was only a golden red arc. Soon after, the great sun gushed out, carrying with it a scarlet heat. It was like gold and iron flowing out of an iron furnace. As the sun rose, the clouds in the mountains were majestic, They were illuminated by the sunlight. The sun was shining brightly. Feng Yuan could not help but feel a sense of grand aspiration. The grand mountain path is like iron, now I will surpass it. Perilous is the essence of heaven and earth. My heart still looks up to heaven. After chanting in a low voice, Feng Yuan opened his arms and jumped down the mountain peak like a giant peng, flying straight up. As if he was stepping on the clouds, he flew towards the southeast direction. After this night, he learned more about the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space, it was more than 500 million km too. Not just that, there were abundant time path resources. 1 day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. He Lolan's great strength true martial immortal aperture was only 1 to 38 times faster than the outside world. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was 1 to 60. It greatly surpassed He Lolan's. But compared to the difference in the immortal aperture space, the time path aspect was not surprising. But this made Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If the time in the immortal aperture was too fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently. Feng Yuan would be exhausted from defending against them. Maybe when spectral soul refined Gu, he had already considered this problem. 1 to 60, this surpassed supergrade blessed lands, but it was not exaggerated. Feng Yuan could barely accept it. Other than time path resources, Feng Yuan also found 16 green grape immortal essence beads in the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was fresh, unlike a dead aperture. It could produce immortal essence. It could produce 16 immortal essence beads in a day. That was 480 immortal essence beads in a month. It far surpassed Feng Yuan's previous life. Feng Yuan also found that his body contained a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks belonged to all paths. Fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path, even poison path, luck path, and so on, they were all included. What made Feng Yuan even more surprised was that not only were there many types of Dao marks, but the scale was also huge. He could only make a rough estimate. On average, there were about 100 Dao marks in each path. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of the corresponding Gu worm by 10%. No wonder Feng Yuan could use Fire Path's Fire Cape Gu and Flying Smoke Gu to achieve outstanding results. But this discovery did not make Feng Yuan happy. Instead, his heart felt heavy. Gu immortals always pursued a single Dao mark, because Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms, but at the same time, they could also suppress and weaken them. For example, a water path Gu immortal who was covered in water path Dao marks would be inferior to a mortal Gu master if they used fire path mortal Gu. Even if Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would focus on one path. This was common knowledge in the Gu immortal world. But the strange thing is, when I use mortal Gu of all paths, they are not suppressed or weakened by the Dao marks of other paths. Instead, there is a unilateral amplification effect. This goes against common knowledge. What is going on? There is one more thing. When Gu masters become immortals, they have vital Gu. But my sovereign immortal aperture does not have them. What is going on? The deeper he dug into the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, the more questions Feng Yuan had, the more questions he had. I have used all my methods in last night's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, I need to start with Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Wuxia. But Yixian Mountain has changed too much. It is covered in dream realms. It will definitely be sealed by southern borders Gu immortals and become a forbidden area. And Wuxia is nowhere to be found. Forget it. The urgent matter now is to find southern borders in Yixiang. Chapter 1041. Southern Border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was close to noon, the sun was shining high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky. In a certain area of the forest behind Rotten Mud Mountain, a young boy was confronting a large bear. The atmosphere was tense. The large bear was 9 feet tall. It was fat and muscular. Its fur was brown, thick and glossy. The bear opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its red eyes stared at the young boy with a fierce gaze. The young boy confronting the large bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was less than 5 feet tall compared to the large bear. He was even more petite and delicate. The young boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze was bright and full of expression. He stared at the large bear bravely, without any intention of retreating. Roar! The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the young boy. Don't be fooled by the brown bear's clumsy appearance. Old hunters knew that bear beasts had great explosive strength. The brown bear moved from stillness, its speed exploding at an astonishing speed. The young boy only felt the wind howling in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was already in front of him. The young boy's expression did not change. He activated his goo worm at the critical moment. The movement goo worm allowed him to teleport a distance. The brown bear missed. It crashed into the tree behind the young boy. With a muffled sound, the thick tree trunk was broken by the brown bear. With a creaking sound, the tree fell down, crashing onto the ground with a muffled sound. Large numbers of birds in the surroundings flew away in panic. The young boy breathed in sharply, thinking, thankfully I dodged in time. Otherwise, if I was hit by this bear, even with defensive goo worms, my bones would be fractured. However, since he dodged this attack, the situation was tilted towards the young boy's side. The young boy's eyes shined brightly. He shouted, "Stupid bear! Look at this young master sword chi goo." Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand. His index finger and middle finger were together. He pointed at the back of the brown bear. At the next moment, whoosh! With a soft sound from the young boy's finger, a pale white translucent sword chi shot out. The sword chi quickly streaked through the air. It hit the brown bear's back. However, the brown bear's body suddenly emitted the aura of a wild goo. On the brown bear's back, the fur suddenly froze, forming a hard board. The sword chi hit the hard board with a muffled sound. Then the sword chi was exhausted. The brown bear shook its fat body without any injury. It shook its head and woke up from the dizziness just now. It turned around and aimed at the young man again. The teenager was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This big stupid bear actually had a wild defensive goo. How can my sword chi goo fight like this? Grandpa, did you deliberately place the wild goo on the brown bear? The youngster shouted. Hee good grandson, this brown bear is something that I, your grandfather, walked more than 10 miles of mountain road and finally found with great difficulty. For you. He's a good opponent. A voice came from the tree trunk. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on a tall tree trunk, watching the battle between his grandson and the brown bear. The youngster's greatest method was sword chi goo. But at this moment it was extremely ineffective against the brown bear. Each sword chi could only shave off some fur at most. Left with no choice, the youth could only hide everywhere. The brown bear was ferocious, but it was still a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Although the youngster could not deal with the brown bear, he was very intelligent and had fought many battles in the past. He used his experience and dodged everywhere. The brown bear could not hit its target, instead knocking down many trees. Seeing the youngster's miserable appearance, the grandfather laughed loudly. Brat, now you know the weakness of your sword chi goo? It is a piercing attack. Once it is countered, it will expend primeval essence in vain. There is no effect. Come grandson, catch the goo. Saying so, the grandfather waved his hand and threw a goo worm to the youngster. To borrow this goo worm, the youngster was almost slapped by the bear's paw and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped a bite from the brown bear. After pulling some distance, he jumped up and stood up again. This is muddy goo. The youngster shouted, recognizing the goo worm in his hand. Although this goo worm was not his grandfather lent it to him, and the youngster activated it without any difficulty. His primeval essence poured into the muddy goo, and the goo worm let out a faint gray light. The youngster's palm shook lightly, and the gray light on the goo worm flew out and landed under the brown bear's feet. Gulp gulp. Large amounts of bubbles emerged from the mud under the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area turned into a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck in the mud, trapped. It struggled crazily, throwing out countless amounts of mud. The mud hit the youngster's body and face. The youngster was too nervous to care about this, quickly activating the muddy goo again. The gray light hit that pile of mud again. The brown bear had already sunk to the bottom of the mud pit, and after struggling fiercely, was about to climb out. But after being hit by the gray light, the mud pit became deeper and bigger. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. The brown bear stood up, but the depth of the mud already reached its waist. The youngster activated the muddy goo for the 3rd time, securing his victory. The brown bear sank again, and only its head was exposed, roaring unwillingly. I finally won. The youngster's body was weak. He sat on the ground and panted roughly. His face was pale, and his primeval essence was completely expended. With a soft sound, the youngster's grandfather jumped down from the tree, lightly leaping tens of feet and standing in front of the youngster. Rascal, now you know the benefits of the muddy goo? Without this goo, how could you have defeated the brown bear? The grandfather lectured. The youngster did not reply. He continued to pant for a while before snorting coldly, raising his head and looking at his grandfather. Grandfather, you did this on purpose. Didn't you want me to give up Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's Earth Path? The grandfather bent his finger and knocked on the youngster's head, saying with love and hate, Lad, with your intelligence, if you could use it on Earth Path cultivation, how good would that be? The youngster covered his head with both hands, shouting, But I like Sword Path. Sword Chi is so cool and dashing. Earth Path is not worth mentioning, grandfather. Look at my body, it's covered in mud. After one battle I lost all my elegance. The grandfather heard this and immediately opened his eyes wide, just as he was about to lecture. But right at this time he suddenly heard the sound of a bell from the front mountain. Both grandfather and grandson were immediately moved. The youngster jumped up from the ground, looking at the front mountain as he said anxiously, this is the clan's alarm bell goo. The alarm bell is so urgent. What the hell happened? Let's go. The grandfather was even more straightforward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the youngster's collar, running towards the front of the mountain. The youngster only felt the wind blowing in his ears. The shadows of the trees in front of him quickly moved away from him. He was shocked. This is the true strength of a rank 5 goo master? So fast? After more than 10 breaths of time, the youngster's vision stabilized. His grandfather placed him on the ground. He was in a fog, his speed fell sharply. This made him feel uncomfortable. His stomach was churning intensely. He almost vomited. Lord Clan Leader. Greetings to Lord Clan Leader. The youngster heard the familiar voices of the clan elders. He barely stabilized his body, and was shocked to find that he was already standing on the wall of Ni clan village. The youngster's grandfather was Ni clan leader, a rank 5 goo master, Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan frowned, asking solemnly, What happened? Why are we ringing the clan's alarm bell goo? Clan leader, the situation is urgent, please look. An elder activated the clan's goo formation. This was an investigative goo formation used on Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan's eyes flickered with all sorts of images at this moment. He had already seen the scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused. He frowned, showing a doubtful expression. It is a beast tide. Strange, we had already passed this beast tide a year ago. The scale of the beast groups around the village is not enough to form a beast tide. Yes, we are also curious. There must be a reason for this abnormality. I suggest sending elite goo masters. We must find out the reason. Let's focus on defense. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. Whether we can defend the village is still a problem. Ni Kuan's expression was steely. The danger was so sudden and so severe. His grandson Jian was even more dazed. It had been a peaceful day earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they were facing the crisis of having their family destroyed. The beast groups are coming with great momentum. This scale has not been seen in decades. Ni clan is facing a crisis of life and death. Activate the 3 layers of defensive goo formations. Second elder, third elder. You two quickly lead the elites of the 2 halls and control the heavenly fire goo formation. Sixth elder. You will lead the medicine hall and act as reinforcements. Seventh elder. You will inspect the teleportation goo formation. Once there is a problem, teleport away all the seeds in the village. Anaikuan ordered. The elders understood the danger of the situation. They received the order and moved out, showing their vigor. The beast groups were like a raging wave surging forward. Everywhere they went, dust rose and countless trees in the forest were broken. Young Anaijien stood on the village wall and saw this scene, his heart pounding and his face turning pale. He had never seen such a ferocious beast tide before. Normally speaking, a beast tide would be a single type of beast, like wolf calamity, tiger calamity, and so on. But this beast tide contained countless wild beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer, foxes, snakes, and so on. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not killing each other? They are attacking our village together. Grandfather Anaikuan muttered. At the next moment, Anaikuan's body shook. The Enai clan Gu masters beside him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying horde of beasts suddenly slowed down, and then stopped moving forward. An uncountable beast group was tens of thousands of steps away from the village wall. They were restless and staring at the village covetously. Enai clan Gu masters looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. A hill tiger came out of the group. Hill tigers were mutated beasts. They were huge and extraordinary, like a small hill. Feng Yuan was lying on the hill tiger's back, squinting his eyes as he looked at Enai clan's people. Seeing Feng Yuan, Enai clan's Gu masters gasped. Chapter 1042. There was a line in the sky. It was vast and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving under their feet. A gigantic male lion let out a low roar, its thick limbs stepping on the void as it galloped through the clouds. This lion was white as snow. There was no other color on it. Its thick mane fluttered in the wind. Huge air currents were surging under its feet. On the lion's back there was a huge chair. 2 Gu immortals, one male and one female, were sitting side by side. The woman was old. She looked to be around 60 to 70 years old, but her eyes were shining with bright light. She was excited and restless, looking around. The man was a young man. He had an aquiline nose and narrow eyes. His body was emitting a cold aura of vicissitudes. Great uncle, your mount is really amazing. It can actually ride on the clouds in just half a day. We have already traveled tens of thousands of li, the female Gu immortal praised. This is a desolate beast, Qi Grand Lion. It does not ride on the clouds. It can control air currents, thus it can fly in the sky. The young man said slowly. A lion that can control air currents and fly in the sky. I have never seen it before. Desolate beast. What does that mean? The female Gu immortal asked. The young Gu immortal laughed silently, saying, Chi he, you have just advanced to Gu immortal. It is normal that you do not know the common knowledge of the Gu immortal world. This Qi Grand Lion contains Qi Path Dao marks. Once it matures, it can fly in the sky. But this lion is very rare. It is almost extinct in the 5 regions. It can only be seen in white heaven or black heaven. As for desolate beasts, they are a type of beast. Like how Gu masters have rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 other than desolate beasts, there are also ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 Gu immortals, because a desolate beast can usually match a rank 6 Gu immortal. Ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7, immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8. The female Gu immortal Qi he heard this and her eyes shined. She sized up the Qi Grand Lion again, thinking, no wonder I felt a strong sense of threat from this lion. Thankfully I met Grandpa and survived the tribulation. I became a Gu immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I would probably be torn to pieces. The young Gu immortal Qizai was already several hundred years old. He had rank 7 cultivation level and only used lifespan Gu. That was why he looked so young. He was old and shrewd, so when he saw Chihi's expression, he was able to guess what she was thinking. Patting this junior's shoulder, Qizai consoled. Xiao He, don't worry. It was the same for newly ascended immortals. When I'm done with what I have to do, we'll return to Qi Si Grotto Heaven. There are still a few of your seniors there. If they knew that our Qi tribe had another Gu immortal, they would be very happy. You will be living in the Grotto Heaven for a period of time. During this period you will have to seek guidance from the elders. Remember to watch more, ask more, and learn more. Granddaughter thanks 7th grandpa for your guidance. Chi-Hi's expression turned serious. She quickly stood up and bowed to Chi-Zai solemnly. And let us grandfather and grandson sit down and talk. Chi-Zai nodded. A hint of gratification flashed in his eyes. Chi-Hi sat down with a puzzled expression. She hesitated for a moment before asking. Our Chi clan has many Gu immortal elders. Why don't we imitate southern border superforces like Wu clan and Shang clan? Chi-Zai's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. You want to ask why are we seniors not like Wu clan and Shang clan, taking care of our juniors after becoming Gu immortals? Instead, you allow the younger generation of the family to live in a corner and be bullied, right? I wouldn't dare, Chi-Hi said hurriedly. Back when I was cultivating alone to become an immortal. I have the same question as you. Chi-Zai sighed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The reason is a long story. If we get to the root of the matter. As for our Chi family's patriarch, he was one of the sky-inspecting 5 xiangs thousands of years ago. Sky-inspecting 5 phases. Chi-Hi was puzzled. The heaven-surveying 5 xiangs were the 5 publicly recognized Gu immortal experts of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. These 5 experts had rank 8 cultivation level. They stood at the peak of the Gu immortal world. They often worked together to explore the white sky and the black sky together, and their relationship was very close. Thus, they were collectively known as the sky-inspecting 5 symbols. Our Chi clan's ancestor. He was one of the 5 xiangs, Chi xiang, and our Chi clan mainly cultivates Chi path. Rank 8 Gu immortals. Chi-Hi was tongue-tied. Chi-Zai sighed. Without rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Almost every rank 8 Gu immortal is a legend. Their every action has great influence. And back then, Southern Border sky-inspecting 5 xiangs were even more famous. They were famous in the other 4 regions. That was because these 5 experts had similar interests. They had a close relationship and often worked together to resist enemies. And under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals were lone wolves. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, when the other 4 regions rank 8 Gu immortals see the sky-inspecting 5 xiangs, they would take the initiative to avoid them. Back then, because of the 5 xiangs, Southern Border's Gu immortal world suppressed the other 4 regions. The 5 xiangs were unparalleled. But decades later, the sky-inspecting 5 xiangs fell apart. Saying this, Chi-Zai's tone turned gloomy. Why is that? Chi-Hi quickly asked. Chi-Zai sighed, continuing. I am not too sure about the specific reason. It is said that back then, when the sky-inspecting 5 xiangs explored White Heaven, they discovered a huge secret. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one of them could obtain it. Among the 5 xiangs, everyone wanted to obtain it. No one was willing to take a step back. But the 5 xiangs did not have much of a difference in strength, and because of their past cooperation, the 5 xiangs' ancestors made a bet. Bet? That's right. This bet had 1,000 years as the time limit. The terms of the bet were, the 5 xiangs had to watch by the side, their descendants' bloodlines would develop on their own. 1,000 years later, the clan with the most new Gu immortals would be the winner. Chi-Hi calculated the time. 1,000 years had already passed. She quickly asked, then which clan won? Chi-Zai smiled bitterly. 1,000 years later, there were 2 clans with the same number of new Gu immortals. They were evenly matched. The other 3 clans did not want to give up. They fought 3 against 2 and forcefully joined the next round of the bet. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Until now, the 5 xiangs' ancestors have already passed away, but the bet between the 5 clans is still ongoing. So it was like this. This was the first time Chi-Hi had heard of this 1,000-year-old secret. She was tongue-tied. After a long while, she accepted it, sighing. That means to say, if not for this bet, wouldn't our southern border have 5 more super forces? But Chi-Zai shook his head. Among the 5 xiangs, there are lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something that only righteous path Gu immortals have the patience to do. Our Chi clan is Chi xiang. Then who are the other 4 xiangs? Chi-Hi asked. Chi-Zai said everything he knew. Qi Xiang and I Xiang by Xiang Shuexiang, and Qi Xiang are collectively known as the sky inspecting 5 Xiangs. The place I am going to next is where Ni Xiang's descendants are. Granduncle, why are you going to Ni Xiang? Qi Zai hesitated before laughing. Forget it, there is no harm in telling you. Recently, a huge event happened in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. A large number of Gu Immortals died mysteriously on Etian Mountain. Our Qi clan also had an ancestor who died there. So this time we are looking for the current generation Ni Xiang. We want him or her to help us deduce the truth. Ah, the mountain. Qi He gasped. Regardless of Feng Yuan's previous life, the Battle of Etian Mountain in this life involved both immortal and mortal worlds. Thus Qi He had heard of it long ago. But what she knew was that Southern Border's forces had sent mortal experts to attack Etian Mountain, to eradicate the demonic path and defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, the demonic path had never established their forces on such a large scale. Thus they were attacked by the righteous path. Qi Zai told Qi He about the bet on Etian Mountain. Qi He understood now, so this was the truth. She muttered, the difference between immortal and mortal is like the difference between clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are merely chess pieces of the immortals. This truth had a huge impact on Qi He, who had just become an immortal. Qi Zai heard this and laughed in his heart. When a Gu master becomes an immortal, it was not just a change in strength and cultivation, it was also a change in mentality. Right now, Qi Zai was using the matter of Etian Mountain to speed up Qi He's transformation and adapt to her new identity. He was speechless. Only the Qi Grand Lion continued to move. There was silence between Qi Zai and Qi He. The surrounding clouds rumbled, heaven and earth shook. Because a Gu formation had already been set up between the seats, there was not even a trace of wind or any noise. How could a mortal witness such a scene? Qi He saw this, she felt that the world was vast, mortals were like ants. The indescribable feeling in her gradually faded, she thought, that's right, I am a Gu immortal now, I am no longer immortal. Mortals and immortals are different. I need to remember this. Consoling herself, Qi He's emotions gradually calmed down. A subtle change occurred in her mind. Qi Zai nodded inwardly, speaking. Actually, after thousands of years, among the descendants of the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs, our Qi clan is the most prosperous. Shuexiang's descendants have gone extinct because they cultivate blood path. Shuexiang's descendants are hiding in their immortal apertures like pigs and dogs. They do not want to improve themselves and are lazy. They are not worth mentioning. Bai Xiang's last branch has also died in recent years. And in Ni Xiang's tribe, even though there are several branches in Southern Border, there are no longer any Ni clan Gu immortals. Qi He felt it deeply, she nodded. Becoming an immortal is very difficult. If not for Grandpa's help, I would have died in the tribulation already. Qi Zai smiled, shaking his head as he looked at Qi He with deep meaning. Actually, Ni clan is the clan with the greatest hope of producing Gu immortals. But because they have the greatest hope, they were obstructed by the other clans, resulting in their current state. 3,000 years after the bet, Ni clan produced a talented refinement path Gu immortal. Ni Ran. He was also the last Gu immortal in Ni clan's history. Before his death, he made plans for the clan's future. He did not hesitate to violate the rules of the bet. He helped Ni clan and carefully selected some immortal Gu to refine into the bloodline of his descendants. Chapter 1043. Ah, what does that mean? Every once in a while, whether long or short, someone in Ni clan's Gu masters will experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing it, they will form immortal Gu in your body. Qi Zai looked at the clouds in front of him, continuing. Ni Ren's action is to help Ni clan produce more Gu immortals. He was indeed very talented, refining an immortal Gu into a descendant's bloodline that others could not take out. Even if he tried again, he would definitely fail. Moreover, these immortal Gu were specially chosen by him. They do not require immortal essence to activate. Even mortals can use them, but the price is quite high. He blinked, feeling admiration towards an Ren. If I had the help of an immortal goo, I might be able to survive the tribulation alone. Chi suddenly laughed sinisterly, a cold aura spreading out. An Ren has put in a lot of effort, but in these thousands of years, Ni clan has not produced a single goo immortal. The immortal goo that he chose had a huge price to use. Mortals possess immortal goo. Even if this immortal goo cannot be taken by others, it is like a baby holding a precious treasure. How can they be safe? In Ni clan, once an immortal goo is born in their body, we call it the current generation Ni. The first immortal goo that appeared in Ni-xiang's body was an information path immortal goo. It was called Say True Dao False. This goo could obtain information from heaven and earth, allowing the goo master to blurt out an answer, but they could only say yes or no. Every time I answer a question, I will need to expend 50 years of my lifespan. Chi frowned slightly. 50 years of life? The price was so huge. Then how would this generation's Ni-xiang be willing? Chi smiled but did not reply. Chi's body suddenly trembled. She had lived for more than 60 years. She had seen many things in the world. She finally understood the meaning behind Chi's words. The current Ni-xiang will consume 50 years of his lifespan each time he answers, so how could he agree? But Grandpa was a goo immortal, while the current generation Ni-xiang was only immortal. What does it matter whether he is willing or not? The Qi family's ancestors must have schemed against the Ni family for them to be in such dire straits. Also, my Qi family is in a bad situation. Don't tell me the seniors really have no way to help? For a moment Chi felt a chill in her heart. During the rest of the journey, Chi was silent and rarely spoke. Chi's lips closed. He was a man of few words. But this time he had said so much to educate his junior Chi. Since she had become an immortal, she was a Qi clan goo immortal. The Qi family was not a righteous family. If there were goo immortals with conflicting ideologies, it would be a loss to Qi clan. Chi's words were implicit, but Chi had obviously understood what he meant. Rotten Mud Mountain is not far away. It was better to let Chi do it this time. Even if this branch of the Ni family is sacrificed, it's fine. A cold light flashed in Chi's eyes when he thought about that. Chi's eye willed. The Qi Grand Lion he was sitting on slowly descended. His field of vision was filled with white clouds and mist. Soon the energy Grand Lion pierced through the clouds, and Chi's field of vision widened. She saw thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, green hills and clear waters, crawling at his feet. As a mortal, this was something she had never seen before. She couldn't help but be captivated by it. Surrounded by these mountains, there was a pitch-black mountain that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was extremely conspicuous. Even the trees on the mountain were brown and black in color. As he got closer, Chi's gaze focused. Soon Chi also found something wrong. On the east side of the mountain, facing the sun, there was a village there. But at this moment, the stronghold had already been reduced to ruins. Blood was everywhere, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there human corpses, there were also the corpses of all sorts of fierce beasts. How can this be? Chi gasped. The energy Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody ground. Qi clan's two immortals covered this battlefield. An intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Chi could not bear to look at this terrible scene. Chi's eye had a cold expression as he muttered, "Rotten Mud Mountain soil is special. The blood has not dried up yet. Ni clan was clearly massacred. This happened just a day or two ago. There is something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here. This is not an ordinary beast tide. Ni clan is really unlucky to encounter such a beast tide," Chi said. Chi's eye looked at them with a cold gaze. What beast tide? This is clearly a beast tide. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain. That is the mud monster beast tide. Chi was shocked. What? Who was it that was so cruel to do such a heartless thing? Shortly after, she pondered. This person can control myriad beasts. He has extremely powerful methods. When did Southern Border have such an enslavement path goo master? This person is not a goo master. He is a goo immortal. Chi's eye walked to the center of the village. At the center of the village's ruins, there was a thick layer of black mud. It was completely different from the surrounding bloody ground. This branch of the Inai family has a sludge monster, a wild beast. But now this mud monster is already dead. No matter how strong an enslavement path Gu master is, just a beast tide cannot do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. It can only be a Gu immortal. Chizai said solemnly. Gu immortal? He did not expect it to be a Gu immortal. She had a strange feeling. She had lived for decades but had never seen a Gu immortal. To think that during her tribulation, she met her seventh grandpa, and now she found out about the whereabouts of another Gu immortal. I am a rank 6 Gu immortal now. I am on a different level. The things I come into contact with have also changed drastically. He sighed to herself. Chizai's expression became colder. He was here to find the current generation Enai Xiang. But now that Enai clan village was completely slaughtered, his plan had little hope of succeeding. I'd like to see who exactly you are after killing the entire Enai family and running away. Chizai snorted coldly, revealing deep killing intent. You think I can't do anything to you just because you have done this? Ancestor Chizai's methods can be evaluated with common sense? Chizai said as he stretched out his right hand. He curled 2 fingers on his right hand, only showing his thumb, index finger and middle finger. The 3 fingers pressed on the void. It was a light action. He did not care about it, but to think that this action would cause such a huge commotion. There was a loud bang. The entire rotten mud mountain shook, and the atmosphere shook violently. The bricks, tiles, and wood in the ruins of the stronghold flew in all directions as if they were being blown by a hurricane. He could not help but take a step back. She was tongue-tied by this huge commotion. Howl, howl, howl. A wretched green aura suddenly rose from all over the battlefield. At first there were only dozens of them, but soon, the number of pale green auras increased rapidly. Hundreds and thousands of them flew around in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in a layer of green light. It was a grand sight. Come! Chizai shouted. 3 of his fingers clenched, forming a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green auras that were flying in the air. These auras felt an extremely strong suction force. Like rivers entering the sea, they flew towards Chizai's eagle claw. After dozens of breaths of time, the pale green auras that covered the sky had completely disappeared. They had fused into Chizai's eagle claw. Chizai's eagle claw no longer had its normal color. It had turned into a strange jade green color. 7th Grandpa, your hand! Your hand! He only took one look and felt a chill in her body. A shocking resentment filled her heart. You have just ascended to an immortal. You are still half immortal, don't get too close. Chizai instructed. His tone was still as calm and deep as before. He nodded, quickly taking a few steps back and turning her gaze away. Next, she heard Chizai's words. These pale green auras are the resentment chi that filled every corner of the battlefield. That Gu immortal slaughtered Enai clan's entire village. He did not spare anyone. He was extremely ruthless. Enai clan did not have a single survivor. They were filled with immense resentment towards fate and their enemies. These auras, not only are they left on the battlefield, they are also wrapped around the culprit. Go in! Chizai shouted. At the same time, he let go of his eagle claw. His jade-green right palm slammed towards the black mud below his feet. In an instant, all of the resentment chi followed Chizai's action. They were slammed into the mud. This was not ordinary mud. It was the corpse of a desolate beast mud monster filled with earth path Dao marks. Chi path has a long history, Xiao He. Look closely, this is one of the most powerful methods of our Chi clan. Chizai could not conceal his pride in his tone. Swoosh! Under Chizai's method, the mud surged up, forming into a huge mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces were filled with anger and hatred. Puff! Chizai opened his mouth and breathed out a mysterious aura. The aura fused into the mud ball. It quickly transformed into a monster made of mud. The mud monster roared, "Kill! I will kill you!" Did someone from the Enai family come back to life? He exclaimed. Chizai's method was truly unimaginable to her. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, there are many revival methods in the world. Chizai explained before asking the crazily roaring mud monster. What is your name? The mud monster was still roaring. Its limbs were waving wildly. It was extremely furious. Chizai frowned, asking again. The mud monster ignored him. It cursed. Murderer! You forced my grandfather to death. I will tear you to pieces. Chizai snorted coldly. His thoughts moved rapidly. The mud monster was created by him. It was under his control. Who are you? You are also the murderer. I will also. The mud monster's body shook. Like it was struck by lightning, countless mud spots fell off its body. The cursing stopped. The mud monster calmed down. It looked at Chizai and Chihi with its empty eye sockets. Chizai let out a breath of air. He knew. This mud monster had a simple mind. It was formed from resentment. He could only ask one question at a time. He had to do it step by step. It could not be too difficult. What is your name? Nijian. The mud monster roared again. But Chizai heard. You bastard. His eyes shined with a sharp light. He snorted and waved his sleeves. With a loud sound, the mud monster was completely destroyed. It turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Chapter 1044. Chizai snorted coldly. He pinched his fingers as the mud gathered again, forming a mud ball. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless resentful faces. Even though it was silent, this scene made Chi-Hi feel a deep chill in her heart. Chizai waved his sleeves. The mud ball turned back into a mud monster. Chizai gasped lightly, thinking, this is the resentment chi from earlier. This resentment chi has already been dispersed by me. But it can still surpass other resentment chi, manifesting and taking form. I can see how much resentment the owner of this resentment chi had when he was alive. Chizai asked again. What is your name? Nijian. This time Chizai heard it clearly. Thus he asked. How old are you? 15. Chizai continued to ask, but the mud monster only answered intermittently. Chizai's questions went from shallow to deep, from easy to hard. Time passed. After a while, Chizai finally understood what happened in Enai clan village. A mysterious Gu immortal controlled a myriad of beasts and attacked Enai clan village. His goal was the same as Chizai, to find the current Enai Xiang. But different from Chizai, he did not know who the current Enai Xiang was. Thus, he used the lives of everyone in the village to force the current Enai Xiang to reveal himself. Left with no choice, Enai clan leader stepped forward. As it turned out, he was the current Enai Xiang who possessed Sei's Dao not immortal Gu. The invading Gu immortal was overjoyed. He forced Enai clan leader to use Sei's Dao not Gu. To resolve his doubts, they agreed that as long as he got a satisfactory answer, he would let go of Enai clan. Enai clan leader chose to believe the invading Gu immortal for the sake of his clansmen. He sacrificed himself. The mysterious Gu immortal got the answer he wanted. But he went back on his words. He commanded the myriad beasts to attack the village. Enai clan's clansmen were furious. They resisted with all their might. But the beast group was too strong. They were forced to retreat, suffering huge losses. At the crucial moment, Chizai subdued the desolate beast mud monster. He came to save the situation. The Enai clan branches that were scattered all over southern border. They were all raised by Chi clan's Gu immortals. Chizai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain. He would inspect it once in a while. He knew that the current Enai Xiang was Enai clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a muddy swamp in Rotten Mud Mountain, and left behind a will to control the mud monster. Protect the Enai family to prevent any mishaps. When the accident happened, the sludge monsters rushed to the battlefield to protect the Enai family members. But the mysterious Gu immortal was very powerful. He personally attacked and killed this mud monster with many attacks. Once the sludge monster died, the Enai family's remaining clansmen were drowned by the beast herd, and none of them escaped. The Enai family's mountain stronghold was initially quiet and peaceful. It was also crushed into ruins, and corpses covered the ground. It was an incomparably miserable sight. A few days later, Qi Zai and Qi He arrived and found out about this. Enai Jian was the young clan leader of the stronghold, the grandson of the Enai clan leader. She had lost her parents at a young age, and was brought up by her grandfather single-handedly. Her grandfather had nurtured her wholeheartedly, and they had a close relationship. His grandfather was hounded to death by his enemy, who went back on his word and killed the entire Enai family, including himself. After his death, his soul was taken away, leaving behind only an extremely dense resentment that lingered around. Qi Zai asked in detail. Enai Jian had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. He told him everything he knew. According to his answers, Qi Zai slowly restored Fang Yuan's appearance. This was a short but stocky old man. His beard was a mix of black and white. It was tough like iron wire. His skin was yellow, his eyes were small, and his teeth were uneven. Who is this? Qi Zai secretly compared it to his memories. He did not recognize this person. Of course he did not recognize him. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Even against mortal Gu masters who posed no threat, he would disguise himself and change his appearance. Actually, even if Qi Zai was here and saw Fang Yuan, he would not be able to see through his disguise. Because not long ago, Fang Yuan had already used the land spirit of Langya to gather Gu worms. He could use the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face again. This Gu immortal is likely a secluded cultivator from southern border Sai. These are troubled times. Qi Zai sighed to himself. Ever since the duel on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border Gu immortals had died mysteriously. And these dead southern border Gu immortals had occupied territories in southern border when they were alive. They had countless cultivation resources. This way there was a vacuum of benefits. Many secluded Gu immortals who were rarely seen started to show up now. This person has to deal with the desolate beast mud monster. He does not have outstanding battle strength. He is likely a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually knows about the current generation in Xiang. Even Wu clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals do not know about this. Is he a descendant of the other 3 Gu immortals? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. The bed of the heaven surveying 5 xiangs that lasted thousands of years. Qi clan was about to win. Just as the deadline was approaching, an unexpected mysterious Gu immortal appeared. This was a huge matter, even more important than the deaths of Qi clan's ancestors. Qi Zai had to get to the bottom of it. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. A basin of cold water splashed onto Gu Fangzheng's face. Fangzheng, who was unconscious, shuddered as he woke up. Where is this? He opened his eyes, finding that he was in a cage, a prisoner. Beside him, there were 2 hairy men wearing armor. One of them was holding an empty basin. There was still water in the basin. The other was holding a whip, smiling coldly at him. Who are you? Where is this? Fangzheng struggled intensely, but his body was tied up. He could not move. Rascal, you are finally awake? You seem quite happy. The hairy man prison guard said as he raised the whip in his hand, whipping down. There was a smacking sound. The whip hit Fangzheng's chest. Intense pain assaulted Fangzheng's heart. The thin clothing on his chest was torn. A bloody wound was left on his chest. Fangzheng took in a deep breath. His face was distorted. He screamed in pain. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression as he whipped again. This whip landed on Fangzheng's face, disfiguring his face. Fangzheng screamed in pain again. The hairy man prison guard became even more excited. He whipped again, spittle flying out of his mouth. Dog shit human. I will let you scream, I will let you scream. Fangzheng was tortured. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He was bullied. Waves of intense pain assaulted him. He finally remembered. He was originally imprisoned by his brother Fang Yuan in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's prison. One day, many hairy men suddenly came. They took him away. What is going on? What exactly happened? Fangzheng was extremely confused. But he did not have to be confused for long. The intense pain soon made him faint. He fainted. He fainted. This brat really can't take a beating. He Pour some more cold water on him, make him wake up. The two hairy men laughed coldly. The bone-chilling cold water suddenly drenched Fangjing's entire body. Fangjing's body twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness gradually cleared up, and his whole body was in pain. It also became clearer and more profound. The hairy man who whipped Fangjing took a big step forward and stood in front of Fangjing. Then, he suddenly stretched out his thick hairy hands and pinched both sides of Fangjing's cheeks. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, now that you've fallen into our hands, don't even think about living. Don't even think about anyone coming to save you. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been taken over by our great hairy man Gu Immortals. Your brother has also died in battle. Obediently cooperate with us. We'll give you a quick death so that you won't have to suffer so much. Speak, how much do you know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How much do you know about your brother's secret?" When Fangjing heard this, he felt as if his mind was blown. His eyes were dazed as he looked at the hairy man in front of him in shock, shouting, "What? Fang Yuan is dead." "Humph. Attacked by our hairy man Gu Immortals. He is just an immortal zombie, how can he not die? He would have been torn to pieces already, ha ha ha. We hairy men are not easy to bully. One day, we hairy men will counterattack and trample on all of you humans." The two hairy man jailers laughed loudly. Fangjing knew very little about Gu Immortals. He was really fooled by these two. His gaze was dazed, he was in a daze. Central continent, deep in earth abyss. In a dark room, He Lulan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. The stone door slowly opened. Wuxia was standing outside. He Lulan slowly opened her eyes, she did not speak. She only looked at the other party. Honestly speaking, the result of the Battle of Etian Mountain was out of He Lulan's expectations. Looking at this familiar Fang Yuan, He Lulan could not conceal her complex emotions. "I have already decided." Wuxia spoke, breaking the silence. "Oh, I would like to hear the details," He Lulan said. She knew that the time to decide her life and death was here. If Wuxia was not willing to help her get rid of the alliance agreement, she would die. Evidently, since Wuxia's identity was exposed, he would not allow Fang Yuan's absolute ally to remain by his side. If Wuxia decided to get rid of the alliance agreement and recruit He Lulan would have a chance of survival. Wuxia had been hesitating for a long time. He wanted to use He Lulan's identity to get rid of the alliance agreement with her, to deal with Fang Yuan. But Fairy Li Shan's information path attainment was too high. Fang Yuan's strict rules made Wuxia's plan fail before it could be carried out. He Lulan's value fell greatly. Don't forget, He Lulan had a deep hatred with Shadow Sect. Getting rid of the information path alliance agreement with He Lulan was the same as freeing the other party, Fang Yuan. Then he would use a new alliance agreement to restrict He Lulan. If he gave up, he would kill He Lulan. Even though he would not obtain her Gu worms, her immortal aperture would remain, and she would also have a great strength true martial physique body. That way, Fang Yuan would still be shackled by the alliance agreement. When dealing with him in the future, he might be able to make use of it. In Wuxia's heart, he had already made up his mind. He slowly opened his mouth. Without a doubt, at the next moment, his words would determine He Lulan's life and death. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.